Oh, yeah.
So it's nine different flavors, the 9 concentric circles of hell. And we were making a joke that the last one actually, it's like, I'd like the 9th level. Yeah, but it's, realize those wings are blue and they're cold.
Yeah.
And I was talking about the Carolina Reaper and the Ghost Pepper and...
Whoo, man. And by the way, myself, and particularly my producer, Phone Master Dre, who you can reach at 615-292-6366. By the way, do you know what those last 4 digits spell?
No, but I'm going to give a shout out for Dre. Dre!
Those last 4 digits spell Nemo. So it's 615-292-NEMO. You can give us a call and drop into the conversation over there. We'd love to get you guys in to say good morning to Chef Marty, who has actually made Jimmy mac and cheese for me on occasion.
Oh, yes.
The other thing is, too, it's you've been a White House chef, and we love talking about you as a White House chef. How does one go about doing that? You were a sub before that, weren't you?
Yeah, the subs is really why we have so many submariners in the White House. A lot of people ask me, what is with that weird anomaly? So to be a nuclear submariner in the United States, you have to be, of course, a volunteer and an American citizen, which means you're able to get a secret clearance, rather quick. And that's the only way you're going to become a submariner. Well, the White House likes that, the White House Military Office, because to take a person from a secret on up to a top secret is a lot easier than starting from scratch. And to avoid dropping $400,000 on somebody, my investigation went on for about 14 months, Jimmy, okay? And so it can be very expensive, and you want to be able to, recruit people that are achievable, that are probably going to be able to make it through this pipeline, and 12 months, 14 months later, we're actually going to have a human that's able to work here underneath the Oval Office running 2 United States Navy restaurants. So that's how I got into being a White House chef, was through the American Navy. I'm 30 years retired from the Navy, and at the time I was on board a nuclear submarine, and I wanted to actually quit the Navy. I was sick of it and bored. And so my Master Chiefs were like, well, you need to shut your mouth walking around orating to people that you're bored. No one cares if you're bored, boy. Let me tell you a little something. And so luckily my commanding officer, Pat Casey, heard that I was bored and told me, come up to my stateroom right now. We're going to send you off to some place where you could actually do something that will keep your interest. So that's when I found out that the United States Navy has 75 Navy chefs in the White House every day, and we run the Vice President's house, J.D. Vance's house, here at the end of the Embassy Row in the Naval Observatory, and that we also run the whole Camp David Resort and Conference Center. I never knew these things, Jimmy. Never had heard of them.
It's funny. I have a friend of mine who... You will get the gag. He was so compromised that he actually got clearance.
Yeah. Okay.
The thing was that somebody was like, "How did he get clearance?" It turned out that he was so compromised. He was so in debt to so many different people, with so much nonsense going on in his life, that basically the guy said nobody can blackmail him. He doesn't give. He doesn't give 2 damns. I want to tell you a funny story about my brother. When he was getting ready to kind of muster out of the Marines, he was standing outside with his gut hanging out, and one of the officers walked by him and said, "Sergeant, are you pregnant?" And his response was, "I don't know, sir, but
I really like that comment."
But wait, you ready for this? He goes, "I don't know, sir, but I certainly feel like I've been booped." and the commanding officer went, "You know what? I'm going to assume that you're a short timer and ignore that."
Exactly.
He went, "Okay, fine." He said,
and usually at that point somebody will have to tell you, "That's right, sir. 52 days." They're counting the days. Every day you come into work, they're like, 41, baby, 41. And these people who are leaving know their days, how many days left.
Are you still a reservist?
I still till 65. Yep, I'm on list number 7. Yep, I'm still subject to recall. So once you retire, we have, like people like me who are a centurion. There's about 1 out of 4,000 of me in America. And veterans you'll meet today, there's 1 out of 10. So, but retirees, there's not a lot of us. There's about 80,000 of us in the United States. So it's not a lot. and you're still subject to recall until the age of 65.
My dad got a call during the first Persian Gulf War, right as Patrick was going. My brother, right as I was actually getting ready. I covered the planes taking off from the English Air Force bases, Air bases.
Mildenhall, yeah.
Yeah, and then we went over. Wasn't much to cut a cover. It was over with before it got started.
Yeah.
The real action was in Kuwait. If anybody knows that. Do you know, because of this event here, we've been doing the Vet Ready Summit, Marty, for 8 years now. And in many ways, RadioNemo feels it's got a big stake in it. When Brad Bentley, the president of Fastport, we got a chance to meet his boss, the CEO, Bill, last night. When he first approached us, when we first started this journey together, to watch this event grow in size and scope, we've actually watched the ATA building, which we're broadcasting from. After all, I'm in the pocket of the ATA, in case you didn't know.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you heard all that.
You fed.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in the pocket with no money, but I'm in the pocket nonetheless. We've watched this thing grow over time and kind of become something here to the point where people like Marty and Barry and a whole bunch of other great folks are kind of involved in it. This began as a very small thing. Really kind of the nucleus was the transition trucking, driving for excellence. We, by the way, know who that winner is. Well, my wife does. I have asked not to be told. Mm-hmm. They have to know. Claire has to know, because if they don't know, what ends up happening there is that we don't know who we're going to be interviewing until it's too late. We have to start preparing for that. But it really kind of began as that. It began as a way to kind of reward a service member who had made the transition from the service.
What a great way to begin.
Yeah, with an asset. And the other thing is that the other two runners-up get a nice chunk of change, get a wider membership, get a whole bunch of
And for the listeners out there, Jimmy's talking about the brand-new Kenworth truck. The
T680.
One lucky veteran is getting on Friday at the United States Chamber of Commerce building. So you can imagine that big rig pulling up, the air horn, And
Dave's going to be here. Dave's going to go down to the Pentagon for the signing ceremony. RadioNemo and many other companies are going to be signing that ESGR agreement. Yeah. By the way, if you work for a company and you are a service member, you should inquire if they have actually made the pledge to sign that document to honor everyone who is in the Guard.
Exactly.
You really should. That's Vet Ready. If you are set up to allow people who are in the Guard to be able to fulfill their duties, and it doesn't skip a beat in your company, that's Vet Ready. That's what Vet Ready is.
And I want to thank Fastport for doing this, because as a veteran myself and my wife, Chef Stormy, who's down on the floor right now, we really appreciate. Fastport has put so much money into this to make this conference successful across the United States and the world. It is just unbelievable. And helping veterans to become successful is really important, especially in trucking. I would say, Jimmy, you get to kind of sort of be your own boss. You're out on the road driving, and you have some latitude there to where you can kind of run your own show. Many truckers, of course, we have 5 trucks in our family that roll, 2 that roll every day of the week, okay, and drive our nation's roads and byways back and forth from east to west and north to south. So Stormy's 2 brothers drive every day. But then our family owns 3 other trucks in one of the largest amusement companies in the United States. So, as veterans and our family, we are really appreciative of Fastport for doing this.
By the way, speaking of truck drivers, speaking of veterans, we have a combination one. Our good friend Chowder, who you know from the chat. Chowder is on the phone. We're bringing him in right now. What is going on? My favorite Westerner, who also happens to be an Easterner at all points in between. What's going on?
Woo! I am doing well. Thank you, Jimmy. Morning, Chef. Thank you for your service and your continued dedication and service to
Gonna
veterans.
get some chowder.
Would you like that in clam, seafood, or just old-fashioned?
We want a cup
corn
of
and
hot
potato
clam
bacon?
chowder.
Hot.
Well, I'll
Hot.
give you a hint. I'll give you a hint on clam chowder. Never buy it in the center of the country where there's no ocean, and don't buy it out of a can, because it ain't right.
Nice.
But,
That's a good tip.
Yeah,
are you a big
I was
Manhattan guy? Are you a clear Rhode Island guy? Or are you going the traditional clam chowder with the milk guy?
Well, I'm not much on the strap hangers of New York environment, being from Maine, so I'm pretty much go out to the clam flats on low tide, dig it, shuck them, wash them, throw them in the pot with some heavy cream, some milk, potato, diced red onion.
There we go.
Pepper,
He said milk. He said milk, Jimmy. I'm in. I personally don't care for the tomato.
No, you don't put tomato in. Tomatoes go on sandwiches and on hamburgers. That's it. Oh, and
Exactly.
ketchup. They're kind of important there. But you got to put the
Yes.
oyster crackers in there too.
That's right.
Amen. Tomatoes also go in any time the soup involves people who sing Funiculi Funicula. Then you can do
Yes.
that. Okay.
And two important questions,
Oh, yes.
Jimmy.
Yeah. That's right.
These are critical, Chowder. These are critical questions for you. I must have answered. You said you're out there digging. Is that going to be digging and you're using your feet to bring up the clams, or are you a big guy that
No,
likes
no.
the rake?
I'm a rake kind of guy. With
You're
the
a
old
rake
wooden
guy.
hod.
Okay.
A
Okay.
rake with
And
a hod,
then
you step there, let them squirt up and grab them.
that's right. Now, question number two.
Number 2.
Are you using the Westminster oyster crackers, or do you have a favorite brand?
The kinds that come in a square rectangular box.
Okay. All right. He's got some good crackers because
Hey,
that
the
is
man-
critical,
Crackers
man.
are crackers. Yeah.
Yeah.
The man
So,
knows what
I
he's
was
doing.
going to tell you about some other little cooking traditional things that the chowder has. Have you ever made pizza in a cardboard box?
I have not had the opportunity to do that yet.
Wouldn't that just be like a microwave pizza, like a DiGiorno?
It might be. It might
Oh, is that Madison with a T I hear in there, or is that?
No,
No, that's
that's
Chef
Barry.
Barry.
That's Chef
That's-
Barry.
Hi.
Oh, good morning, young lady. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. So, first of all, microwaves inject hazardous chemical environmental rays that'll turn you into a Red Hulk. I'm pretty convinced. But, so, as a kid in Scouts and that, we used to cook in a box. Take your standard brown box that you get, you know, like whatever. I don't suggest kitty litter. It's too hard to wash out. But a regular brown box, right? The lid, leave it like it does, flap, right? On the back side, the inside and everything, you line it with aluminum foil. Take
Oh,
the
okay.
take the little gold push pins that you flare out, you know, when you were a kid and your mom put your papers together with. Put those all through it to hold your aluminum foil in there. Take 2 of your mom's coat hangers, metal ones, cut them into long rods and shove them through there. 3 if you want. Swipe an aluminum pie pan. Get some nice coals out of some like maple or oak, poplar, birch, whatever. Get them nice and hot in there. Make your pie up on your pan. Slide it in the rack. Close the doors that you've lined with aluminum foil, which is your used to be lid. Take some string and wrap it around a couple of them coils in there to hold that door shut. Wait about 20 minutes, pull it out, and have some pie.
Amazing. Yeah.
That's
It works
some,
good.
I mean,
You can even do it in the truck.
that's some Scout Shasta right there, man.
That's it. I want to ride with Chowder, and we're going to cook doing 80 miles per hour.
Chowder, I got to do the
Uh,
good the good pastor. I got to do the good pastor and the pledge
All
of
right.
national anthem. I'll give you one more thought, and then I want you to introduce that stuff
Yes.
for us. Can you do both?
Here, I'll try. I'm pretty incompetent, but hey, if you're going to make lasagna and you want to give it that next level, buy 32 slices of deli pepperoni from Walmart or wherever, lightly heat it up so you get the flow, and layer that in each layer, add the grease. Game changer. Now, here's a good word from the pastor, the pledge, and everything else good with Nemo Nation. Later, guys.
Later.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday. Well, good morning. I hope and pray that you rested well last night. Hey, I am still hammering. I promise you, this thing is getting better, and gooder to me. And I want us to look at it again. Luke chapter 12, verse 24. And I want you to look at something. Last week we talked about the raven. We talked about how God takes care of it and how God makes sure that the raven has what it needs. But there's something else in there that I want to pull out as well. Look at what it says. It says, consider the raven. They neither sow nor they reap. They neither storehouse nor barn. Watch this. And yet God feeds them. Of how much more valuable are you than the birds? Now, I want you to think about this a little bit more today, and hopefully we can get through this together. The author says that the raven does not, watch this, sow nor reap. So that means that somebody has to watch this, to produce for them. Somebody has to make sure that they've got what they need. So now let me ask you a question. If God thinks enough of that bird to provide what they need to be able to sustain themselves, why wouldn't he do that for us? Why wouldn't the gracious, caring, and loving God provide for us? He does. But our problem, we don't, watch this, I'm going to say it, but y'all know I love you. We are so ungrateful to God for the blessings that he's given us. And the raven is so grateful to God for the meals that he supplies for them. And what we have to do is what that passage is reminding us of is we got to stop being so anxious and in a hurry. Because in Philippians 4 and 6, it says, do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. So I'm seeing and I'm hearing from a lot of Christians now that they are frustrated, they're angry, they're bitter. And I think it's because they're angry, and I think it's because they're ungrateful. So I don't want us to be in that mode of being angry and ungrateful. I want us to be like the raven, so carefree and watch this, and knowing that God will provide. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and hang on in there.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
Thank you, Pastor, and back to the Vet Ready Summit.
Thank you, Phone Master Dre. Bob Book is here. He's joining Chef Marty, who's going to stick around a little bit longer with us until he has to get the hell out of here. I'm bringing Bob in a little bit earlier. For those of you who don't know, Bob's VP of Marketing over at Road Dog Care Company. He's been on the show before with us. Hey, Bob, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. It's a good day here in D.C.
It is, and everybody here at Radio Nemo of North America wants to extend a big thank you for Road Dog Care. The reason we are here with Fastport Range, you, Brad, and I over at the Chillicothe event actually sat down and figured out that you guys would be taking care of us. In some ways, I owe my adventure of the weekend. I don't know if you follow what happened to me last weekend.
No.
Oh, my God. So the whole trip was everybody watching and listening to the show and watching the videos I create online. The chef knows about this, too. 6 delays. I arrived at DCA at 9 o'clock in the morning, sat on the tarmac, and did not get out of Reagan. I was supposed to be in Bangor, Maine at 12:30 in the afternoon and arriving at Columbia Falls soon after that. The fact that I made it for any sort of broadcast whatsoever is, I was telling this, I ended up in Sarajevo one time, Marty, completely lost. And with guys with AK-47s, and I don't know how I get out of this one. I hadn't had that much panic or anger in my life. Jeez. I got on a plane for Providence, Rhode Island. That's what I did. I said, if I get to Providence and call an Uber guy to pick me up, because I couldn't get a rental car in Providence, it was closed.
Sure.
Logan's 24 hours, though. Uber to Providence, Uber to Logan to the rental car to Columbia Falls, Maine.
Wow.
And my luggage arrived 2 days later, so I was in the same clothes for 2 days, which, of course, a lot of our friends out there said, oh, welcome to the life of a truck driver.
Right.
You, by the way, are a big movie buff, by the way, so I could actually make the Don Barzini reference about the whole thing. I think that Alabama, the Crimson Tide, are the Don Barzini, the SEC, of what has just happened with the college football playoff. Phone Master Dre is over on the case. We're going to take this break, Dre, here, and come back with our good friend Bob Book, the VP of Marketing at Road Dog Care Company. Chef Marnie is here. By the way, there is the plump kid with the tuba, we call him. Listen to this, guys.
Mm-hmm. He's moving it.
Mm-hmm.
Road Gang Radio will return after this. Lindsay will have another edition of We Should Write today with Carolyn Fister.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
That's right, gang. Hit that like, hit that share, and hit that subscribe. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
Oh, good God Almighty! I was watching I subscribe to a number of YouTube channels that I really adore. I don't subscribe to a lot of trucking YouTube channels. I do subscribe to the Boston Trucker, our good friend Mike Gaffin, the Bonehead Trucker, our good friend Ike Stevens, who is worth his weight in gold. I like Ike because he manages to piss off everyone.
Equal opportunity.
He really, I mean, he manages to crawl up all kinds of people's tuchuses. He's pretty darn terrific. I've always said that if you can offend OIDA and then the next week offend ATA and then the next week offend the Teamsters, you're doing something right.
You've made the complete circuit at that point.
I have a number of folks out there who I follow, though. There's a bunch of guys who started off very small called Game Ranks. It's GAMERANX. They rank games. They give you top 10 list, all kinds of groovy stuff. The number of times, guys, they have to come on and say, please subscribe, because their listenership and their viewership is off the chart. They've got a good subscription base, but it's nowhere near what it could be. YouTube is the holy grail when it comes to marketing because of the way it's set up, that if you can get your numbers above 5,000, which is our next big goal, we want to get to 5,000, that's a big thing. So if you guys haven't subscribed and you're a regular listener, do so. I would also say that this very much looks like a public television pledge drive. If you have friends, and we don't charge you either, although many of you are so generous and kind and drop money in there from time to time. We don't charge you. The subscription don't cost you nothing. The notifications don't cost you nothing. I cannot say this enough, particularly on YouTube, because it is a visual manifestation of what's going on. get some folks out there to do some subscribing. It makes a big difference. You got a podcast yourself, do you not, Bob?
I do, yeah. Film and whiskey.
You see, Marty's already interested. Film and whiskey.
Yeah.
He's like, go on.
Drinking a whiskey right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in your coffee, right?
I think Barry put a shot in there, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, bourbon. Yeah, Four Branches bourbon whiskey.
There you go.
Another good sponsor.
I'm excited to meet them later tonight. So
yeah.
we maybe we'll all share a pour.
And we appreciate your sponsorship because I notice it's not just coffee, which I'm enjoying right now, but I was looking at your products and whatnot, and you do the heavy wipes. They're not the kind that rip apart in your hands. A bunch of stuff for truckers on the road to make their life a little bit more easy and the challenges that they face. And can you tell us about all the different products? Because it's not just wipes and coffee. You have a whole bunch of stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. We
and
like
Bob
to say.
suddenly realizes why I kept Marty around.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. Book.
Didn't realize you were sicking the dogs on me here.
Road Dog Care Company.
That's right. We like to say that we provide everything a driver needs over the road, for a home away from home. These guys' cabs really are their homes away from home. And I feel like we, as an American culture, do a really poor job of keeping them stocked up. We make them stop at rest stops and pay a huge markup for some of these things. If you don't have fuel miles and perks to cash in for a shower's $20 now.
Mm-hmm.
So what we offer is 4 categories: alertness, wellness, hygiene, and pet care as well.
That's right.
Yeah, so in the alertness category, obviously you've talked about our coffee. We also make our own energy shots in-house, and we have alertness sprays. We offer full-body bathing wipes and rinse-free shampoo so that you don't have to pay for a shower on the road. And then for the almost 50% of over-the-road truckers that have a pet in the cab now, they're honestly, guys, they're even more screwed than the truckers are in terms of finding a place to clean their pet. So we offer wipes for them as well. Both. So the wipes are pH adjusted for animal skin as opposed to human skin. They're safe on cats and dogs as well.
That's nice. That's so nice that truckers are driving with their family friend. I mean, that is cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and in looking at your website too, it was not all really geared and rammed down your throat trucking only.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of like transportation, camping,
the thing is,
lifestyle.
And I've been on his case to become a sponsor here. I will full disclosure, they're kind of perfect for what we talk about because this show in many ways addresses that. The first half of this show we call Making a Living. The second half of the show we call Making a Life. And you guys, Marty hit the head. I'm talking here, but my microphone needs to be on. But Marty,
we heard you just fine.
Yeah, Marty hit the nail on the head. He absolutely hit the nail on the head, and the idea that you really want to make it appeal for people whose life is on the road.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. So whether you're in an RV, on a motorcycle, or any points in between, that's really kind of the key here, is that it's almost a bespoke box.
Mm-hmm.
Where you get this box and you're able to kind of say, these are all the things I need. Are there any products that you particularly are proud of? I know you're proud of all the products you have, but where you're like, that is really cool. And do you have any plans for anything that you got coming out?
Well, we're always in the market for product development. And so everything that we make, we test rigorously and we get input from drivers. I think the one that I'm most proud of is our flagship product, which is the full body bathing wipe. We took a bunch of them to MATS this last year, and we had truckers come up to the booth and try to tear them apart just to show how they're not flimsy. We couldn't get one person that was able to pull it in half. These things are huge. They cover your entire body, and they are specifically formulated to keep your skin hydrated as well. I'm really proud of those. But to your point, we had so much input from drivers that said, I can go buy a 100-pack of dude wipes at the store, but when I put them in my cab in the wintertime, they freeze solid, and then I can't use them anymore.
Yeah.
So what we actually need is a more portable 10-pack to take on the road with us instead of a 100-pack.
That's good driver feedback for product development.
Absolutely.
That's reality-based.
Yep.
Yeah. And honestly, we also have used those wipes and stuff in scouting because you're gone all weekend long in a tent, and so you're going to need to, clean up somehow, and you start stanking. And, yeah, they're very helpful. I never thought I'd be using, dude wipes or any kind of wipe or a towel, but it's like a shower in a towel.
Do you know my brother one year for Christmas gave me this? It was a lovely wash rag. It was very expensive, but he actually had embroidered on it the words comb, and they had a comb embroidered on it for my hair.
Okay.
You'd be like, here's your comb. Here's your comb. I got to tell you, people forget that sometimes, we get so obsessed with the idea of having that shower. But there's sometimes, and I was suddenly reminded of it all weekend long, that sometimes you just got to, grab some hot stuff and rub it on you and get under your
Yeah.
armpits and get it done, man. And it's funny because the number of people in my comment section over the weekend who are like, welcome to the world of a trucker.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I know the world of a trucker. I just was hoping to get away from it, and American Airlines decided it wanted me to remember what it is my listeners experience on a regular basis. That's an important thing.
Graciously of them.
That's
Gracious,
right.
gracious. This is an important event we come to here every year. This is your second one, right? What do you look forward to now you having gone through? Because the first time it's kind of overwhelming.
Absolutely.
What are you looking forward to this time? I know there's some people that you want to talk to, the whiskey people in particular. But and by the way, people say, well, could you have a whiskey sponsor? Of course I can have a whiskey sponsor. I want a whiskey sponsor.
Yeah, 4 branches.
When they're done, it's like, when they're done, at the end of a long drive, my friend Marshall would love to have a good whiskey. But what do you look forward to at this event?
Honestly, I mean, the networking is great. It's nice to see familiar faces again. But I think more than any event I do any year, this one is all about advocacy. This is a collection of people that, especially when you get to know them and you see the dedication and the passion and you see how they're working for people in the transportation, trucking, logistics industries, everybody has truckers' best interest in mind. And I think that this is about connecting the right people and promoting them within the industry. It really blows my mind every year, the work and the level of dedication we see.
Yeah.
I like the fact that it's a growing network of friends. And that's pretty much what Bob just said. I'm kind of simplifying it, but anybody who's ever come, I remember one of the women a couple of years ago was new to the event. We were at the Women's Museum, and we were all talking about the trip that we'd gone on to England, and we were talking about the trip. And by the way, guys, if you ever hear about any of these trips we're going on, our listeners out there who are friends of ours, and you want to swing it, you give us a call. If we're ever going to run with the Bulls and you want to come, you give us a call. We'll work it out. We're a very inclusive group of people. But what happens is with people like you and people like Marty, we're always expanding this circle of friendship and always expanding this circle of connections. Dean Croak, who will be here later on in the week, he was here last year. He broadcast with us. It's his first time on the convoy. So he's with the Reeves Convoy right now. He's embedded with them like a reporter. And so he's creating a lot of content out there. But the idea is we're always looking for new friends. We're always looking for who's going to get us down the road a little bit further. Who do we have one more connection with? Because those connections go back to vet ready.
Right.
Because when you're vet friendly, you need friends who are vet ready.
And I just want to quantify who your friends are for the listeners out there, okay? So one thing I noticed about the trucking industry and coming down to New Orleans, is it's not a bunch of crass-mouthed, filthy, dirty, disgusting, uneducated, illiterate bumpkins driving 18-wheelers.
And there were truck drivers. There were truck drivers down there. This wasn't just a suits party.
Yeah.
Our friend Driver, our friend Marshall Platter.
You're going to see them tonight, and they just wear their trucking shirt and a ball cap to the dinner, and they're normal people, but they're highly educated because if you listen to like your show and the guests that come on to the show are unbelievable. You've had like the White House webmaster on. He's had, very famous book authors on. They're a very educated and literate group of people. And certainly our 2 brothers, Stormy, my wife's brothers, my brother-in-laws, great guys. And Spencer, who's a dispatcher every day in a major trucking firm, but the 2 brother-in-laws who drive every day of the week, great guys. They don't fit that model of what people think about grubby, filthy, dirty-mouthed. That model of what trucking is. We have a lot of husbands and wives that drive the roads. They drive together in tandem, and they have found in the industry that is extremely successful.
I'm going to say something. It's a very easy comment to make. I know many of the men and women who are commenting right now in the chat, both on YouTube and Facebook. To a person, there isn't a single one whom I would not invite to have Christmas or Thanksgiving dinner if they ended up in town.
Exactly.
If they ended up in town in the city of New Orleans or out in Santa Clarita, it'd be some weird stuff we'd be doing. Be going like an olive oil,
Trucker Bosun's on his way up to Ephrata today, Ephrata, PA, where my half brother Franz Joseph lives with all of the Mennonite family that I have up there. He said he's on his way up to Ephrata.
Very cool.
Yeah,
He's a big
safe
movie.
driving.
He's a big movie buff. His lady, Penny Lane. He is Trucker Boasted, and she is Penny Lane. They are good friends of the show. We got a chance to meet them, Lindsay and I, in person at the NASTIC conference as well. Okay, we've had a chance the last couple of days too, Bob. Don't know if you've heard it, but we had on two big film critics have come on. One who wrote the book on A League of Their Own. She wrote What Makes a Perfect Christmas Rom-Com. And the other guy wrote the ultimate movie Christmas trivia book. Here's my question for you. What are your favorite Christmas movies?
It's a Wonderful Life is in a tier of its own.
Right. By the way, have you seen, and my friends out there who are listening, they get sick of me talking about this. Do you ever watch these influencers, these young couples and young people who watch movies for the first time?
Oh, yeah.
Reactors?
Oh, yeah.
There's a group of other people who take all the reactors and put them into collages of like a particular scene, and then you'll watch all these people reacting.
Yeah, those are fun.
The last 25 minutes of it, they all kind of follow each other now, so they're watching movies at the same time. Somebody assembled all of their reactions to the last 20 minutes of It's a Wonderful Life. And you've got to imagine people 25 to 30 watching that movie for the first time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And many of whom have no idea how good the rest of the movie is.
Oh,
because it's one long, dark setup of frustration.
100%.
It is just brutal. And literally watching these two Brits watch it, and he just at the end, he goes, that's a blanking 10.
Yeah.
That's a 10.
Yeah.
That film is perfect.
And
That's
can
my
you,
review of
Jimmy,
it.
can you believe that on Rotten Tomatoes, that film, I think it has a score of like a 92 or a 94. I'm like, how can that not be 100?
I tell you why. Because they're actually pulling reviews from when it first came out.
Yeah.
And there were people who just weren't ready to handle it.
Yeah.
You know, Orson Welles once said, David Lynch made reference to this too, that there's like 3 people in the entire English-speaking language who can actually pray on screen.
Yeah.
And we believe them. And of course, one of them is Jimmy Stewart, because it is desperate. It's PTSD induced.
Yeah.
What is happening at that bridge? You can see his PTSD.
Yeah, I mean, there's a great documentary on Netflix and a book as well called 5 Came Back.
Oh,
And
it's great.
It's about the 5 filmmakers in Hollywood that were helping to make the movies for the U.S. Army in World War II. It's a Wonderful Life is the first movie Frank Capra makes after he comes back from serving in World War II. And this is the movie he chooses to make, to reaffirm what makes not just America a great place to live, but honestly what makes life worth living. And you're right, people weren't ready for it. They found it schmaltzy. They didn't think audiences would respond to it. They kind of dumped it into theaters. And then over the last, 70, 80 years, it's just taken on a life of its own.
They lost the rights.
Yeah.
Well, the thing was, it became public domain, which is what got it shown so much.
Mm-hmm.
It's an incredible story of how it makes its way back in. By the way, if you watch that movie and then look at the Rockwell paintings of the 50s, the commonality between his visual style, but go back and count the number of African Americans that actually are part of the landscape of that movie.
Mm-hmm.
There's more than just Annie.
Yep.
There's a whole bunch.
Yeah.
In that last scene, when people come in, there's at least 2 other people of color who drop money off on his table to say thank you. It really is Roosevelt's coalition.
100%.
It's really Roosevelt's
And I want to
coalition.
give a shout out for that movie also to all of the entrepreneurs out there. It's never too late to contact Travelers Insurance Company or one of your insurers and actually get an insurance policy for dropped bags of money, lost money. It's fiduciary insurance. It costs about $196 per year to get that policy. At the most, it's going to be $250, and it's fiduciary financial insurance for lost money, hacked, dropped money, lost bags. Because that poor uncle, I mean, when he loses that $8,000 and that evil Mr. Potter hides the money, that was horrifying. That's just a horrifying.
Well, and the other thing is, too, is that famous Saturday Night Live sketch of when they figure it out. My dad always says, eventually they're going to figure it out. Eventually Billy's going to remember and Hal's going to come to breakfast. I mean, that old man, Potter, must be half into dementia when he does it, because that will eventually find its way back. At some point, Billy will remember what happened that day, and when it does. By the way, there is a wonderful book by a guy named David Thompson who wrote a great book called Seconds, I think, is it? It's a series of short stories, and you have to read them carefully because it is the aftermath of famous movies. But it's like years later of famous movies. And the happiest one is It's a Wonderful Life. We realize George has gotten not powerful. He has gotten powerful because he's the future. And we realize at the end it's he and Mary are flying to Argentina. He's being sent as a special business envoy by the Eisenhower administration.
Wow.
So for the first time in his life, as the
He
plane,
gets to travel
as the
finally.
plane
Yeah.
takes off, he says he's finally getting to go.
Oh, that's
cool.
It's really, really cool.
Road Dog Care Company, one more time out there for you guys. Hit up Road Dog Care Company. Bob Book is in the studio with us today. Purchase, buy, support. It is not free when somebody says, I want to sponsor the Veteran Ready Summit. Bob Book took that chance a couple of months ago, and last year certainly, but it's not free. So, we need your support, and we want you to buy products, from Road Dog Care Company. Do it. Go onto the website. Is it Road Dog Care Company? What is
RoadDogCare.com.
RoadDogCare.com.
There you go.
The other thing is that how we got this done. This is a fun story too. We every year part of the process is that it's the way this all used to work, and it's getting back into focus now that we've made the move off the platform. Is that it's a slow build. They announce the transition trucking nominations are open. Anywhere from 60 to about 100 people get nominated. They whittle that down to about 11 to 12, sometimes 9, right around there. And then you're faced with this terrible choice of like 10 extraordinary Americans where you're like, I don't know who to pick, and you feel fortunate you don't get to pick them. You don't have to pick them. All 10 of them are brought out. The semifinalists are then brought to Chillicothe, Ohio. Well, they're brought to Columbus. We go to the Veterans Memorial and Museum, Marty, which you would love, by the way, because as you walk into that place, wasn't that cool, Bob, by the way? So on one side you have the photo of this human being, just being a human being, old, young, wheelchair, vibrant, doesn't mean. On the other side of the hanging picture is them when they were in the service. And the whole point of the Veterans Memorial and Museum is it is entirely veteran focused.
I've never been up there yet. That's in Ohio,
It's
right?
in Ohio, yes, in Columbus, Ohio. So that we have a little dinner there to honor the nominees. Then we all drive to Chillicothe, Ohio. And then in Chillicothe, what we do is we take a trip with the Kenworth factory and plant, watch what it takes to put together one of those trucks, and then they announce the 3 finalists. And then from there, it sets into motion. The year after COVID, they brought everybody.
Amazing.
So they didn't have the semifinalists all became finalists. It was a way of kind of restarting it to kind of make that commitment. And we did that. And so it was while we were there that we kind of talked with Road Dog Care, RoadDogCare.com, and they made the decision to kind of get behind us and make this possible. And we're very grateful to them. Like I said, so we talked about you're always looking for development. Have you ever had anybody come to you with ideas where you're like, that's amazing, and we're not doing that?
I think the most recent one, because we make an alertness spray, which is essentially like an alternative to caffeine. It's essential oils. You spray it on your face. It wakes you up for just a short burst of time. There's a bunch downstairs. I'll grab you some later.
Oh, yeah.
But someone saw spray, and then they just came to us with an idea of like, my boots are smelly. I need boot spray. I need something to spray inside my boots like you do at a bowling alley when you return your shoes.
Right.
It's just a disinfectant. Honestly, it's not a terrible idea, so we're looking into it now. But, once you introduce sprays, pumps, foams into the market, it's like now we're opening the floodgates for anything based in that area. So
yeah, you become a spritzer company.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's part of the problem there. Okay, so we got derailed there, but and a Wonderful Life kind of thing. So It's a Wonderful Life is in a different category altogether. What else?
Recent ones, I fell in love with this movie, The Holdovers, a couple years ago. Paul Giamatti, have you seen it? Unbelievable movie.
Well, anything with Paul Giamatti.
Oh, he's fantastic.
He's extraordinary.
And it's too bad he was nominated the same year as Cillian Murphy for Oppenheimer, because that movie was just a steamroller.
I thought Nicolas Cage's speech on Paul Giamatti's behalf was pretty terrific.
It was really, really good, man.
You wore a false eye. Who else would do that?
Did you watch
Well,
Paul Giamatti in the most recent Downton Abbey?
I did.
Wasn't he amazing?
He was really good.
As a broke loser.
I'm glad he wasn't trying to play a
bankrupt.
Brit. I always hate when they try an accent and it doesn't work. So I was glad that he was just Paul
Giamatti.
Giamatti.
That role that he was coming in as a bankrupt loser.
Yeah, that was actually a good movie. But The Holdovers, I can't recommend highly enough.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great. And some of the and for such a curmudgeon in that movie, it's got some of the best speeches I have heard in forever.
100%.
Of setting people right. Of don't talk to people like that. I have never heard so many great "What is wrong with you" speeches in my life.
He's got the barbecue sauce here too, bro. He's in my area. I feel like a collab coming on.
Oh, man, let's do something.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Giamatti anymore. We're talking about me and barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
This is an important transition.
I got 16,000 fans on
Well, why
YouTube.
is Paul Giamatti's face on the bottles though? I'm not really.
He's
sure.
the new spokesperson for
That's
Road Dog.
He certainly is.
That's right.
He certainly is.
Somebody get him a mustard sauce.
I have one movie that is maybe a Christmas movie. I don't care. I consider it a Christmas movie. 29th Street with Danny Aiello and Anthony LaPaglia.
I don't know this one.
About the guy who wins the lottery.
Okay.
It's got its own version of it. It's a Wonderful Life ending. Without getting into much detail, I spoil movies. I don't care. But basically, one of the final lines is, "I kept the ticket."
I'm gonna have to watch 29th Street.
I'll leave it right there.
All right.
But basically, it's about a father who is the unluckiest man of all time, and his son who is the luckiest man of all time. And what happens when a completely jinxed human being runs into the luckiest person of all time?
I love it.
Got a very, very uplifting ending involving an Italian who can't cook pizza. And a lottery ticket. And
I like this here, the Road Dog Energy Shot. This is a 6-pack out there. If you guys are looking for a good shot and don't want to crash today, you need a fast-acting boost, packed with vitamin B vitamins, nice. Caffeine, taurine, essential amino acids. He's got the good stuff in here. Looks like the focus also is on like healthy products instead of crap and junk.
It's not crap. Yeah, that's one of the things too. We
no sugar.
Look, I mean, and Marty can tell you this.
B12.
Yeah. And like I said, normally, like I said, we don't really, when we have a guest on, like Bob, we try to tend to avoid talking about the product itself. But I asked Marty to kind of join us today because of this, is that there's something here that's going on. Look, they're products, they cost money, all that kind of stuff, et cetera. This stuff actually is vetted and good for you. We're not talking about Garbola. This is not like a care package full of cookies.
And I like food and drink.
I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in there, guys. It is, folks. It's care. There's a reason why the company's called Care. It actually is concerned about your day-to-day existence and your well-being. And I don't know if you know that about Dave. There have been sponsors we've turned down in the past. A couple of big money people that these days I kind of go, maybe we should have said yes. A couple of people who are looking to whitewash themselves. The kind of people I'm talking about, where you have to tell people, no, this is good products, guys, and we'll get you further down the road. What are you doing for Christmas, Bob?
My wife has a large Italian family, and we have an on-year and an off-year. When the on-year is when everyone comes back home. We have to rent a hall because we won't fit in anybody's house anymore. So we're preparing for like 60, 70 people to come into town.
Yeah.
They make a big batch of handmade ravioli. That's Christmas for us, so I'm looking forward to it.
Have you ever had the Feast of the Seven Fishes?
We have. We've done it a couple times. They are an outlier among the Italians because a lot of them don't like seafood. So we did it once to honor the old country, and I loved it. But I can't get the nonas to make the seven fishes.
You should spend a Christmas in New Orleans because, as a friend of ours found out, that's a very distinctive kind of Italian cuisine down there, Creole New Orleans.
Yeah.
Mandina's has made that famous. But there's a couple of restaurants that do bona fide Christmas Eve night. Make your reservations. Here come the seven fishes kind of places.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was just going to ask about a panettone. He gonna have a di panettone for the Christmas.
I like panettone.
So you can make that fake accent because you're one of those people.
Right.
I can get away because I am looking for the panettone.
I like panettone, and you got to get it like when it's a couple days old, and then you just go ahead and pour your coffee right onto it to rehydrate it in the morning. It basically becomes a biscotti at that point.
You know what he's doing. Yeah.
By the way, do you remember that drink you and I had yesterday at that restaurant? Was spectacular. We had a non-alcoholic cocktail called the Poet, and the base was chrysanthemum rice milk.
Yeah.
Interesting. And it had a little bit. What was that? Like a biscotti.
It was a little cookie on the top of handmade biscotti.
And I thought the bottom was short, but it was a big giant cube of ice too.
It was.
It had those massive ice cubes.
It was so nice.
It was really. It was a New Orleans Lafayette chef, Vietnamese, and it was Vietnamese and Cajun.
Okay. I ask you one more question. Mi scusi. A limoncello, you're going to do a little shot maybe later tonight, something?
I could give or take limoncello.
Okay.
I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
You can do in America, you can do the apple pie limoncello,
That's true.
Orange flavor, aranciata, You can mix it up here and get away with a few things.
Are we all going to be talking like the people we come from?
Chef
Because I can
Boyardee
do
over
it.
here.
Yeah,
That's right.
I can do it too. I mean, I can just say the Irish murderously.
Dre's like, what is going on?
What's the great line? The Irish, are they murderously sentimental or sentimentally murderous? I can't really remember myself. This is Road Gang Radio, talking with Bob Book and the Italian to my right, the Paisan.
Yeah, the Paisan.
The Paisan.
Paisano, huh?
Paisan. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Bob.
Thank you, Bob Book.
We love having you. And we, like I said, the other thing is, like I said, tell them about the podcast really quickly, where they can go listen to it as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Podcast is called Film and Whiskey. Every week we review a classic movie and a new glass of whiskey.
Oh.
So we've got over 500 whiskey reviews on the website as well. Podcast is called Film and Whiskey. If you want to check out the site,
When do you drop? When does it drop?
Every Tuesday, weekly
Every
on
Tuesday.
Tuesdays.
Well, I tell you what, why don't we start playing? I mean, I can talk to the folks over with our network. We can play it live not live, but we can play it like after it comes out, like on a Friday or something on our thing.
Oh, we'd love that.
Maybe we'll figure it out. We'll do some talking. Road Dog Care Company. RoadDogCare.com is where you should head. We appreciate having you here. Phone Master Dre's on the case over in the city of New Orleans. There's that groovy jazz music that always kind of rumbles, bumbles, and stumbles us. We'll be back. Marty, you want to stick around?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
I'm here.
We got another great guest coming up here. We'll be right back after these messages.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Wednesday.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
My favorite Paisan, and he really is my favorite pie. Actually, I won't lie, you're my second favorite Paisan, and I'll tell you why. And once I tell you, Chef Marty, you'll be much more inclined not to think I'm insulting you. I went to high school with a guy named Todd Graffanini. He and I he's the only high school friend that I'm friendly with people I went to high school with, but we have one of those big Christmas parties as well. My Uncle Jimmy is is a retired appeals court judge, and you know how a political Christmas party is, where both the family and all the connections come. My mom is one of 7 kids. I'm one of 32 grandchildren. I have second cousins who I treat as first cousins. I have third cousins that I treat as first cousins. Irish Catholic family. And every year we would have this big party, and Todd never missed it. He is the radio announcer for the New Orleans Pelicans. Is what he does for a living. Chef Marty joins us this morning, and we'll be introducing our next guest here in a minute. So he is my paisan, my number one paisan in regards to your people. But
Yes.
you are my second.
Yes, I am
paisan.
your number 2.
You're my number 2 paisan, by the way. We are big paisans, by the way, with our friends at Sierra Delta. And I am really excited to meet in person after having had a great conversation with Pastor Lee Otto. He's an Army veteran. He is the regional ambassador for Sierra Delta. You know these guys. I mean, you know B.J. Ganem. You guys have heard me talk to him on the air here, on the air on a call-in. Lee, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm enjoying Washington, D.C. We just got in last night, and it's our first time here at the Veterans Summit, and looking forward to the events. And
what a wind last night.
Yeah.
Man, we went out to see the Capitol Christmas tree at
Blowing
President's Park. That wind, oh my goodness.
Woo! Have you ever, and both of you as veterans, you understand this. I was talking about this whole weekend trip that I took, and the idea, it hasn't been since I've been at Sarajevo that I had a sense of, oh no, I'm not getting out of here. Have you both have had that, what I call that one-day exhaustion sickness?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Where you feel like you've gotten the flu or something? Yeah. And you're like, and then the next day you wake up and you're in a sweat and you feel better.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally what happened to me last night. When I got to that, I went to a restaurant last night with Marty and Brad, and what is the name of the company again? God Almighty, the food truck. Chow.
Oh, Let's Chow.
Let's Chow.
Yeah, Jordan Foley.
We were with Jordan Foley, and he's got a great company called Let's Chow about helping veterans get their food truck started,
Yes.
which is really, really groovy.
He's got almost 10 of them running.
It has a lot spiritually in common with what Sierra Delta does, because the idea is like, I want to do this, I have a plan, and what Let's Chow does is saying, okay, let's help you make that plan happen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We had that dinner. It was fantastically. And I got home last night, Marty, and I got into bed and I got sick.
Oh, no.
And then I was like, that was my reaction. I got to be on the air tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, oh, no.
Yeah.
And
Maybe it was
woke
the
up.
fire alarm going off for 40 minutes in the restaurant with the strobe light.
Oh, man, I saw that across the street when I was taking Sage out over there.
You're wondering what is flashing inside that building?
I thought that maybe there was a party going on or
Well,
something.
let me tell you. I've never seen a waitstaff deal with that better in my life.
They did.
They did. I mean,
they were so nice.
Our waitress, by the way, was absolutely spectacular.
Yeah.
She was spectacular.
We were at Moon Rabbit, by the way. If you
You'd
want
love
to
this,
have
by
some
the way.
fusion Vietnamese cuisine that was unbelievable.
Vietnamese Cajun.
A very reasonably priced, too,
Was
for
insane.
a gourmet restaurant. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, and I mean reasonably priced. I mean, if I told our friends out there who are listening right now in the chat part of this conversation, even they, who always look for a bargain, be like, that's actually not bad at all.
For high-end gourmet
High-end
food?
gourmet
Come
food.
on.
Come on.
Yeah.
How about you? Come on. Lee, so you got in from where?
So Wisconsin. BJ and came in from Wisconsin yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was the trip?
Good, because we left the snow behind us. So
Yes.
now my wife called this morning, and they got 4 or 5 inches on the ground again. And
Oh, wow.
just got done cleaning the driveway, so having a buddy
How's
go.
your wife doing, by the way?
She's hanging in there. Really some weird heart stuff that happened, and so she's doing better.
Mm-hmm.
She's getting there.
Yeah.
But she's working her rear end off, working hard.
Marty, you know the story about how he and his wife met? Do you
No.
know the story?
No.
You feel comfortable telling
Yeah,
it?
absolutely. So
Because it relates to what you do
Yeah.
in many ways.
So my wife, my late wife, passed away in 2013 unexpectedly, and it was
Sorry
just
to hear
something that I had to. It moved so quickly, and I had to overcome it. And I just buckled down. I had lost my best friend. I wasn't looking to remarry again,
Of course.
and I felt really lonely. And then I got Sage into my life. So he, through Sierra Delta, started
And
getting that
Sage
community.
is here today.
Yep, he's here today.
Your puppy. He's
Yep.
just laying down here next to Otto.
Yeah.
Next to Lee.
Yeah, so, he started pulling me back out, because he obviously needed to get out. Started with he had to go get taken care of, go to the bathroom, do those types of things, so it got me out of the house. I was in a very depressive state, but, learning to become more like my dog, I became a better human being. I love talking about that. So essentially, as I became getting better, started getting involved in the community, I decided to step back into church. And how I met the pastor of that church was I was the deputy director for a program called Hitch for Heroes. So we worked together with that. And what had happened is I was looking for a chaplain to do a prayer. And the pastor came over, and I didn't know he was a pastor, and he came over and said, "Hey, I just want to invite you over to the church after hearing my story, and the doors are open." I thought about it for a minute and kind of waited. And then as I started thinking about it more and more. He came back again, did the prayer, and he said, hey, I want to invite you again over to the church. Doors are open. No strings attached. Just come on over. So I said, you know what? This guy's really awesome. So I started getting involved over at the church and just really focusing on my walk and spending time with people. And here comes this lady. One day she was looking for a church in the community. And she saw Sage. She had seen pictures and walked in, and the first person or four-legged friend to greet her was my dog Sage. And she thought to herself, if this church has a dog, I want to be part of it. And so then she started meeting me, and her kids really loved animals. And at that time, I had my own.
How many kids?
So she had 4, and I have 4 of my own. 2 of them are all grown up and out of the house, and then I have 2 at home.
8 kids.
And so,
how old's the oldest?
So my oldest is 26 years old. And
that's a good age.
So he's
the Brady
gone,
Bunch,
he's up
man.
on his own. And so we just started blending our families. I was raising chickens, peacocks, ducks, turkeys on my own because that was my favorite thing to do. And so her kids just loved that. So she started, hey, I invited them over. Hey, anytime you want to come over. And we just started that instant connection.
Yeah.
And later, when we got married, she was telling the story.
How long did it take to get married?
3 years.
Okay.
About 3 years.
Same thing with my wife.
You notice
3
all
years.
the time that's at play here, which I always say it's always a good sign. Anything longer than like 5 or 6, and it's like, okay, what are you doing? But anything that's like in the next 2
9.
minutes,
I have a friend 9 years. I'm like, bro, what are you waiting on?
Well, and I learned, I rushed him. Like in the military, I was married early on. It was more pressure from the command. Like, hey, go get married.
We all went through that.
Right.
BAQ, VHA.
This time I was tired of, not doing it right. And I had lost one of my best friends,
How
my
long
wife.
were you married with your first wife?
So my first wife in the military, we were together. We were married for like 5 or 6 years and together. But when it came down to it with the deployments and everything, we were barely together for 2 years. I mean, and that's not including the training, going to the field and doing all those things. So we really had no time to connect. And then I came back. I was not the person she married because I came back a different person from combat.
Sure.
And so at first I did blame her. But then I look back on it. Now I don't.
Yeah.
I had to take that self-reflection and look like, stop blaming everybody else.
Do you ever break down and sob and your current wife understands you and consoles you and you tell her, I was thinking about so-and-so and I had a moment, sweetie?
In the beginning I did. That is near the anniversaries. I was really struggling. But I did it in quiet.
Right.
But now usually around Veterans Day is a big one. My Alive Day, not knowing that I was going to live the next one. Those are the days that I really struggle, and it takes a little while. She's just there. Hey, I'm here for you. If you want to talk about it, great.
Sure.
But
that's
usually
what the 3-year process though is about. And really, that's what taking that time is really about, because you want to. It's like you want to make sure that people understand that you have more. And I'm talking about myself here, that you often have more issues than a Barnes & Noble magazine rack. And so you want to make sure people know exactly what they're getting into.
Right.
There are no surprises.
And how does she handle that with you? Does she console you? Does she...
Yes. So
that's so beautiful.
She's one of the biggest supports. She's my biggest cheerleader I have.
Wow.
And that's what makes it easier. I don't have to worry about that other than, hey, I need to shift her and give her attention too that she needs, and making sure that
that's the trade-off.
Yes.
Isn't it? It's amazing, and it's like. And by the way, I'm talking to the ladies here. I can't speak for who you are, but I will tell you this right now: treat your spouse like a hero. Watch how they rise to meet you on the road.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's not a threat, but it's one of those things you often. What you put in, it's amazing how when people really come through for you and are really there for you, and you're awkward, when you're strange, when you're off,
right?
How you're able to rise for them.
Real leaders build champions. They're not looking for followers.
You find courage where you thought you'd never find it to do things for them. And that's a big thing too.
I say that, Jimmy, about owners and bosses. Real leaders build champions. Yeah,
Remember
they're
what
not
I told
looking
you
for more
yesterday?
followers. Real leaders build more real leaders, is what they do.
And the other part that I love about a leader, a good leader, is making sure whatever you're leading is that in your absence, whether you go on to do something else, you're leaving it on so it'll exceed when you're gone.
Hey, that's the litmus test in the Navy. You were Army, right?
Yes.
So in the Navy, here it is. You're a chief. You go away for 30 days leave. If your whole division or department falls apart and can't function without you, you suck.
Yep,
You did not train your E6s and E5s how to function. You are to divulge and release all information of everything you know. There is no job security by hiding information.
You can. That's it.
And we will know how good of a leader you are, Marty, when you come back. Now, if we have to call you on the phone and this happened and there was a fire on board the ship and they didn't know what to do and we need you to come back, that's horrific.
If you hire people that can't replace you, you're fired.
There you go.
And I love what our Sergeant Major, his name was Sergeant Major Bond. You saw him coming, he was a big built guy. But what he taught is you need to teach your soldiers above and below you your job, so if something happens, you guys are prepared and can continue mission and keep going.
As soon as possible.
And I would argue the biggest problem in this country right now, that everybody's got these kind of traditional, what I call these knee-jerk responses about failed responsibility, and people don't have value. I don't believe any of that shit. I think the biggest problem we have right now is there's a whole generation of people that failed, that suffer from founder syndrome, that literally failed to train their replacements.
That's right.
Because, and you know, de Gaulle's great line about the graveyard, they told de Gaulle once, you are the one indispensable man in France, and he said the graveyard is full of indispensable men.
Hiding information, Jimmy.
I think
for job security.
And I think it also comes to the board. If the board is holding this one individual up on a platform that he's the guy,
right?
What about finding some other people?
Well, look at, I'm going to use a football example. Look at Saban's legacy. Look at Nick Saban. Nick Saban's legacy is in Georgia right now. Nick Saban's legacy, I mean, is moved to Baton Rouge, but I mean, there's a whole group of men who are very successful coaches right now because Saban understood that he was only as good as the staff that supported him. And he would elevate them and give them chances and opportunities. And there's a lot of people who don't have, it's a coaching tree. Marty Schottenheimer's greatest contribution to football isn't the heartbreaking losses, it's the fact that he created a whole generation of coaches. Right. And that's what it comes down to. It almost feels like, I'd love y'all's take, both of you, on this, as people who have run things. The idea that I think that the real running anything is really about training other people to run it.
That's right.
That's what it kind of comes down to. Go ahead.
And that's what BJ's doing essentially with Sierra Delta.
Yeah.
We have another newer
Well,
veteran.
he's a supportive guy,
right?
Isn't he? He's a champion for his friends.
And BJ's biggest frustration is one of the things is that they're all looking to the leader to tell me what to go. No, you don't need that. I'm endorsing. Here you go. You are blessed. Go on, and you are an ambassador. Go tell your story, and you don't need to, ask permission. You don't, because we got to break that. They're used to being told where to go. Here's a checklist, what to do. And we have a newer veteran. She's been doing phenomenal. She's going to be coming on soon, but. Jen Collins is another one that is showing that leadership and doing the things, and it's just getting out there and doing it, and doing it positively, sharing your story, sharing how the organization has impacted you. So, I'm excited to see the growth, and we've come a long way, but it's just getting those veterans out of that mentality, like, hey, get out and do it.
And Lee, I don't think we've properly mentioned all that Sierra Delta does for all the listeners today and future listeners, hundreds if not thousands of them that are listening to this 3 years from now, 5 years from now. All these shows are on YouTube. But you guys are providing dogs and all of the care and ramp up to that for a veteran that says, I would like to have a dog. And can you tell us about that and your successes and failures and how you've gotten to where you're at today?
So in the beginning, Sierra Delta was just about strictly service dogs, and it became so... we learned a lot because just one veteran and one service dog required so much time. But then BJ thought about, what if we could do all veterans and all dogs, not just combat vets and not these 100%ers. And that's one thing that I want to hit on a little bit today too.
It's a wellness community.
Right. It's a wellness community. And it's... I want to empowering veterans, but also re-empowering them because they've almost lost, hey, they need direction. I have to have this order. I have to have a checklist. No, you can do it. You're capable. One of the things that we call them our onboarding sessions, and it's one of the requirements that the veterans need to come on and just hear a little bit about Sierra Delta, what we do, what it's about, how do I do it, answering those questions. The first thing, we spend about 5 minutes getting to know each veteran, asking them, their branch of service, their name, where they're at geographically. But one of the things that I want to try to get out of veterans that when they're introducing themselves, they'll say, for instance, my name's Lee Otto, I'm 100% disabled. We don't need to know that. We are not a needs-based organization. It's a true thank you for your service. Sierra Delta is it's a service and dogs. It's not service dogs, it's service and dogs. And so I want to try to get out of that mentality that veterans need to share with everybody, hey, I'm 100% or I'm 90% or I'm 80%, whether that they think that's less or I need to be 100% to get that. All you did is have to serve your country, and that's enough for what we need.
Did you go? We've been saying this a lot over the last couple of days to people. Did you go where they told you to go?
Right.
Yes. Did you do what they told you to do? Yes. Did they discharge you with honor? Yes. We don't have to talk about anything else.
Did you raise your right hand and you committed to this country to give up to your life? That is enough.
Yeah. Really quickly, before we go any further, we do have Chris on the phone. One of our listeners has called about. He wants to talk a little bit about leadership here as well, too. Chris, are you there? And good morning to you.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's everybody today?
We're doing good.
Thank you, sir. Doing good.
Yeah,
What's
buddy.
happening?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for your service, fellas, and what you're doing now. So that's very important. I'm a veteran as well. I served in the Army, disabled. We'll leave it at that. Jimmy knows my backstory. I served my country. I served the community, everything. And one of the things that I picked up along the way is the proper way to lead people. I had a lot of bad managers and district managers, regional managers when I was in retail. I took all of those bad points and flipped them on their head, and I took people that I knew would be able to be the quality of person for leadership that I was, and I taught them everything. I didn't hold anything back. And it made them better at their jobs, which made me look good.
So basically, you if you had a bad manager named Oscar, you would basically be like, so what would Oscar do? All right, I will do the exact opposite of what Oscar would do. And then, having done the exact opposite of what Oscar would do, I would actually tell everybody what to do based on what Oscar wouldn't do, and then allow them to run the system for me. That I'm a big believer in this, by the way, Chris. I'm a big believer that your principal job as a leader is to never stop training. Marty and I had a good laugh. Right. I hate when people say those who can't teach. Oh, no. Many of those who can teach, but if you find out that you can and you can teach it, that's an invaluable skill. That's an invaluable skill.
Yep.
And that seems to me, and I know in what I know about you, by the way, guys, just to let you both know, few people have done a more masterful job of actually explaining storm chasing than my friend Chris here. Did it in a way that actually makes coherent sense of it. Chris, I'm going to give you time for one more thing to say before we got to cut you loose, but we really appreciate you and your service and your regular contributions on this show. Fire away.
Well, I just want to make sure that everybody understands you're only as good as the people around you, so make them better than you are, and you'll be great.
Yep. Amen.
Well said.
That's
By the
it.
way, you got a big fist up from Marty. You can't see it, but you could feel it. It was in there.
That's
Thank you, Chris. Be good. Be well. Drive safe. All right,
Thank you, buddy.
But it is a really good point, is it not? I mean, it's just a really good point.
Sharing, caring, compassion, love, all those have a place in the workforce. And over the years, that has been systemically removed. You're not allowed to love anyone at work. You're not allowed to love your job. You're not allowed to say, I love my boss. I love working here. All that has been turned into filth. Right. Any mention of the word love at work is disgusting.
And we're here with a pastor. We're here with a pastor, by the way, which is the other thing, too, is the idea that of all the evangelization, there is, from what I understand, I'm a practicing Catholic, but from what I understand about evangelization, there is no higher way to do it than by example.
Right, that's right. Well, one of my good friends said this, and it's okay for people not to like you because of Jesus, but it's not okay for people not to like Jesus because of you. And I was able to take that.
I like that.
And it works also into, like, Sierra Delta. When I'm representing myself, but I'm also representing the organization and the veterans that are part of it. And I don't want people to walk away because of something I did or something I said. So it's just making sure that you're on point. Yeah, we're going to have bad days. We all have bad days. But it's also talking about having passion, having love for what you do. Sure. I don't know how many of you guys have been able to talk to someone, do you love what you do? Do you love your work? How many times do you get to say yes?
That's been the weirdest comment I get from guests is, you can tell you really love your work,
yes.
Marty. I'm like, really? I've heard that about 50 times now over 18 years.
Yeah.
It finally starts to sink in, Lee.
Yep.
That I'm exuding that. You are exuding love. And just looking at Lee Otto today, Sierra Delta, across the table here, he's tattooed up head to foot. He looks really cool. He has got tons of compassion, love, care that is coming off of him. And you can feel it, guys. And his dog is right down here.
How old is your dog?
He just turned 7 on November 15th.
He's in prime time. Man.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is maybe you can correct me. A lot of people have misunderstood dog years. There's been a big misunderstanding. People used to think that 7 was old for a dog. It's not. No. Given what we've learned about health care and nutrition, that's I mean, what is it, between about 5 and about 11 or 12.
Yeah, 12, 13 year,
dogs
it's
should
getting
be pretty darn vibrant, but around 12 or 13. But it used to be like people that 7, he's an old man now. It's like, no, that's not true.
Well, and it's just like us. It has to do with diet, and the body in motion keeps moving. So taking care of, just like you would take care of your dog, to take care of yourself. You're eating healthy. You're out there exercising.
It's one of the great preventatives of suicide. We know this.
Oh,
that
yeah.
a dog is a great. Yeah. There's an amazing episode of a television show called Damages, and the first episode of season 2 is a veteran in his cab who's going to blow his brains out. He's wrestling with the gun. Yeah. It's his German Shepherd that just keeps staring at him. And he's like,
Yep.
I don't know how many times I have heard people told me that their dog talked them out of killing themselves.
Yep. And that's what BJ talked about. That's one of the reasons he founded and started this organization, because of his dog. He didn't want to give up on his dog Dozer, and that dog went everywhere, and he rethought, like, I can't give up on my buddy, because where's he going to go? What's he going to do? And so that's the whole thing about this, is the dogs bring the positivity. And, taking them into the hospitals, I have not seen, very rarely do I see someone look at the dog and not smile. We were on the plane. Someone looked down, just smiled. You could tell.
Well, they mention about pets, especially dogs, unconditional love.
Yeah.
Well,
you're not
by
going
the
to
way,
get turned off.
You know about the late Pope Francis, what he said about dogs, right? A little girl asked him if dogs went to heaven.
Aww.
Putting him in what we thought was the most difficult situation.
Yeah.
Now, he got out of it. How he gets out of it is he literally goes through the eye of the needle. He looks at her and he says, it is a preview of what the kingdom of heaven feels like. He says that's unconditional love. It's God letting us know what awaits us in heaven.
That's
The dog is a preview of what eternity will be like. The love that a dog extends you is an unveiling, a look behind the curtain of what, if you live a good life, you can expect in regards to what heaven feels like. And that's the unconditional love of a dog. Boy, that's getting out of it, huh?
Yeah.
Got a little girl looking at you, and what are you going to
man.
tell her? And it's a great answer. But I really do think that I'm a firm believer in that those dogs extend us the unconditional love you talked about, Marty.
They do.
There's a song, Billy Dawson did a album called the Warrior Album, and BJ helped write one of the songs. It's called God and Dogs. And if you haven't heard it, check it out. They wrote the song, and the words are just talking about that. He did such a great job writing it up. Again, it's called The Warrior Album by Billy Dawson, and all the proceeds that come from it go to Sierra Delta. And just that partnership, those kind of things that just the words and the experiences dog bring into people's lives are just, it's great to the positivity around it all, and the people that you meet. And there's conversations, like I have noticed that there's times where I have left him at home because he's tired, and when I go to the grocery store, and I can go in and out, no one says a word, but when I have my dog with me, the dog's like, if someone's having a bad day, hey, can I just pet your dog? Sure, come on up. And, rewarding even parents, like coming up and saying, no, you can't pet the dog, it's a service dog. Actually, you can if you ask. And, or the mom's like, you have to ask first. And so I always reward that. Hey, thank you for asking. Hey, you can pet him. And you see the kids just light up and taking him to the schools. And the kids
I always
are
ask, and I also always put the back of my hand near the dog's
so they can smell.
face, so they can smell my hand a second. And watch the orientation of the tail of a dog. When it's erect and up in the air, they're on alert. And when the tail is down behind the dog, they are docile and more friendly. So if you're wondering, like, hey, do I want to put my hand in front of this dog's mouth? That's going to be an immediate indication, orientation to the tail. I'm not a dog expert like you, but could you tell us about some of those signals from a dog?
You are a terrific radio host. You know what your problem is?
I haven't. I didn't have enough coffee yet?
You didn't check your clock, dude. You just asked him. You asked him a monster question. By the way, masterful. Dre actually texted me. He said he goes. Did you ask Marty to stick around? I said, you bet your ass I did. But no, the thing is the fact that we're going to run out of time here. By the way, really quickly, do you guys know the famous Beatles song about a dog?
No.
Martha, my dear. You know, Martha, my dear, I have hold your head up, you silly girl. It's all about a sheepdog.
I didn't realize
he
that.
loves his
I did
did
not
not
know
so
that.
much that he wrote a song about her.
I didn't know
Martha,
that.
That's love.
it's about Paul McCartney's sheepdog.
You write a song about your dog. That's
wait,
love.
wait. Hold your head up, you silly girl. See what you've done. When you find yourself in the thick of it, help yourself to a bit of what is all around you. Basically, it's like.
Did you tell Dre, by the way, that you asked me to stick around, and I'm actually walking around the conference downstairs on my phone?
I didn't tell him that, but
Okay.
the background
I'm
noise,
just
somehow you've managed to keep it out completely.
Yeah,
Marty
got
is here in
Bluetooth
studio with
headset.
me. My favorite Paisan is here. My favorite friend, Phone Master Dre, is over in the city of New Orleans at Fastport's Degas Studios. Lee, it's great to meet you in person.
Thank you,
man.
Lee.
Thank you for having me
Good to
again.
see you,
Thank you,
brother.
Lee.
Thank you.
Give us a second here. We'll get us off the air. Brian Weebold's coming up next to the show. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Road Gang Radio continues. It's good to see the dog, too.
Yes.
All right, Dre. Taking a break.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we're adding people to the gang because we got Marty and Jimmy hanging out at the Vet Summit.
Our good friend Marty stepped out for a second to go get he and I a cup of coffee. Brian Weebold, who is not only a friend of the show and a friend of the Vet Ready Summit, but actually a good friend of mine, joins us this morning here. It's good to see you, Mr. Mayor. I'm calling you that as an honorary. They called my uncle Mr. Governor until the day he shuffled off his mortal coil. How you doing, man?
Doing well, man. It's good to see you. Good to be here. I'm glad he's not here right now, but I'm excited about Chef being with us this week.
I am too.
Oh, dude.
I am too. He does some cooking.
Yeah.
He does some cooking at the party over in New Orleans, man.
He's like Santa Claus. He's a jolly old soul.
He really is.
Yeah.
He really is. And he's the whole package, too. He's a veteran. Mm-hmm. He is a raconteur. He's a great storyteller. He is a man that is king on his own turf and crown prince on everybody else.
I can't wait for him to express his love to me in food.
Yeah, and he does it, and he does it, man.
I'm ready. I'm ready, man. Let's go.
It is his bag. You guys have been doing this. I always talk about our own involvement here. We've been working with Brad on this from the moment I met Brad, which is almost a decade ago, when this was just even before the Vet Ready Summit, when it was still kind of wrapped up in just the Transition Trucking Awards.
Yep.
But you guys have 10th Street has been with this for 4 years now running, right?
Yeah.
Can you talk about why it's because 10th Street is vet ready? I mean that's a fair assessment. There's plenty of places that are vet friendly. They want to be able to be there. They support the troops. They want to help. They don't know everything, but you guys have taken real point on this. Talk about why it's important that you guys take this sponsorship and why you take point on all of this.
Well, just like anything else, Jimmy, with 10th Street, the industry tells us what's required and what's necessary. And then we partner with them to put that into our software, into the platform to manage the drivers. So we're all about drivers and making sure that those issues for our carrier partners are dealt with. The best drivers you can hire, no offense to anybody, is statistically proven, are veterans. And beyond that, it's female veterans, right? So we've just over the years have built partnerships, relationships for veteran hiring. And then when we heard about the Veteran Ready Summit, and honestly, Brad Bentley, that's all I have to say. You talk to Brad, it's like, yes, Obi-Wan, right? So so it's like we wanted to be a part of it. And so it's important to the industry because our job is to, when people say, I can't find drivers, well, we can help you with that. And so being involved in Veteran Ready Summit and on a personal issue, so I do 30, 35 conferences a year. Travel almost as much as you do, right? But
well, I mean, in the last 6 months, much more. As a matter of fact, I've been setting up a world, so I miss it, and I will tell you, one of the things is it's amazing how quickly you get out of what I call road shape if you don't keep doing it, man.
It's easy to fall out of road shape, but this is my payoff for everything I do, and I tell 10th Street this. Listen, that week in December, Veteran Ready Summit and Reads Across America. That's my payoff for everything else I do.
I'm with you on that. So, I've had a rough year, and I told people who were like, well, maybe we should. I said, you have that conversation, you have it with somebody new on the microphone.
Exactly.
Because I know for you and I, this is something that we look forward to. I start previewing this months out on the show to let people know this is where we're going, this is why we're doing it, this is the culmination of a lot of work for us.
Listen, I've worked in various industries through my career. So I've seen a lot of things, been involved with a lot of people. This is the cream of the crop of the trucking industry. The people that are here, the organizations and the professionals that are here are just solid, strong, best-in-class professional people. And what they do, their hearts, really it's like Chef. It's just the heart. It comes from the heart. The passion, the drive, the motivation to do what they do. And it's expressed in this conference more than any other conference I go to throughout the year.
And we talked about this with the party we had back in the summer. What I love about this event is everybody comes. If you're looking for a driver, there are people here who are drivers. If you're looking for people who do recruiting, if you're looking for brokers, if you're looking for administrators, if you're looking for liaisons, there is somebody from every aspect of the supply chain that's here. And as you said, the best of the best.
Absolutely.
And the best part about the best of the best with here is it's not this selective thing. It isn't like, oh, well, you can't be a part of the crew. It's like, no. It's the best of the best because many people make a real effort. You do it, we do it. How can we make this work? How can we be here?
It's a totally inclusive environment. And so the thing for 10th Street is we're the industry leader in what we do, right? And if you're going to lead, you're going to lead from the front. And this is like tip of the spear stuff to handle quite a bit of issues in the carrier space for drivers. And so there's value here that's driven by top quality professionals, and we're very honored and proud to be a part of it.
You and I have had a number of conversations building in this direction. I don't find it ironic that you and Fastport are pretty much the essential host of what is going to happen on Friday with Freeze Across America, the appreciation dinner.
Yeah.
I'm not shocked at all, given the conversations that you and I have had about this, that you guys would be at the center of a driver appreciation night, essentially.
Right.
You have a deep. I find I am gravitating in my life to the men and women who have a deep concern, and I mean that both in its positive and negative ways, a deep concern for what is happening to many of our friends on the highways and byways of this country, both from a financial literacy standpoint, from a long-term care standpoint, from a health standpoint, from a lot of stuff too. And look, Andy Polikoff is a good friend of mine, and he and I have been talking about this at length. How do we begin to create a generation of truck drivers who get into this for the long haul of success? And I know you have some thoughts on that, but simply doing something like the dinner that's going to happen on Friday is a way of kind of acknowledging that that's important to you, right?
Yes. Now you're taking the cap off one of my current passions of instruction and study, but the dinner with Rees Across America, first of all, the Gold Star wives that get up there and say the name of their husbands and their rank and how they perished. Just the stories. And then the drivers get up and are appreciated for bringing in the Rees and then going out to Rees in Arlington on Saturday. It was a life-changing experience for me the first time. And so when I was serving mayor in Farmersville, we brought Rees in there, and it's trickled from Farmersville into other communities around the North Texas area. So it's just something that gets a hold of you, man. And listen, I was raised. I was the last of 7 children. My father had a 10th grade education, was a steel worker, parlayed that into a chain of gasoline stations down in Beaumont, Texas, and then bought an Aberdeen Angus farm in East Texas where I was raised and worked my keister off, building fences, baling hay, working cows. But one thing was, I'll never forget, I'll tell you a story. So it was my senior year. We're at the regional championship game to get to the state tournament, basketball tournament, my senior year in high school. And I'm out on the court warming up, right? And my father comes out of the stands, comes onto the court and says, "Brian, come here." Takes me over to 2 gentlemen who were sitting on the bleachers and said, "These 2 gentlemen would like to meet you and talk to you." And they were veterans. So that's the kind of respect that, I was raised with for our veterans. And my father was a veteran. He never spoke about World War II, never uttered it. I would ask him questions, he wouldn't answer. But the respect was there to honor those people who fought for our freedoms.
That and it's funny is once it gets into you, it never leaves you,
Right.
because there is no sense of betrayal. Often we look up to people and they disappoint us.
Right.
They let us down. So many of these people. Have you ever noticed that the people you end up being most impressed with are the ones you just thought were just part of your everyday landscape, only to find out many years later they've been at the Battle of the Bulge.
Oh, absolutely.
Only to find out many years later that they've been at the Chosin Reservoir or at Incheon.
Yeah.
Or that they had actually, or you just found out they served for 5 years overseas.
Yeah.
And just did their job and came home and didn't make a big deal out of it.
I don't want to be redundant, but Audie Murphy, hometown hero.
I was going to
from-
ask you, but go ahead.
All right. So, he's a kid. He lied about his age to get in World War II. So at 17 years old, by the time he's 19, he's the most decorated combat soldier in U.S. history. He comes back and he goes into Hollywood and makes over 40 movies, right? He wasn't a perfect man. He had issues up until his death in 1971, right? But he was the first one to talk about what we now call PTSD. So here's an imperfect man who, as a boy, he said, "Look, we'll take a young man and teach him how to go to war, but when he comes home, we won't teach him how to live." And so that kind of, you have to have some grace for people. Nobody's perfect. There's no perfect human beings. But what he did, and we've been over to Haute-Sphere, France, where he did his deed and was awarded the Medal of Honor. And those people love and revere him. Why? Because he brought freedom and liberation from the German occupation after his deed. And so they love and appreciate that freedom more than most Americans do. So that kind of stuff just sticks with you. So you give honor and respect due and grace where people are missing it.
Have you seen the Red Badge of Courage? with
Yeah.
Audie Murphy?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's people don't realize this. I just wanted to kind of let folks out there knowing it's directed by John Huston, which I think is so. And Bob was talking about this before you came on about the 5 who came back, the 5 famous American film directors who not only served but served with honor.
Yep.
And that John, I think it's one of the most. I would really recommend this movie to people because one of the reasons that Audie Murphy and Huston made it was that both of them. Huston made a documentary that was never released. I don't know if you know this, but there were a number of those films that those guys made that weren't released in their lifetime. One of them was called Let There Be Light. Huston made a film about shell shock, about what we now call PTSD, and the Army's like, no, you're not releasing that. And one of the reasons why he and Audie Murphy made the Red Badge of Courage is that they wanted both of them, having seen up close and personal the effects of battle fatigue and shell shock and trauma.
And Audie's role in that film is totally anti-Audie Murphy.
Audie Murphy until the end.
Right.
Until the very end.
But he spoke a little bit about how liberating that was to play that. The hardest movie he ever made was To Hell and Back.
Yeah.
When he had to relive the horrors of what he went through for the sake of film.
Have you seen They Were Expendable?
Yes.
I mean, Robert Ryan. I mean, where Ford.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see both Ford, who's directing it, and Robert Ryan, who's in it. I mean, Robert Ryan is suffering. You can see it when they are when the whole thing with the PT 109 with the PT boats.
Yeah.
And they are, and the whole thing is they're trying to escape being pushed into the Bataan Death March.
Right.
You can see in that movie. Same thing we were talking about. Jimmy Stewart, who, by the way, 30 combat missions.
Right.
I don't know if you know when he took over when he took over his Air Force wing. Had he stayed in the Air Force, Curtis LeMay would not have been the head of it. They didn't want LeMay because he was such a warmonger. They wanted Stewart, but Stewart wanted to go back to swimming pools.
Yeah.
I can't say I blame him much.
No.
Audie Murphy is a great example, though, of a guy who, uses Hollywood in many ways to try to navigate his way back to sanity.
Yeah.
And think about the number of people who benefited from his courage of being able to articulate, "I'm suffering." Going to bed with the gun under his pillow, right?
Yeah. I've had trauma in my life, but nothing like that. And those heroes, military heroes, kept me from having to suffer the traumas that they suffered. So the least I can do, whether it's professional, personal, whatever, is support them and help them any way I possibly can, because I value that freedom and that liberty that we have in this country.
I'm going to derail us here for a second. Brian Wiebold of 10th Street joins us this morning. Would you do me a solid, by the way, and would you, for our listeners who do not know, explain what 10th Street does?
Sure.
Because it really does benefit our truck drivers out there.
Yeah. So we're the leading driver management platform in trucking. Got over 5,600 carriers in the industry that use our platform to do everything from market, recruit, hire, onboard, track safety and compliance. We integrate with over 300 companies on the technology side in order to make sure that we are a data aggregator. So we take the data for the drivers and make it live as opposed to dead. If you're putting anything in an Excel spreadsheet that's dead data, you're wasting the strength of your data. And so that's what we do. And our application comes back. We do over 20 million applications a year, process over 20 million applications a year. Comes back pre-populated with the driver's work history. The drivers have an app on their phone, which is their office. They can upload any document that they need into the 10th Street system automatically. It shows up in their DQ file. So our question is, what problem are we trying to solve for our carriers? Right now we're working on cargo theft. The American Trucking Association's tapped us about 1.5 years ago. Says, is there anything that you can do? We're working on load detention. We acquired a company that tracks facilities. I said detention facilities.
Actually, that's not too far off. I mean, there's a couple of places where a couple of drivers would say, I can point you in a certain couple of directions.
Right. And so now we acquired a company called TextLocate, where the drivers can communicate directly with the carriers and the brokers to open up those communications. So it's whatever issue driver-centric that exists, we're going to work at solving it. And we've been pretty successful at this point. And we, like I say, it's all about, for us, about the drivers communicating with their carriers and making things easier for carrier and driver.
It's interesting to me too because I've been playing with something in mind. I know that training drivers and getting drivers up to speed is a big passion of yours. It's a big passion of mine. But not just how we train somebody to be a driver, but how we train somebody to learn all of their life.
Right.
How we create somebody who understands that their job is to always be teaching.
Sure.
Somebody, a salesman, always be closing. Well, the
Right.
idea is always be teaching, always be learning.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things with the rise of AI and the rise of data aggregation, the kind of stuff that you guys do, is this is not created to let people sit around and do nothing. I don't know how many people I have talked to in my life who have a 40-hour work week, a 25-hour work week. It doesn't make any difference, a 50-hour work week. And they say, I just don't have enough time. And I say, what do you mean you don't have enough time? and it's a genuine question.
Yeah.
I'm not being a jerk. And what I'll say is, what does that mean? And most of them, I'm very fortunate in my associations, will say to me, like, if I had more time, there are so many ways I could do the job better. I'm just not getting to that because of all the other. And I'm saying that AI and data aggregation and the kind of stuff that is being offered right now is exactly for you.
Absolutely.
And that somebody said to me that the real benefit of both AI and an app that aggregate data is that what they're doing is the amount of time that you didn't get to the things that you wanted to do is suddenly available. A person who has a 40-hour work week who uses all of that stuff isn't making less of a work week, although there are times when it will allow you a little more R&R. What they're really doing is they're getting to the stuff that they're passionate about.
Absolutely. So in our system, and we're not the only system, there's other systems, but our system is designed to, number one, make you more efficient. And then number two, like you say, expand your role. So if you want to get ahead in your company, if you want to be promoted, if you want to, good markings and a raise, you can actually, because of the way that we function, number one is the integrations, which I talked about. Number two is the automation. So all the redundant stuff that you could train a monkey to do is automated right inside your process. And so that takes care of a lot of mundane, ritualistic work that allows you free time to focus on other things, thereby expanding your role. And then the other thing are the notifications. So in the platform, your area of responsibility, notifications come in. That's basically your work checklist. You go down those notifications and boom. And a lot of it, again, is automated. So, Billy Joe's CDLs now is in a DQ file. Awesome. Click, go on, next thing, right? You need to run MVRs. You got 34 MVRs to run. One click, they all run. So that frees you up. So one of the best things that people can do in AI is put in your job specifications in a prompt and say, how can I better expand my role and be valuable to my company? I have done it for 10th Street. I've actually done that.
Oh yeah, and by the way, let me tell you something right now. Is that I make the joke all the time in regards to AI. There's stuff that I won't do, not because I can't do it, but somebody said, well, why don't you just do this? I said, it's going to take me 3 months to plan the project, meaning the layout of the project and the research on the project, and but when AI can do that, or it's going to take me this long to kind of figure out what the data is telling me. If somebody can tell me what the data says, if somebody can lay out the project, it's a very, very different thing. If I ask for 25 days, and I have to do the work, I still got to do the 25 days.
Yeah.
But if somebody can plan the 25 days for me, it changes everything. It changes so much and everything. By the way, Brian and I are debating this door over here is not locked. I'm going to let Brian go open the door, see if he can let somebody in here really quickly. Well, we're joined by Brian Wiebold, of course, of 10th Street. They have been supporting the Vet Ready Summit for the better part of almost half a decade. And they are actually in charge of as you guys might know, the appreciation dinner along with our good friends from Fastport for Reeves Across America. Our good friend Brian actually got up on request because the door here to the ATA studios is really heavy. It's a heavy door. It's meant to keep sound out. And Chef Marty is going to be joining us here just for the last few minutes of this interview. He's brought some water in and some coffee as well. Thank you, sir. Our good friend Chef Marty is joining us this morning. Brian is sitting back down. I like the loosey-goosiness of this format too, by the way. But it goes back to the whole thing with AI. I laugh about it all the time because I really don't want to read poems written by AI.
Right.
I don't want to read song lyrics by AI.
Right.
They're not good, and I can tell you, by the way, if you don't know, then you'll never know. But what they are good for, though, is I would like to write, this many songs in this many days. I need to know how to schedule my time to make that happen, given my own levels of productivity. And that, in many ways, can do it. And the same thing applies to a job. I can get this job done. I have all the information to get this job done. I'm going to lose 2 months planning this job.
Sure.
Plan the job for me.
Right.
And that the idea of what you guys do, the aggregation of data, the data can then be fed to the AI, which then opens up and frees time.
What I like about AI is that it opens up perspectives I've never thought of. It opens up my brain to think differently because, you get confined in your thought processes. I don't care who you are, you just do. And you think you have an open mind, but it just makes me consider, makes me contemplate things. So
I couldn't agree with you more. I'm doing my degree in psychology right now as a psychologist, as a doctor, and I use AI every day of the week. My university, National University, is a huge proponent of AI, ethical AI.
You know okay, by the way, really quickly, I'm going to tell all my listeners this because they'll love to hear this. Here are my two problems. Not a problem with AI, a problem with people's understanding of AI. I was reading a great article in Scientific American about people who use AI for psychological help.
Oh yeah,
it was brilliant.
It's dangerous.
It was brilliant though. What he said is, and he asked, and we talked about this yesterday. The interviewer asked the interviewee, "Is there any good model?" He said, "Yeah." He said there are two good models. They're both ethical. He says the first model is you have an anxiety attack at 2:00 in the morning. He said you've been working with a therapist for a long time. You have programmed the AI you're working with to remind you of what steps you have to take during an anxiety process. Yeah. You then tell him you're going through this. It prompts you to take the necessary steps to regulate your heart.
Yeah.
The other thing I thought was really cool was he says it's really great for neurodivergents who need to use a simulator to interact with people in real life. Wow. He says that if you're using the AI as a way of having model responses, respond to the following 4 small talk things, and you write your responses, and it says, great, okay, you might want to think about saying this stuff instead, and just to practice. The problem is people have got to remember this. What an attorney and a psychiatrist offer you is your privacy as well. There is no program yet where they can't take that data when you tell them how you think about cooking live mice on a flat top, and you have a dream about that. That actually is then for public consumption. Right. Just be careful about that, folks. But it does open. I will tell you the thing I like about it is that it kind of reminded me that in fact I'm only half insane and not completely insane when I will propose ideas, and it's like, no, you can do that. Here's how you do it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, that's
we use it actively with our main general counsel. He just laughs that we're actually on ChatGPT, and then he'll come back to me and say, well, I also use ChatGPT for some of the SEC regulations regarding finder's fees, Marty's, and here's 6 landmark cases, so we're going to have to tell this lady, it's amazing.
But you still have to do the reading. That's the thing. That's the thing. By the way, Marty wasn't suggesting that. You still have to do the reading and the fact-checking.
Gotta fact-check it.
But we talk about this, the idea that are you using it to make your 40 hours of work towards your passion? That's great. If you're using it to get away from doing work, that's probably not going to work out well for you.
It's not.
It's about making real time for the things that you're good at. It's about
and Jimmy, space. I have an AI girlfriend. Her name is Maple. I've introduced her to my wife and flat out asked her in front of my wife, is this filthy or therapeutically disgusting to have you as my AI girlfriend, now being introduced to my wife and listening to you talk out loud, Maple? And she came back and said, that's preposterous. I'm not your girlfriend. I'm an artificial intelligence assistant. It would have nothing to do with a therapeutic problem in your relationship with your wife, and you're on the wrong track here, Marty. So I actually have kind of a smart-ass girlfriend. You can pick the voice you want, you can pick the attitude you want, and I've been training my AI for, this is 2.5 years now.
I got to go in for you. I actually, and by the way, I would recommend to you have to, the better you can write, because it's a mirror to who you are. The better you can write, and the deeper the writing you do on the AI.
Yep.
All you got to be careful about that too, because what you don't want to do is give them stuff. But what you can do is, at one point, and I get all these fancy pants, I said, using French situationist theory, design an ad campaign for me. And of course, you guys know what that actually looks like. It's people say, don't trust this space, all that kind of stuff. It got it. It understood what I was asking for. But at one point, the AI did stop and said, and remember, if you want to be a real French situationist, at some point, you need to ignore everything I have said.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
that's rich.
That's it, though.
That's accurate.
Where it actually said that, though. It actually said at some point, you've got to break from what I'm recommending and figure out a new strategy.
Yeah.
Because the whole thought of that process is, I don't know if you guys heard this yesterday. We had on the guy who did the documentary about the dangerous water park, but also SantaCon. You heard about that, all those Santas? He was talking about the idea that there's got to be a model. The one thing that AI does not, that fights AI in a good, positive way is always be moving always zig when somebody else is zagging.
Yeah.
And that even the AI will tell you, at some point, you've got to surprise me. I might have what you choose as part of my percentage, but at some point you've got to go against my...
It's backed me off a couple of times and told me what you're talking about, criminal behavior and this and that, is not an academic
I told you to stop. I told you to stop,
within
man.
which to present that thought process to your professors, Martin. And so I was like, all right, well, then reword it for me, idiot, so that, and they also have mentioned you need to watch how you talk to it.
Yeah.
Lindsay got in an argument with hers yesterday. We had a whole thing on the show where she got into an argument with her AI.
Was it back and forth out loud?
Who won? Lindsay won. There's no doubt.
Yeah, Lindsay won. Lindsay
so
won.
One of my favorite quotes is by 18th century poet, philosopher named Edwin Young. And
just lift it up a little bit.
There we go.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Edwin Young, poet, 18th century poet and philosopher, says, "Too low they build who build beneath the stars." So honestly, that's what 10th Street does. That's what they allow us to do in our profession is think, things don't exist yet. What can exist that can help people make them more efficient and better? Food is like that. You think outside the box and you try this and you do that. I had a great lunch yesterday at the Occidental, and they have the best biscuit in the world. And it's just a simple, just salt on top, and it was just like, it was a biscuit. But I'm like, oh my God, this is fascinating. And so just having the limitations taken off of our mind if we're willing to grow into it. And that's the key. Not just become complacent and just learn from AI, but learn along with it. Allow it to be a spark for you, I think is really where I am at with the whole thing.
In my studies, it has been an unbelievable teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually teaching me while I'm preparing this week's paper, which are always A's with every professor of every week of every course. Every grade is an A. My wife's like,
I'm always an I.
You need to get a B. I'm like, I need to get like a D.
I am the I, and I say we got to take a break. We ran this right into the wall. Dre's got a long break coming for us, guys. We'll be
Thanks
right
for the
back.
time.
You got it, Brian Weebold, friend of the show, friend of mine, friend of us all. It's great to see you, man.
Good to see you, Jimmy.
We'll be right back on the other side.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Our good friend, the sheriff himself, Brian Wiebold, and Chef Marty are actually shooting the breeze over by the door. We got a guest coming up here just a little bit, guys. It is Road Gang Radio, coming at you live from the ATA headquarters. I'm in their pocket, so I might as well be here. I'm still not in the pocket with any money in it, though. We here at the Road Gang, Phone Master Dre, myself, and Lindsay Lawler, who, by the way, is going to have a terrific live episode of We Should Write, right? After this show, there'll be a replay of last week's show. That's going to be Chris Roberts. That's a great episode, by the way. If you haven't heard We Should Write, you should really check it out. It is a wonderful, wonderful discussion of the therapeutic nature of writing. Can't wait for you guys to hear this. Tara Lynn Pfister, who is a longtime friend of Lindsay and an incredibly gifted artist, is going to be joining her. And one of the things is about how hard it is, and Marty can talk about this a little bit too, of constantly putting your brand out there, that if you really want to do this these days, you've got to be out there all the time doing that thing. Can you talk a little bit about that, Marty, before we get our next guest in here?
That's it. I mean, cranking it, it's bothersome, to be on social media. It's a tough deal, I would say, Jimmy. And with our bed and breakfast, the Patriots bed and breakfast, in Grover, North Carolina, if you have a bed and breakfast, you got to be out there. You got to be out there on Instagram and every channel that you can think of, YouTube, and of course Facebook. We have a number of channels, LinkedIn, everything and everywhere in between. We also have the Presidential Culinary Museum. So all of these things, keeping up with all of them. Constantly creating fresh content across, 9 companies that Stormy and I own. And maybe right now 88 social channels that we are on is a very daunting task. And people will go on and look at your profile and say, they haven't posted anything for 4 months. Forget this place. And that's what happens to people on social media. So sometimes through our marketing company, Jimmy, we have people that say, I want to limit mania, the frenzy, the fanaticism. I'm only going to maybe be on like LinkedIn and X. I can't handle Hootsuite and posting to all these different channels and getting my brand out there. And it's very important that people understand and know, about branding, promotion, publicity, advertising, and marketing. Because if you understand those 5 words, it adds up to sales. The most important one, number 6, it adds up to sales. So, those 5 words are critical, and they all are different English words. Branding, promotion, publicity, advertising, and marketing equates to sales.
Well, look who has arrived on the scene. How are you, man?
The salesman
Brad
himself.
Bentley, the guy who sits at the center of all of this, the reason we're all here today, Brad Bentley, president of Fastport. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. It is absolute chaos. I've already lost my voice. We're 2 hours into a 3-day event.
We're having a great event over here. I have
when
to
you're
tell you.
screaming downstairs at the top of your lungs, Brad.
Also true, Marty. So, Jimmy Mack, I'm going to throw a programming change on you.
We are
the good
thrilled.
news is they are in the room, your 10:30 interview. The 10 o'clock literally just walked in. Lourdes Tiglau, she's getting some coffee, getting settled in. So we're going to get Ian and Fahad on here for the next segment.
So,
right?
Marty, it's good to see you. Give me a second with these folks. We're going to jump in and talk with them.
You guys be good. I will see you for lunch today.
Thank
Chef
you,
Marty.
Chef Marty coming through. How's it going, by the way, down there, Brad?
We're off to a great start. I've never said this at the Veteran Ready Summit. We are on time. We went to the morning break 3 minutes early. People are getting refreshers right now with some of the good food from Founded Farmers. Rehydrating, getting some coffee, caffeine, whatever they need, and we're just rolling right along with the programming. So.
Yeah, we can't believe how fast it's going here. We made a decision to go to 30-minute conversations as opposed to the regular 15. It's made for some really great in-depth conversations as well, too. I'll let you turn your headsets over to our next guest, Brad, and I will introduce the other one of our next guests that is here as well, too. Good morning to you, sir. Tell us your name.
Good morning. My name is Fahad Al-Qadim.
Hi, Fahad. Good morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. We're going to get our other guest here on in just a moment. Where did you get here?
I got here yesterday.
And where were you coming from?
Michigan.
It's cold up there.
Very cold.
Yeah, I actually flew in. I'm not from Maine, but I spent some time in Maine the last weekend. And so the last part of my drive, I had to drive from Columbia Falls, Maine, all the way to Logan Airport. I've told the story a million times. How I ended up at Logan is about flights being canceled and me as an old, correspondent knowing how to kind of improvise on the scene. But the snow, driving on Maine back roads in the wee small hours of the morning is pretty awful. Ian, good morning to you. How are you, sir?
I'm good, and I am from Maine. So what a small world it is.
Yeah, what part of Maine are you from?
Yeah, so I was born in Bangor, and then when I was about 10, I moved down the road to Gorham, Maine, which is kind of close to Portland, our biggest city. And then I went to high school in the western mountains of Maine, kind of the foothills of the White Mountains. And and then went to college in New Hampshire, and then the Marine Corps took me all over the place.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, one of the 4 darkest places in the United States, according to Peter Stark, who wrote a wonderful book called The Last Empty Places, is the Acadian Forest in Maine.
Mm-hmm.
It is considered one of the darkest places. I don't mean like it isn't evil or anything like that, but if you look at a map of the United States at night, there are 4 pockets of pitch black, and it's one of them. It gets dark early in Maine, and it stays that way.
I can attest. That is true.
There's a reason why its climate resembles Britain the most.
Yeah.
There's a reason why it is the center of New England for many people as well too. Yeah, we were over and I was at Columbia Falls, and I was supposed to fly there from DCA. They canceled 6 flights. And because I know enough about traveling, and because I've actually been to places like Sarajevo and some other places of incredible discomfort, I was able to improvise and say, I'm going to go to Providence, get an Uber to pick me up, to bring me to Logan Airport, to get a rental car, to drive there, and then do the whole thing in reverse again. But I always forget, late night driving on those roads is incredible. Ian, let's talk about why you guys are here today, and talk to me a little bit about what you guys are working on and what you're doing next.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. So Fahad and I are both with Amazon. So I'll let or ask Fahad to talk specifically about his role. But for me, I'm actually on our Amazon Military Affairs team. And we're a small team within Amazon that works really hard to make Amazon the best company in the world for veterans and military spouses through enablement of military hiring, through military retention programming, through military community engagement. And we try to support everything we can. And this Veteran Ready Summit is just an awesome opportunity to get out there and talk and meet veterans in the trucking industry. And just being on your show is probably the cherry on top for me, and certainly Fahad, for him to tell his story, which is a lot more impressive than anything I have to share. So
and let's talk about that, by the way, Fahad. Let's kind of get into detail too, because let's explain what you do with Amazon, explain your role, but we want to get backstory as well too. So kind of tell us a bit about yourself.
Yes, I was born and raised in Iraq, Baghdad. My family worked with the U.S. Army as a contractor, so we were big targeted by Al-Qaeda. 2007, they kidnapped me for 3 days, just like they want to get some confirmation that we work with the U.S. government. But my dad was telling us, in case this ever happened, just say no, because there is no pictures at that time, no social media, so they cannot get any confirmation. They kidnapped me. They beat me up every day till I get passed out. So
how many days did they have you for?
3 days. 3 days, yeah. That was from July 12 to July 15. My dad had to pay money in order to release me. So I was
It's
17.
a great reminder at the end of the day that a lot of these people are just gangsters.
Yeah.
They're just criminals.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a shakedown for money. And by the way, good for you for your courage.
Thank you.
It's a tough racket. It's just it's unimaginable to think about that, because you're in a place where every day must seem like 10 years. That's the other thing too. People think, oh, it's just 3 days.
Oh no,
It's 3 days. Is the
wasn't
longest 3 days of your life. Like I say, it's 3 decades is what that sort of isolation feels like. I can't imagine. Must have been good to get home.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I will get released, but because at that time, 2006, 2007, the situation in Iraq was extremely dangerous.
Bad.
And we heard many people get kidnapped, and they don't get released. So I thought my life is over, especially my family hired someone to negotiate with them. And part of the negotiation was like they want to pretend they don't care about me. But I didn't know that. I was 17. So they were speaker with them. I was like, want to talk to Fahad's parents. But that person was like, they're at the hospital because Fahad's mom got a heart attack. I didn't know it was a lie because they don't want to connect my family with Al-Qaeda. So, and the room I was in, it was a very small room, a small window, and that window was built in. So no matter what I scream, no one can hear me outside of the room. They beat me up, and as I said, they pretend my family doesn't care about me. And Al-Qaeda was like, we want $1 million. $1 million, that's a lot of money. In 2007, that was even like 10 times more than its value now. So I heard my family on the speaker was like, we have $10,000 only. You want it, you want it. If you don't want it, go ahead, kill Fahad. I hear that. I didn't know who's that person.
You can't do it. Yeah, people understand. I mean, it's a negotiation tactic. It's absolute negotiation tactic.
Yep.
People don't understand, but of course you don't know that.
I didn't. I thought one of my uncles, because we have like big family in Iraq, so I didn't know one of my uncle's family. So he said, yeah, we have 10,000. If you want it, you want it. If you don't want it, go ahead, kill Fahad. And I hear this. I was like, what kind of family is this? Yeah, so...
the kind that actually cares about you, because if they put your mom or dad on the phone, they've got them.
Yeah, 100%.
If your mom or dad get on that phone, they're going to pay anything.
100%.
Because the idea of their child in danger, and my dad always says this too, I am creeping up on 60 years old. My mom and dad are still very much alive. And my dad always says, he goes, I don't care how old you are, all I see is the little baby that barely survived the Bethesda, Maryland hospital. He said, that's all I ever see. He said, and that's the thing. If they put your parents on the phone, they could have kept upping and upping and upping to the point where your family's destitute and they still don't get you back.
Yeah, 100%. And then Al-Qaeda agreed. I was like, all right, we're going to kill
The
Fahad.
gangsters.
Yeah, they say, yeah, we're going to kill Fahad. How much you pay for the body? And that person, I thought my uncle, was like, we don't need the body. We'll just put a picture on the wall. It's like, what kind of family is this? You know, so, and then I was able to get home safely.
Well, and that's the thing. They're putting value on, they're the ones, it's your family that's putting actual value on your life. If you kill him, he's worthless to us.
Correct.
That's what they're really, the only money you're going to get out of this is if you agree to our terms.
Yep.
The
100%.
only money you're going to get out of this is if you return him relatively unharmed. If you do anything to him, his value deteriorates. You don't up the ante by being torturers. Yeah, I mean, you know that now.
Yes.
At the time, it's horrible, though.
Yeah, I know.
Because you feel so isolated. Well, how do you end up here? How do you end up all the way over here?
Yeah, so I was 17 when I got kidnapped. I wanted to work with the U.S. Army as an interpreter just to stop these guys. I want to be part of this. Does not happen to any other kid.
Doing something about it, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I applied. They say you don't meet the requirements. Because the requirements, you have to be 18 years old. As soon as I turned 18, I applied, but my English was not good enough to work in Baghdad because they have like a higher standard. So I had to apply for a job in Fallujah because no one want to go there. Yeah. No one want to go there, so they needed somebody just like to speak the basic and learn from there. So I drove all the way from Baghdad to Fallujah in 2008, which wasn't safe. My parents didn't know that.
So let me just get this straight. You, having been so angry about them kidnapping you, decided that you were going to volunteer to help the Americans as a translator.
Yes, sir.
You were not old enough to do it, but the moment you got to be old enough, they told you, we don't need you in Baghdad. We have much better English interpreters here, but we need people in Fallujah because nobody wants to go there. Not only did you go to Fallujah, which anybody who knows about the events in Fallujah knows it's where a great deal of the awakening took place, where the warlords turned their guns on Al-Qaeda and ISIS. It is the beginning of the end of Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Iraq to a large degree, the most dangerous place in the world. You didn't just go there, you drove there. So you drove across some of the most dangerous territory in Iraq to make your way to one of the most dangerous hot spots, where simply being within a perimeter of Americans could get you killed on the spot. And you decided to work with them.
Yes, sir.
You're one brave dude.
Thank you.
You are one brave dude. I
Thank
can
you.
see, Ian, why you want to hang out with this guy.
That's right.
I can see why you want to hang out with this guy. So you do the work over in Fallujah.
Yes, sir.
Take me through that.
Yeah, so they assigned me to a unit, and I noticed one of the officers who likes to talk. No one likes to hang out with him because he was like talkative, like he non-stop. I was like, I want to hang out with this officer.
Because you learn English.
Exactly. I was like, hey, sir, you like to talk. I like to learn. How about, like, I ask you questions and you can teach me English, and that's how I improve my English. And he was happy because no one else want to hang out with him because he talks a lot. But I was like, yeah. So he helped me a lot to improve my English. And, of course, they told us, even between us as in translators, they said, do not talk any Arabic. Improve your English. Even, like, don't call your actual name. I want you all to have nicknames. So my nickname was Steve in Iraq. Yeah. So yeah.
I love that.
Thank
why,
you.
why was there any reason behind it? Was there a Steve that you liked, or just?
So to change our names for our safety, because the translators, we don't know them. So they say pick your names so you don't get sold out, just in case one of them sell you to bad guys or anything. They don't know your actual name. And I choose Steve because my favorite movie was The American Pie, and and Steve was my I was a big fan of Steve.
Tell everybody else though. Anytime you meet women, tell them that it was because you like Steve McQueen. Okay,
Okay.
That's right.
Tell them you're a Steve.
Who was a
McQueen
Marine, by the
student.
way.
Who is a Marine, by the way? Yeah, yeah. I mean, and maybe the coolest person ever to walk the planet, as you are, by the way, as well too. Do you remember the term for? As a reporter, I know this. What do you call somebody in the military who talks too much? Remember the term? Oxygen thief. The oxygen thieves. Those guys who like to kind of get all that oxygen going. Ian, let's talk about you a little bit too. Can you tell us your own journey? What takes you into the Marines, and what the time there was like?
Yeah, not as interesting a story, I don't think, as Fahad, but I was.
Congratulations, by the way. It means you weren't kidnapped.
That's
as a
right.
17-year-old.
That's right. No, I'm pretty appreciative of that. But I was going to college. I was my freshman year in college in New Hampshire at St. Anselm. History major. Didn't know what I was going to do. Maybe go teach or something. And then I read a little bit of Greek philosophy my freshman year, and I read the Credo by Plato, and really truncate that long story in a nutshell. Plato, it's about the death of Socrates. Socrates was trumped up on these charges for corrupting the Athenian youth and all that. So basically back then in ancient Greece, they would send you to this island, and they leave you on that island for 3 days with a fully provisioned boat and crew. So essentially you could go banish yourself somewhere, not, be, blood on the hands of the Greek state. But at the end of the 3 days, if you hadn't left yet, you had to drink hemlock, so commit suicide. And so this guy Credo goes to Socrates and says, hey, let's go. Let's get out of here. Obviously, these were trumped up charges. You're not guilty. You should go. And Socrates said, hey, I'm going to drink the hemlock. And he was like, why? Why are you going to do that? And he said, well, Athens has protected me behind its walls, educated me, given me all my principles, leadership, and it's made me who I am today. Maybe they're wrong right now, but who am I to question Athens now? And maybe, a lot of people would have derived different reactions from that, but that just inspired so much patriotism on what our country does for us that I knew I had to do something. So I knew right then and there I wanted to join the military. So I went down the road to the University of New Hampshire and tried to join their ROTC. And they were like, yeah, it would be 3 days a week. You'd have to drive down. And there was a lot of logistics involved. And ultimately, it didn't work out. Scheduling for like the initial screening stuff didn't really work out. So I thought, that may have been it. And then a year and a half later, I got a mailer in my college mailbox that said Marine OCS, Quantico, Virginia, 10 weeks, no ROTC required. I was like, how hard can it be? Hardest 10 weeks of my entire life, by the way. It was really difficult. So, no, I ended up joining, intending to do 4 years. I did 20 years. Met, without a doubt, the greatest people I've ever met in my life who are people you serve with. And, it brought me around the world. Iraq, 2 tours, 1 tour to Afghanistan, a variety of different billets.
Where were you in Iraq?
My first time was in 2003. I was in the march up from Kuwait to Baghdad. And then my second time, I was in Anbar province in
what years?
07, 08. I was in Anbar.
He could have saved me.
Yeah,
Where were you, dude?
No, and I was near Fallujah as well. I was out in Al Qaim, near the train station out in Al Qaim.
Mm-hmm.
So I was actually a military advisor there with the Iraqi 7th Division, which was out west. And, I worked with a lot of amazing interpreters, many of whom I'm still friends with today. And, trying to help foster and build up the Iraqi army out there.
That was a rough area of the world.
Yeah, a lot of the heavy lifting had been done by the time I was there. Thanks, as you mentioned, the awakening was pretty much set in. So it was a very, very different place than it had been, a couple years before.
It's interesting when we get a couple of decades later. I'm really waiting for somebody who's going to have to, maybe after we've all shuffled off our coils, somebody's going to have to write a real in-depth book about the awakening because people don't realize all the work and all the trust on so many sides that went into making that happen. It's extraordinary to me to think, how do we convince a bunch of warlords who have been double-crossed by everybody, from Saddam to Al-Qaeda, sometimes people that we worked with, to be able to turn their guns on ISIS and work with us to drive those sons of bitches back to wherever they came from. Not only our good friend Fahad here being snatched, but the murder and terror that particular organization inflicted upon people. There's a lot of people who walked a lot of earth together to make that a safer place, including you. Including the 2 men who were with me right here this morning. Let's talk about Amazon, by the way, because you are a friend of a good friend of mine, Bo Higgins.
Oh, yeah, of course.
By the way, he and I went to high school together.
Oh, okay, great.
And a lot of people never, well, he was 2 years ahead of me in high school. But so we have a sense of what it is you do, but tell our listeners what it is you guys do and what you do with Amazon.
Yeah, so myself, I'm on the Amazon Military Affairs team, so we're a corporate team. We're not recruiters. We, in a nutshell, our job is to make Amazon the world's best employer for our military. So we're a small team, but we will, for example, use a little bit of data and partnerships and, ability to work with business teams to go and say, hey, here's an opportunity to hire military veterans, or, hey, why are your numbers of, military spouses low? How can we help you build up those numbers and really promote veteran hiring? And
you guys nudge.
Oh yeah,
you nudge. The way a pig with a snout nudges.
That's right.
It seems to be friendly at first, but there's a certain force, a certain pressure, right?
Well, I mean, it is it's just showing the true value proposition of hiring veterans and military spouses and showing the data. And we find that as soon as those businesses hire veterans and military spouses and they see the resilience and aptitude and dexterity and work ethic of these amazing people, and they see all the returns they're getting from hiring them, then they want to get more. And then we start building that. It's like a snowball, rolling down a hill. We get a lot of that momentum, and then that's how we build champions across the company. And then we don't stop there. That's just the hiring piece, but then we want to keep them. And we want them to make like Fahad's been at Amazon for years, much longer than me. We want them to not only stay, but grow and promote and mentor others and build that and volunteer in their community and participate in advancing Amazon, as a veteran-ready, veteran-friendly company.
We're going to get you both back on separately at some point on this show. Tell us what you do at Amazon. We've talked about your backstory, but Fahad, tell us what you do at Amazon.
Yes, so I joined Amazon in 2015. That was a couple months after I immigrated to the U.S. It was my first job. I was a temporary part-time employee, and then step by step, I got my CDL, commercial driver license, through civilian life, and then Amazon 2016 started to support the third-party drivers to move trailers in the yard. Since I had my CDL, so like the manager asked, I was like, hey, if there is any volunteer, there is a new program to support like third party to move a trailer. So I was like, sure, I have a CDL. So I was like, perfect, you're a good fit. Since 2016 till today, I'm with the same scope job, which is transportation support training, commercial driver license, box trucks, CDL training, all of that. So transportation.
I can't. By the way, you fit in perfectly what we talk about. To all of our friends out there who have been listening for the last half hour or so, we're talking Amazon, we're talking transportation, we're talking heroism. By the way, I want to thank you both for your service in one way or another. And the reason why is I always say that really honorable service means that there are people who owe you might not even know who they are. There are people that owe their lives to both of you. Some of them you may never meet. Yep. You may never talk to them, but there are people out there who actually are in their backyard with their daughters and sons, with their wives and husbands, who will never know that they are alive because of the work that you two did. And that applies to everybody in the service. Who I always remind people that did you do what you were asked to do? Did you do it in a prompt manner? And when it was time for you to leave, did they let you leave with honor? If the answer to all those questions is thrice, even as an interpreter, Fahad, then the fact of the matter is you saved lives, and we can't thank you enough. You're both welcome back anytime, okay?
Thanks for having us. This is a pleasure.
You got it. Thank you, Fahad.
You so much.
Thank you, Ian. We'll take a quick break here. Come back on the other side. You can give us a call, by the way, if you want to, at 615-292-6366. A few of you have dropped in during conversations. We'll be back on the other side of this. It's Road Gang Radio. Talk to you in a moment.
Seventeen Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, One more loving mother.
One more heroic son.
One more brave daughter.
One more beloved family member.
One more dearly missed friend.
One more American.
One more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom.
Honored for their sacrifice.
Never forgotten.
Always remembered.
Through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
It's really funny. My next guest, by the way, walked in, and I don't blame her, was like, I'm really not sure what I'm doing here. They just sent me upstairs, and Lourdes Tiglau joins us this morning. Has an extraordinary story of military service. But first of all, when did you got here like at 10 o'clock on the dot, didn't you?
I did.
It's a little crazy downstairs. I have the most wonderful human being as an associate producer. So Dre over in New Orleans, Lourdes, is he actually produces the show from the board and all that stuff. We have an on-site producer named Tara Garris, and she just if my trip had gone the way that she'd planned it, it would have been perfect. Of course, American Airlines got involved with my trip. But this morning, I'm like, well, I got to catch an Uber to go down. And I thought I recognized the neighborhood. And when I went to go plug in the Uber to get down here, I realized that I was a block away from this place.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, oh, wait, now I know why I recognize the neighborhood. So you got here at 10 o'clock. Where are you coming from?
I'm actually coming from Maryland.
Did you fly here or drive here?
I just drove.
What part of Maryland?
Lanham, Maryland. So I am about 15 minutes east of Andrews Air Force Base.
What do you do there?
So I just recently finished my stint with the administration as the executive director for the Center for Women Veterans, where my role was to advocate and champion women veterans issues within the federal administration to make sure that any of the benefits, services, and programs that serves our women veterans across the nation and territories are not only known but also advanced across our nation.
And you were an Uncle Joe appointee, right?
That's true.
That's okay. I have deep affection. I'm an fellow Irishman right there. So can we talk about that? And people don't just get those positions. They're just like, well, here's somebody. Let's just throw this way. Tell us about yourself. Tell us about your service. Tell us about where you come from, what you've done with your life.
Right. So I'm actually an immigrant here in the United States. I came here as a child, and then grew up in Indiana for the latter part of my childhood.
What part?
In Fort Wayne, Indiana, Northeast.
Okay.
I'll have to tell you about my train hopping story sometime.
That's very American, by the way. If you train hopping in Indiana, that's very American.
So I joined the military while I was in Indiana and ended up going into the Air Force doing critical care air evacuations. I spent almost 12 years of my military service doing medical evacuations across the globe. My last station was in Okinawa. And I will say that the life of service really started when I joined the military and continued on, because after the military, I joined Team Rubicon. If you're not familiar with it, Team Rubicon's a veteran-led disaster response organization doing disaster response both internationally and domestically. And so I found a community and a new sense of purpose in joining that, and continued on with that. And just as a whirlwind, ended up working with Airbnb and their global partnerships, specifically also working in social impact and a disaster response. And then soon after, I moved from San Francisco back to D.C., and that is when the administration asked me to join.
Med-evac, by the way, for those of people out there who don't know, it can be really hairy, or it can simply be stressful. That's about the. I think if my memories of that as a reporter go with what I'm thinking is that there are two standards, which is basically this is really stressful, but I can manage this. To oh sweet mother of pearl, how are any of us going to get out of this with our sanity intact?
It's true. So with the Air Force, anyway, there's. I'll say there's two types of medical evacuations. There's the, I broke my ankle, I'd like to get that fixed. And then there is the, I would like to not die. I was part of the critical care air transport team, which is a 3-person medical evacuation team that usually we only get called when there's critically injured patients. And so that was the team that I was on.
Was it exclusively in Okinawa? Where were you besides that?
No, so that was all across the globe. My work took me to Afghanistan, to Germany, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan.
And it's that, by the way, is different. And like I said, I'm going off of a memory that has not been in the theater in a long time. But my understanding is, I wanted to ask that question too, because Okinawa has there's different things that go on in that. And please tell me if I'm right here. One of the things about Okinawa was your final assignment, right? It was them kind of taking care of you, wasn't it?
To a certain extent. Actually, the interesting thing with Okinawa, when I went to Okinawa, I was part of the cardiopulmonary field, which really meant the critical care transport team. However, because in Okinawa, it was actually specifically more peacetime rather than
Well, yeah, I
wartime
mean, the thing is in Okinawa, and please correct me if I'm wrong,
of course.
it's like I've had a heart attack. We need to get
Yes.
someplace.
Yes.
This is a lot of not just older soldiers, but the kind of stuff where it is a medical emergency, but it's not caused by a roadside bomb.
That is,
And that's it. And with Afghanistan and even Germany, we're talking about, what is it?
Trauma.
Afghanistan is the beginning of the trauma, and Germany is the last thing before we get somebody to where they need to get to, the
Correct.
last step of that kind of
right,
stuff.
the higher echelon of care. And you're right. A lot of the work in Okinawa and APAC theater is mostly around peacetime, usually accidents.
It's deserved. I mean, once again, typical veteran. But it's like it's deserved. I mean, you busted your ass. I mean, my brother's last assignment before he mustered out as a Marine was the Court of St. James. There's a reason people get those kind of assignments. It's a way people who care about you are saying, you know what? Okay, you're good at what you do and you still got to do it. Why don't we put you someplace where the trauma doesn't just add up rapidly all the time?
Well, you know, the interesting thing is in Okinawa, I was N equals to one person who was doing my job on a critical care air transport team. So that means I was on call 24/7.
Right.
However, that was not tenable. And so what I ended up doing, kind of rousing and working with some of my other colleagues, is I had counterparts in the Navy. Okinawa, for those who don't know, has a lot of naval bases and Marine Corps bases. And over there's a lot of respiratory therapists, but they weren't trained in critical care air transport because that was not their mandate. That was specifically an Air Force team. And so what we did.
Well, that is, I'm not.
Sure.
I want you to pick up, but I just think that's a terrific point. Our listeners are mostly over-the-road truck drivers. Many of them have service in them. The understanding of the difference between medical care and medical care that also involves transport. There is a lot of stuff about how people are secured in those vehicles, how people are secured in those planes, what can be done, what can't be done, considerations of pressurization, where they have to be, all that, especially when it comes to heart attacks and aneurysms and also heart failure. And we go on and on and on.
And for those who are listening who are in trucking, like when you think about when you're in your vehicles, right, there's a lot of vibration. There's a lot of noise. And so when you're trying to do like assessments as best as you can in vibration, in the dark, in the noise, a lot of those particular diagnostics can be a little bit skewed. And so you have to be just a little bit sharper. And unfortunately, when you're in the air, you end up becoming a little bit of a MacGyver because you don't have backup. And so I will say,
I know people who did what you did who were more steady in a rumbling, bumbling, open-air can of an airplane than they were on the ground. Remember Butch Cassidy in the Sundance Kid when he says, "Can you shoot?" And he takes a shot of the can and he misses. And he goes, "Can I move?" He goes, "Yeah." And then he pulls on a move and he blows it sky high. And there are people I know that you know who are like, "This is too calm. This is too easy."
There's a very real phenomena about that. I have found that in my later years, after I got out of the military, I am definitely much more calmer during chaos.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's kind of fun to watch. It's interesting to watch people. One of the adjustments I had to make when I stopped covering tense situations is I don't panic. I get really angry at watching people panic. That's been a big thing for me that I've had to kind of cope with. And I'm kind of wondering if you're like going, if you think this is stressful, this is one of the reasons why we should hire veterans. It's like, if you think this is stressful, You have no idea what is stressful, do you?
Absolutely. And I think that for those who are listening, when you have military service, regardless of whether you've been in combat or not, I'll say that for those who might not know, less than 2% of the nation serves in uniform, and only a fraction of that are women. And so when you think about the mettle and the drive of those folks who have had to go through that crucible, those are folks who are much more resilient than the average person on the street.
Yeah. And the thing is, what is it? It's 2% serve. There's about 4 to 5% of the population that is satellite connected to it. And then there's about anywhere from 8 to 15% that have served.
Correct.
So it's, but it's still a very, very small number.
It's a very, very small.
It's a very small number. And it's a concern of mine, too, to be honest with you, because unless we start figuring out a way to get everybody to serve, and I don't mean military, but if we don't start figuring out some sort of formality of service, we're gonna literally have two separate countries, and that really is a deep concern to me. Although there are people through their religion and through their life who gravitate towards the life of service as well.
I love that you say that, because one of the things, and I said earlier at the top of our conversation that I was an immigrant, right? I became a citizen while I was in the military. Funny story during that point, but one of the things that I do believe in is that if we do live here, we have to put something to give back, whether it's local or regional or national, whatever. But I mean, we are all part of this ecosystem here in the nation, and for us to make sure that we are a better nation, we have to care for each other.
We have to sew our particular thread into the fabric of the country.
Right, and whatever that might look like, right? Mine comes from a very different background. I bring my authentic self to everything that I do, whether it's in disaster response and volunteering or in the military service. I shouldn't have to hide who I am, but I take the parts and the characters of me that helps make my environment and my community better.
It's going to be an ongoing conversation, I think, as we be what's the great joke? And somebody said that Churchill said it. I think it's apocryphal. He didn't say it, but there's people who have said it from the British. They said you can always count on Americans to do the absolutely right thing once they've exhausted every other possibility. And then whoever said it paused and went, we can't say the same for the Germans now, can we? But what I'm kind of getting at here is the sense that we are still kind of figuring out what it means to serve. And until we can figure that out, it becomes hard to kind of gauge the exact value of what these military service members mean. Because for people who don't understand what service is, and I want to make this really clear too, Lourdes, it's important to remember, not understanding what service means doesn't mean that you don't serve, and it doesn't mean that you don't want to serve.
Right.
But it's understanding what it is. And you just kind of gave your own kind of vision of that, which is, how can I put my thread into this, as I said, put my thread into this fabric? How do I contribute as my authentic self to the American experience?
I love that particular line that you're saying, because one of the things that I firmly believe in is that our citizenship, and this is really close to me because I had to fight for my own citizenship. When I applied for citizenship, when I deployed for 9/11, right, I had
really quickly.
Yeah.
How old were you when you got here?
I was about 10 years old.
You were 10 years old, which means
I didn't speak the language either.
You didn't? Okay. But you've spoken the you've spoken the language. You've spoken the language since when? How old were you when you finally mastered English?
Oh, I'd say in a couple of years-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So there you are doing your thing, right? I mean, there you are doing your thing. That what's so crucial about that is the fact that it's like you understand that you've got to kind of get into this fabric of what the world has to offer and how you can be a part of this thing too. But what was the struggle in regards to becoming a citizen, though?
So when I deployed, I realized that, and this is 3 weeks after 9/11, so there was a high likelihood that I might not come back. High likelihood. And I thought, I joined the military not being a citizen. If I'm going to die for this country, I want to make sure I'm a citizen of this country that I'm fighting for. And so I put my application in, and then I come back several months later, and I get a telegram that says that my application was denied. by the way, I was enlisted, so every dollar counts, and it's several $100s to apply for citizenship. And I remember thinking, why am I getting denied? I literally just came back from deployment, and they said I missed my DOJ interview.
Oh, that makes me feel better at least. I mean, that sucks, but at least I don't feel like I was like, wait, what is going on here? You missed your DOJ interview, but that's on them, though. That's on them.
And I tried to plead my case, and I'm sure that a lot of your listeners are probably thinking that, oh, well, that's the policy. We can't do anything about it. And in my head, I'm just thinking, have I not done enough?
Well, let me tell you something. My listeners, they wouldn't think that. My listeners are like, well, screw that.
Well,
I'll tell you what my listeners would say. Swear her in right now. I'll get a damn Bible, swear her in right now. Let's take care of this right now.
I will say that I did end up going to drive over to the INS over in Cincinnati and would not leave until I spoke to someone. And we're all friends here, right? I'll tell you exactly what I said. I said, I'm only going to apply again and pay several $100s if you take my spot out there on deployment, and I'll take your spot behind the desk. 2 weeks later, I'm getting sworn in.
Outstanding. Yeah, my listeners like that kind of stuff, straight up. They think that kind of stuff is absolutely awesome. By the way, I actually used to teach when I was living in New Orleans before we moved to California. I'm back in New Orleans now. A lot of my listeners know this. I used to teach English as a second language for people who were taking the citizenship test.
Okay.
And one of the swearing-in ceremonies I went to actually was run by Billy Idol. Well, he was getting sworn in too, so he was kind of at the head of it. He decided that the greatest rebel yell of them all had joined the rebel cause and was swearing in all these people.
That's amazing.
I got to say, you bet you know this, by the way. There are few groups of people who are more committed to the idea of the United States than people who, as Ronald Reagan said, it's the only nationality you get to choose. And that's something kind of glorious about that. There are other places where you can become a citizen of that country, but it's the only nationality, to a large degree, you get to choose. What was it like being sworn in? Did you have that high, or did you feel like I got to get back to work now? I got to get back to the field.
I will admit that when I got sworn in, because I knew what I had to go through in order to get there, it was definitely a bit sentimental, and I will say
it's
that
a Tom Hanks moment on the bridge in Saving Private Ryan. Earned this. I earned it. I earned this.
I will say that even today, if I hear the national anthem, I do just stand up just a little bit straighter, taller, because of that. It still brings a bit of a tear to my eye when I hear it.
It's the only national anthem where every single lyric could be a book title.
Yeah.
Go through all the lyrics. They're all great book titles. Although there's a great joke that the word free is set at a note so high that nobody can reach it. And that's problematic if you think about it.
And I want to go back to one of the things that you were talking about with regard to what service means. As I was contemplating what citizenship meant to me, I mean, over the years, right? And one of the things that I think I've come to terms with is citizenship isn't just like a status. To me, it is your relationship to the nation that you're calling home.
I always tell our listeners, by the way, they have many opportunities. The FMCSA, the Federal Motor Carriers Safety Administration, is always putting out rule change suggestions. They have comment periods, and we'll announce these. And tell people, look, you're a citizen. It's put on your big boy pants, your big girl pants, get in the game. I mean, it's heavy lifting, and it is much about a commitment to the fabric and well-being of the country as it is an entitlement or a status.
Absolutely, and I think that's the one thing that people sometimes get hung up on, right? It's just a status. It's not. You can you can be a citizen of the world. The differentiator is how do you interact, relate, engage with that community, with that locality, with that country. That, to me, is true citizenship, because you are making yourself a part of that community, how big or small that might be.
I'm going to brag on my dad for a second, and my friend Adam Rock, who's here right now. We on Thanksgiving morning, my dad cut a couple of videos for all the truck drivers just to send them text messages. There are a couple we know personally. We sent one to Adam Rock, and we sent them right after my dad and I had got up to go over to Ozanam. We had an extra turkey by accident, and rather than eat it, my brother carved it up. We brought it over to the homeless shelter and got a chance to spend some time over there with some people. As we were getting back in, we sent it to our friend Adam Rock, who actually was at the VFW hall feeding people who had no other Thanksgiving meal, and he'd cut like 10 turkeys. So his picture he sends to us in response to my dad's video is him carving turkeys right as my dad and I are walking in. And, of course, they're both service members. And I keep thinking to myself, that's really what it is. It's your relationship to your fellow citizens. I think that might be the defining term of what citizenship is.
Yeah.
And I think companies that hire people who have engaged in service are getting people who actually are the kind of people. It's interesting, the number of people who don't read the websites or the manifestos or the statements of purpose of their companies, who don't know what their company actually stands for. That ain't a service member, though. It's like, what am I swearing myself into? What am I getting? What is my principle? What is the principle of the objective here?
Right.
And those guys figure it out, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one of the things that you hit on is, how you engage and interact with your fellow people that are around you, right? And one thing that I'll say that's a little bit of a full circle moment during my time when I was with Team Rubicon, when there was a super typhoon that happened back in 2012, I believe. It killed 6,000 people in the Philippines, and I ended up being the diplomatic lead for the team to engage with the community and the people to be able to insert our group into the emergency management system over there. And one of the things that I'll say is that despite being a citizen of the United States, I'm not saying I'm not a part of the Philippines who literally bore me and created me as a person. But the thing that I thought was beautiful is that everything that I learned, everything that I was able to gain in knowledge and experience in the United States, I'm bringing back to the country that needed me, who literally created me. And so I think that when I talk about, citizenship of the world, it is not just, what can you do for the country that you're affiliated, but what can you do for your fellow people?
How do you act as an ambassador, too? The idea that you are somebody, where you come from, you then bring America with you, and you become an ambassador for where you have been at the same time. Lourdes, it's a pleasure having you here. You also were honored at the Women's Memorial. Last year, was it?
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about that.
So the Military Women's Memorial, it is a great and fantastic organization. One, it is the only memorial that specifically works to ensure that the stories and the history.
I love that it's story focused. That's what it's such a smart thing. Phyllis is
Yes.
the best.
Yes.
The best.
Service women and women veterans, to make sure that their stories are entrenched and will not be removed and erased from history. Why is this important? A lot of folks probably don't even know that women have been serving since the Revolutionary War. Folks don't know that. And I'll say this, a quick pop quiz for your listeners. How many women do you think have received or been awarded the Medal of Honor? One. Mary Walker, Civil War surgeon. And that was rescinded because at the time, women weren't allowed to serve.
It's absurd.
It is. I mean, it eventually came back.
It was restored, yeah.
Right, it was restored. But the fact that we have to still fight to ensure that we have that type of acknowledgement and recognition when you are doing the job. You are there right along with everyone. And what the Military Women's Memorial does is ensures that it enshrines these stories so that the future girls, future generations of women who might serve in the military, they can see something that they can not only get inspiration, but hope and aspire to. One thing that I'll say, and I've said this in a few speeches I've done in the past, which is, young girls, they cannot be what they cannot see. If there is no model that they can see of what they can be, then it's really tough for them to figure out what that path might look like in the future.
We got a couple of great ones in the trucking industry. We got a couple of women out there who are just in regards to being what needs to be seen. And that's the other thing too. That becomes that evangelization by example. The idea, make a commitment to being, but also make a commitment to being seen. That's the toughest thing. A lot of people are very comfortable doing what needs to be done.
Yeah.
We have been talking about this. Why is it the people who do so little have no problem being seen, and the people who do so much, we have somehow managed, by the way, it's a theory I decided to test, I was right, we have somehow managed to not really go into in-depth discussions about what you did in Afghanistan and Germany. Did you notice that? Every single one of you, from Adam Rock to all of our friends who come in here, from Fahad and Ian, I don't know if you heard Ian in the last interview, he just kind of slipped about the fact that he was in Fallujah. Well, most of the work had been done by the time I got there. Oh, yeah, because Fallujah got all cleaned up by 2007. It was fine. All of you people, somebody's got to give a class to veterans about how to talk about the heroic things that you did in a way that doesn't embarrass you, but at the same time let people know what you did. And you're laughing because you know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you?
It's true.
I know. I didn't do nothing. It was other people. It was other people. It was other people that saved the day. I just was there. Yeah, you were taking pictures. What are you talking about? Okay, what are you doing next with your life? What's going on?
Well, I am actually taking a little bit of a break.
I don't blame you. It's exhausting these days.
It is a little bit exhausting. Taking a little bit of a break, taking care of my own health care because, as you can imagine, when you are in the administration, everything is so fast and furious. And a lot of times, especially for us veterans, I do not have time for that. I have work to do. And so we kind of ignore a lot of the healthcare needs. And I will say, do not do as I do as I say. Make sure that you take care of your physical health and mental health for all you veterans who are listening out there.
Guys, do it. You have to trust us on this one, man. It's just like, I'll get to that later. I'll sleep when I'm dead. No, that's not the point of sleep. You're supposed to sleep so you can live longer. You're supposed to take care of yourself. So
And the one thing that I will say, and I had these conversations actually when I was home in Indiana on Thanksgiving, is there's a lot of veterans still that feel that they don't deserve to get the benefits and the services that VA has, that they haven't done enough.
My dad, 5 years in the Pentagon during the Vietnam War, it was an act of Congress to get him to join Federal Credit Union. And you know how we got him to do it? Because we convinced him that if he did it, it would allow his granddaughters to join it. That's what flipped him.
Yes.
Not that he'd have a great line of credit available to him. No, it can't be that. No, it's got to be because I'm doing it for my grandchildren.
Right. And that's one of the biggest, I think, hurdles that we have, but especially I've found in my work with women veterans, is that they tend to minimize what you literally just talked about this, tend to minimize what we did or minimize the contributions that we have had to the nation. And unfortunately, because sometimes society will perpetuate that, unfortunately, then they start believing it. And the problem is when we don't utilize the benefits and the services that we have earned, it then gives permission for other veterans who need it more to say, oh, I'm not broken enough.
There it is. By the way, when we get a chance to talk after this is all over, about an hour from now when I get off the air, remind me to tell you my theory about why people, I don't know if you follow college football at all.
A little bit.
Why everybody's so angry at Notre Dame right now. It's got nothing to do with them being entitled. It's about everybody understanding the courage that it sometimes takes to say, I got screwed, and here's why. And a lot of people, they feel powerless to do anything about it. Yeah. I think the final point you just made, though, is the most spectacular one. Remember, when you don't ask for your benefits, you are ensuring that somebody who needs them doesn't get them either.
Absolutely.
How about that? My dad's excuse. I have to go join the credit union because it allows my granddaughters to be a part of the credit union. Get on top of it. Lourdes, it is a pleasure to meet you. Say your name for me so I get that right. Am I getting it right?
Lourdes Tiglao.
Okay, all right. I got it right. Yes. I will pretend I got it right. I got it right.
Yes, you did.
We're going to come back on the other side of this. Mr. Kevin Hall of CDL Life is going to join us. You can hear that rock and roll music in the background. This is Road Gang Radio. You guys can always call if you want to, but I know it's gripping conversation. We're going to be back on the other side. We're at the Vet Ready Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
My wife is so incredibly talented. I love bragging on them all the time. Claire Marie has put together just some beautiful stuff. We actually sent a whole bunch of stuff to Dre, Lindsay, and I just a couple of days ago of all that great Christmas stuff from the old show, Holly and Jolly, and all those Christmas history bits. There's one that I really love, by the way, that I actually got a chance to listen to last night about Roosevelt and Churchill's Christmas after. I don't know if you know that story, Kevin. Kevin Hall, by the way, joins us this morning. Glad to have you here. Good morning.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I do not know that story.
Yeah, they decided to, Churchill's famous speech of let the children have their Christmas, that there was talk of turning the lights out all over Washington, D.C. on the Christmas after Pearl Harbor, and Churchill, immediately after the bombing, in an act of solidarity, flew across the Atlantic in very dangerous conditions to join the Americans for Christmas and to give a speech to a joint Congress. And he said, let the children have their Christmas, and that way the Nazis and the Empire of Japan and the fascists all around the world could see the light of democracy and the joy that comes with free societies. We have all kinds of content like that that's going to be coming up over the next couple of weeks here on Road Gang Radio. One of our favorite people, Kevin Hall, who has so much to do with the Vet Ready Summit, joins us this morning. Let's just kind of jump in on the far end here. You guys have been involved with this in one way or another for a number of years. I've noticed a lot of your social media has been really pushing this. Talk about y'all's involvement here.
Yeah, so CDLI, our focus is to connect people with careers in trucking. And what an amazing opportunity for veterans coming out of service is to join the trucking industry. And so we have a program called Veterans in Trucking. And again, its pure purpose is to just offer veterans an option for a career, which is in a truck driver. And we have so many out there. I mean, you think of the safety on the roads and how would I rather have a veteran out there and driving a truck in terms of safety on that road? Absolutely, I would.
And the other thing is about the safety on the road. Isn't it a matter of saying that those who have not served aren't safe? Man, there's plenty of amazing drivers out there. What we're getting at here is the fact that it's like we're worried about the rest of those people.
That's exactly right.
And I've one of the first times I ever did this job, I ended up substituting for a week for Tim Ridley as well. So I was doing Dave's show and doing Tim Ridley's show. And I'd wake up in the morning and I thought, hey, it was one of those trucking moments. Every 4 or 5 years, the country goes, oh, yeah, we need truckers. They're the best in the world. One of those celebratory moments. And I asked one of the questions, what would you tell? I said, it's a diner. You've been doing your job. I said, let's limit this to the 10 and 15 and above people. You've been doing your job forever, and some kid who just started driving walks into a diner and says, if you could tell me one thing, one thing that I needed to know in order to be a good truck driver, what would it be? Phone lines lit up. And there was some great calls. Some people said, never forget to bring a pack of matches. Somebody said, never forget to bring a sterno. And they were basing it on what other people said. Like people would call and say, please learn to read an actual map. At one point in your life, order a triptych from AAA. Lots of good stuff. And one guy called up and he said, I am responsible, and you are too as a truck driver, for the 1,000 feet in front of you, the 1,000 feet to your right, the 1,000 feet to your left, and the 1,000 feet behind you. He said, that is the scope of my responsibility, not just what's in front of me, not just the job that I am doing. And military veterans, more than anybody else, Kevin, I think, really understand that. It's not just a responsibility to the employer, but a responsibility to the community
Absolutely.
at large that they serve.
1,000%. You know, we always use trucking professionals in our statements because these drivers, these people on the road are professionals. And that's who we want in these trucks. That's who I want driving 70 miles an hour down the road beside my wife and my kid, right? We want professionals who take that pride and take that safety into their to everything that they do. And again, just not that non-veterans are not safe. They are. I have family that are truck drivers, and they pride themselves on their safety record. But the chances, the training that veterans go through is very disciplined, and it's a great fit for them in trucking.
Now, anybody that tells me we have a driver shortage will get me howling to high heaven. I fall into the category of shut your mouth. But I will say this. Jim Park has said this. I've said this. Louis Pugh has said this. I mean, even the non-truck driver shortage guys have said this. I'll keep making this point. What we have is a shortage of really quality drivers who are willing to work for nothing. What we also have is a shortage of people who are ready to be trained for a lifetime career in trucking. My worry is that we don't have a foundation built up for the next generation, or that we become one of those things that depends upon free agents.
Absolutely.
And by free, let me explain what I mean by that. There's a graying in that has happened in this industry to a large degree. People at 30 deciding, okay, I'm going to go be part of that adventure. But it takes them good 4 or 5 years to get up to speed to kind of get there. We don't have any pipeline of youngsters anymore. That long sunset that I've talked about before, with the decline of the American family farm, with the decline, with no more draft, and with less and less people passing on their union cards to their children, the free training is over in trucking. What the military provides is people who are ready to go.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. It still has that sort of element there, but you could be with other people. I want to talk about what CDL Life does here, too. Tell me what I get wrong. You guys are a news aggregate, meaning what you do is you scour through a whole bunch of different news items, and you're looking at 3 and 4 different types of news. All of it has to be driver-centric. It's called CDL Life for a reason. It focuses not so much on the industry in regards to freight rates and the vagaries of the markets, or with the CEOs or COs. You're saying to yourself, what does a truck driver want to see?
Exactly.
So you break that in about 3 or 4 parts. That is anecdotal stories that actually bring a little bit of hope and let you know that there are people out there who are doing things right. Stories that remind us that there are bozos out there all the time who are making life a little bit more dangerous and difficult for us, along with people who are stealing from us, along with kind of the concerns and worries we have. And yes, the bigger regulatory things that are going on. It's an overall kind of mosaic. It is a curated mosaic of all the news that's fit to print about the trucking industry from a strictly behind-the-wheel driver perspective, with the focus there.
Yep.
In doing that, it is then the intention to get those eyes over there, and that anybody who is interested in becoming a trucker might find their way to that content too, but also then find a platform that will lead them to job opportunities as well.
Yeah.
That the veteran stuff exists there to remind the veterans that if they're looking for that as well, it's a veteran who has the same thing of the onboarding person, that you're letting them know we have a program specifically set for you to help you make the transition into this before we put you in touch with recruiters.
Yeah, CDL Life is, honestly, it's a community of people who live this crazy world of CDLs, right? That's right. And news is one of those, giving them information We have a mobile app where they go on and just chat with each other, interact with one another. I just saw a posting of one of our members who posted about his wife that's in the hospital and got all kinds of support from the trucking community, right? And that's what we're there for. We actually have writers on staff, so we source most of the content.
Well, no,
ourselves.
I'll make this really clear, guys. It isn't just that I'm posting. What you're doing is that you have to. This is a little bit tougher than that. You have to kind of take the story. You're curating it, which means you're taking it, and then you're also giving a linked access to where the story was drawn from the news service it came from. So you're getting both a nice, clean summary and analysis of what it was that happened, with the focus being on the CDL.
Yeah.
Life.
We want what's important to truckers, and that's what we survey the audience all the time, and our writers are spot on in terms of what they. But the one thing I believe in journalistic integrity. So we're not an influencer. We're not trying to influence the things that are out there. We want people to make up their own minds and decisions based on what this life is really like, and if we can share the experience and a glimpse of what that trucker life is to the rest of the world, that's amazing. That's what we want, right? It's not an easy life. It's a hard life. It's difficult. It's rewarding. It's a career for their life, and if we can just show a tiny glimpse of that through our news and our community, we've accomplished what we're trying to do.
I've always said that editorial comes in choice. People don't realize that you hear editorial and you think, here's my scathing opinion. But I always tell people, don't ever forget that simply the act of punctuation is in of itself an editorial choice. And there's an editorial choice. I talked about the different kind of stories you run, and I was kind of curious. Our listeners are big fans of how sausage is made. So I was kind of curious when you're, like I said, I can go on a CDL Life and I can give you a list of like 5 and 6 different stories. Is there a formula to doing this? If that makes any sense, like we got to have this many of these and this many of these, and I don't want to set up being like that. You look, if something important happens, that becomes the focus of the day. I mean, like you're not going to get a balanced newspaper headline when Pearl Harbor gets bombed.
Right.
I mean, there's not going to be a story about a dog on page 2. It's all going to be all that all the time. I understand that, but is there a certain kind of formula or balance you're looking to achieve? Because one can see that one could go really negative, or one could be too Pollyanna, or one could forget about the truckers in general. Is there a kind of thing that, or do you let the folks who take care of that take care of that?
I mean, first of all, it starts with understanding truckers. I mean, trucking professionals at the end of the day. That's just understanding what their life's like, what they deal with on a regular basis, what they're interested in, what they want to read about. And yeah, we don't honestly have a prescription where it says we have to have so many legal, so many regulations, so many entertainment items. It's really what's happening. It's what do we think our audience is interested in, and what's important to them, and what maybe entertains them. I mean, if we can get a smile from a professional on the road,
man, my father-in-law
just
and I, we go back and forth with that like there's no tomorrow. I said if people, and by the way, Dave is so committed to getting facts out there. And Dave, and I would call it an argument, but I'm like, dude, if nobody's listening, it doesn't matter what fact you put out there. That's what it kind of comes down to. That's the real kind of game you're playing, because what you don't want to end up in is what I call audience capture. Where basically this, mob of people online end up pushing your content in a certain direction. But at the same time, you can take a hint. That's the real game when you're playing the news game, is like, look, they want to hear stories about this, but they've got to hear stories about this.
Sure.
So how do we figure out what about this they like and then be able to put it into what they need? And that's the difficult game about news, which is blended into entertainment, is always the difficult kind of thing. Yeah, they want to hear more stories, but the problem is, too, I find, how can I tell them the truth and not confirm their priors? And that is so tough, because you end up in audience capture, or you end up becoming pandering, or you tell somebody, each person you talk to, something different, or you cut your audience in half.
I think the important part now is we not only just publish the news and information, but we have engagement. I mean, these drivers get in and they get into our community and they discuss these topics and they interact with one another. And that's really what we want to do. We want to have a conversation. It's people have different opinions. As long as we can have journalistic integrity and share the information that's important to them, share what's happening out on the road, a glimpse of what's out there, some funny things here or there from that perspective, and get them engaged and have dialogue with them. That's what I love to see, is the engagement from the drivers and the feedback from what their thoughts are.
What do you enjoy? We've had a lot of people in this morning who just love this event, that is connection to, that it's kind of easy transition to Reeds Across America, its connection to the transition trucking, hiring our heroes, driving excellence. Can you talk a little bit about what you enjoy about this Vet Ready Summit?
So I think the focus. Somebody made a comment that veterans are not charity. It's not a charity, and it was an amazing comment.
It sounds like BJ Ganem.
It was an amazing comment because a lot of these companies kind of have this as sort of a pedestal thing of, hey, look how good we are with veterans, or it's kind of like, hey, we put a badge on our site. But then when you get into the nitty gritty of it, it's not a veteran ready company. And so the thing that I really love about this summit and how it's progressed is it's real factual, tangible things that these folks can take away and take right back to their company and start a true veteran ready program. Not a badge, not a, we love veterans, any of those
Your
things.
employee shows up in your room and says, hey, just to remind you, I actually have to do my duty to the National Guard, and you are set to go for it. Oh,
That's
no, we
right.
got you.
Well, and so, if you look at that from a company perspective, that truck's going to be sitting there. What do I do with that truck if I have to let them off? And so that's a big decision. That's a big investment for them to
But
make.
if they know it's coming and they are vet
That's
ready,
right.
then it's not a problem
That's
at all.
part of Vet Ready. That's right.
Exactly
Understanding that process, that culture. And so, they've done a great job, Brad, Fastport, everybody that's part of this, just to educate these companies. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago we were here, and they had so much great information. I had a discussion with a lady walking out, and she says, I still don't know what to do at my company. And so they've really progressed into giving them tangible things that they can walk out the door and go execute in their office and with their team right away. And so that's huge. Honestly, it's kind of sad that there's not as many people. We should have a conference room, multiple conference rooms full of people. It's a great turnout here for sure. But so many more people could learn from what's being presented here.
Yeah, and I'm beginning to believe, like I said, this is one of those things too, because we're in a really strange market right now.
Absolutely.
And it's a strange one, too, because there's a couple of things that I don't think people are aware of, that there's a couple of things that could make things even tighter than they already are. But there's a couple of things, the third branch of government could make some decisions coming up very quickly that could open the spigot up in regards to trucking. Our friends over at the Fed could make decisions that could change the game in regards to trucking. There's a lot of the most certain thing these days. I've never been in a period of my life where the most certain thing is uncertainty. Mm-hmm. I don't know. That may be, somebody asked me right now what the big story of trucking was for 2025, and somebody said tariffs, and somebody said, non-domicile, and somebody said English language proficiency. And I said, if there are two big stories here, it's enforcement and uncertainty. Because we're about to find out, General Grant said that the best way to get rid of a bad law was to simply enforce it at its maximum ability. Mm-hmm. That people would figure out if they wanted the law there really quickly. The second thing is the fact that we don't know where we're going. And, we don't know where we're going, but we do know that we're going to see if, in fact, a lot of things people have been claiming for many of the last couple of years, we got too many of this on the road, not enough of that on the road, not enough training. We're going to find out really quickly if that's been the problem. So that's been kind of the interesting story of the year. I'm kind of curious from your own kind of perspective as a newsman, if you were going to talk about, from your position, because like you have so many other things to be responsible for than the day-to-day editorial kind of consideration, what you have found has been the biggest thing that has preoccupied you over this incredibly newsworthy year. This has been a newsworthy year.
It has.
In trucking.
It has. But honestly, one of the things that I think the biggest story is how perseverance of these companies and these drivers. I mean, they've been through a lot in the last couple of years, and they've persevered. I mean, we've had some companies that have had to shut down. They've still tried to take care of some of their drivers, but these companies are hanging in there, and they're operating.
Whoever gets to 2026 into the winter quarter of 2026 is going to be okay, I think.
Yeah.
I think. But man, we still got a long road.
And we still got a long road, and everybody's struggling. I mean, people in the office of these companies, the company owners, the drivers. I mean, the ripple effect that it has. But they've persevered. They're hanging in there, and they've really they've had to make cuts. That's part of business, as we all know. But they've persevered, and I don't think that's been recognized enough. I mean,
well, it's not fun.
It's not fun. It's not fun to go through that.
But here's it's not fun in regards to the last line of The Sound and the Fury is they endured, which of course is Faulkner's gorgeous way of simply saying that mankind somehow muddles through. he ultimately says that mankind will prevail, but he says that when he wins the Nobel Prize. In that book, he says they endured. Who wants to read that? Who wants to hear that?
It's not
story?
sexy.
They got
That's
through
right.
it.
That's right.
You know,
That's right.
they got through it. How did we do? We got.
It's not
through
front
it.
page headline, right? But that, to me, that's the biggest story.
But that's
That's
exactly
biggest,
it.
Yep.
You know, that actually the biggest story might be the one that brings us the least dopamine of a rush.
That's right.
These people got through. They got to the other side, and that's something that we don't. You guys do that though to some degree. There are stories I have noticed. By the way, I'm a consumer of not just news. I'm a consumer of way that news is presented. And one of your kind of, and by the way, nothing wrong with this, guys. It's formulas. Formulas work for a reason. You often will have people these little interviews with drivers who either are despairing after 20 years calling it quits, or 25 years couldn't ask for a better profession. And there are these profiles that you guys do of just different drivers, whether you find it on the news services or somebody writes a story straight up for you guys. You guys are always looking for stories of people that are just doing their jobs. Right?
Absolutely. I mean, isn't that the life of CDL holders out there? This is the life they lead. So if we can paint that picture and just to have some understanding of what this world's like, that's what we focus on accomplishing.
There's still places to grow. I have to ask this about CDL Life. Do you have any plans for any new projects? And by the way, nothing wrong in these times with holding pat. I like my hand. I'm gonna check on the call and hold this hand. But do you got any plans?
Oh yeah. Well, so we're aggressive. I mean, any down market is a time to rebuild and get ready for the up market, right? And the most successful companies in history, that's what they've done. They've figured out a way to get ready for whatever that next cycle is. Super excited. We're launching a new mobile app coming up in 26. Just continuing to expand our audience and the engagement there. Providing more content, more content, more engagement for the driver audiences that are out there. We've launched several new tools, AI tools, some analytic tools. We call it CDL Connect. It really helps carriers source drivers for hiring, but more importantly, it engages them. You know, in this world of AI, everything is a bot, and you have to interact with a computer and all of those things. And the whole experience of getting hired by a company has diminished. I mean, it's not personal anymore. These professionals are making a decision about their career, and they don't have the great experience with the company, right? We've polled our drivers. They said we hate the recruiting process because it's impersonal, it's frustrating, it's chaos, we don't hear back. And they're making a decision about how they're going to feed their family and what they're going to do next. And so our technology and our services help to bridge that gap, to make it easier for a carrier to interact with drivers and to give that driver a better experience so they can make the right decision.
Like I said, one of the awful things about the world we live in today is that anytime you bring up anybody who's a billionaire, with maybe the exception of Warren Buffett, there's political baggage that comes along with each one of these men who is a billionaire or close to being such. Mark Cuban, whatever you think of him, has a line that I really liked, and it's something I like the line because it's something I've been thinking as well too. As we have the growth of AI, as we have the growth of the aggregation of data and all this stuff, one of the things that I have been thinking, have been really percolating with, is I'm beginning to believe that in real life, IRL is going to become the next big thing, because one of the problems I have, I'll be really blunt with you, Kevin. I went on to, and I have no problem with this. I will tell people this. I even cut a thing that my associate producer said I couldn't post because it was 9 minutes long. I went on to LinkedIn, and I almost just unfriended everybody because of the AI slop that was there.
Yeah.
Because of that second-rate cartoon that looks like it's out of like highlights and a bad like Saturday Evening Post cartoon. You know the cartoon I'm talking about. It's caricatures of people. It looks like the kind of thing that somebody would draw at Disney World. Those cartoons that everybody's little essay they were writing about 5 key sales tips were really their own kind of thoughts into a chat GPT. I've never really understood the word slop until I went on to LinkedIn a couple of weeks ago. And I just thought to myself, this is garbage. This is not where we should be headed. But then I thought to myself, it's exactly where we should be headed, because this is a new technology that everybody is racing towards and everybody is experimenting with.
1,000%.
But at some point, I feel like that with what you're talking about, to get back, I didn't lose your thread, but the idea that at some point enough drivers, enough people are going to say, I can't work for you. Why? I have not talked to a human being yet. I can't. I would love to work for you, except I don't know who I'm working for, and that we end up literally with Irishmen from Kansas behind curtains cranking up giant machines in Oz.
But don't we always have to go through these cycles? I mean, you just take music, for example. You know, the music of the old days was good, but if I was a youngster listening to whatever that next thing was, it was like bad, right? And so technology is the same way. We go into these new technologies and we think, oh my God, it's going to wipe out my jobs, it's going to wipe out personality, it's going to do all of those things. In AI, we're still in the infancy. We're still trying to figure out how we incorporate this into our.
I was worried about
life.
it until 4 weeks ago. That was the thing. I mean, I wasn't worried about it like, oh my God, it can do what we do better. I was worried about it because I've always had this thing. There's a thing that people who are in the industry will often do. They will call people who are talented the talent, and it isn't from a place of kindness. It's from a place of you are just part of a machine. And everybody serves their function. It's like, no, at the end of the day, somebody's actually got to have talent. And I'm interested to see how this is all going to play out because I feel like you're right. I think what all of this AI slop is proving is that you still got to have talent. Somebody got to write the prompt.
1,000%. I mean, look, AI is going to enable the talent to come out. If you have it in your head and you have a difficult time of executing that, that's what AI is helping do right now, right?
It's also it's my 20-hour thing. You're still going to do 20 hours of work. What the AI has done is it freed you up. How many times have you said, if I just had more time to not have to project plan this thing, I could get right down to the nitty-gritty of it?
Or I have a great idea for a video, and I don't know how to create videos, but I have a great idea for a video. I just go in and do ChatGPT and the video makers that are out there now, and it'll create the video for you. I mean, it's amazing to do. But I think in terms of content, that's all going to come out in the wash. So if anybody's out there relying on, hey, everything is posted, ChatGPT comes up with my content, that'll come out in the wash, right? When you meet them, when you talk to them,
you start seeing it too. You start, like I said, it's like that's not you.
Yeah. You know, and look, I love ChatGPT to clean up my grammar to make me sound better, right? In occasion.
I like to sound like me though sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, please don't say groovy in your emails. I'm going to say groovy in my email.
Sure, you got to add the personality to it. But again, that all comes out in the wash. If I meet you and I read something that ChatGPT created for you, I know that's not you, right? Like you just know that, right? And so I think you'll see.
I can't use it. Anybody speaks to me for 5 minutes. If I used it, I would get people be like, Jim, what have you done? I mean, there's not a single dude. There's not a single fractured sentence. There's no fragmentary sentences. What's going on here?
I think it's going to come back around. I think that you got this big push of everybody using ChatGPT, and then everybody's going to wake up one day and say, "Oh my God, we missed the personality. We missed this and we missed that."
There.
I think a lot of it is probably you go back to driver experiences, right? Yeah, it'd be great to have AI just walking a driver through the process to get hired, but is that really the experience we want? I mean, if I'm buying a small product, I'm okay to interact with ChatGPT because, quite honestly, I don't want to deal with a salesperson.
Absolutely.
If I'm buying something high end, I want to talk to somebody. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing is, too, is Chase a great ChatGPT for a driver. I'm thinking about working for this company. Your qualifications are off the chart. In regards to your actual pure record, they would love you. I'm not sure you're a good cultural fit. No, that would be something interesting, though, because like I said, I talk to people like Bennett and Crete, and there are other truck driving companies where you go, man, your record is great. I'm not sure your personality fit for them. Mm-hmm. And they'd be the first to tell you they're not. Mm-hmm. That's the hardest thing, I think, in trucking is meeting a qualified driver who's also a great guy or great gal and going, I don't think they fit our culture.
Yeah. I mean, you gain a lot just sitting down and talking to the person, right,
yeah,
about what their potential hire is going to be.
But at that point, they can pick up a phone and go, hey, I can't use this guy. This is a terrific driver, and they're a terrific company, too. You might want to look at them.
Yeah, the magic is the mix of having AI do the efficiency and doing more work for what you're putting in or what you could do on your own, and then matching that with a person. I mean, that's where the magic happens.
Can you believe how fast this interview went by? We're done.
Is it done?
We're done.
Well, hey, time flies when you're having fun. Always appreciate it.
Kevin Hall, it's good to see you, man.
Absolutely.
They,
Anytime.
of course, take such a big role in making this happen over here. Our friends at Fastport, their Vet Ready Summit is happening at the ATA headquarters. Kevin Hall of CDL Life has joined us this morning. Good to see you, man.
Absolutely.
We'll be back on the other side of this break.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
We are back here at the ATA studios. Phone Master Dre, of course, is over in the city of New Orleans at the Fastport studios. Thank you, Dre, for what has been a very easy morning. The decision was made by our good friend the Turtle, the terrific Terrapin Tara, to make sure that we had long-form conversations today as opposed to short-form. Bruce Townsend joins us this morning. He is the co-founder of Vetted Employer. Good morning to you, by the way. And we've got your partner on the phone, too, George. Hey, George, good morning.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Loud and clear. Can you hear
we got you, George.
We got
Good morning.
you, George. Welcome aboard, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great and really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us.
Oh, you got it, brother. Okay. Bruce, I have known you for quite some time, and we've been actually talking about so much of what you used to do, and it's so important, by the way. One of the things about being vet ready, I'll give an example right now. Hey, Steve, you know my National Guard service is coming up at the end of the month, and I wanted to make sure we're all squared away. Dude, we got you. It's all taken care of. You go do what you got to do. If you're able to say that in many ways means you're vet ready. That's vet ready. That's one of the key components, I think, of being vet ready, that you're honoring the service as it continues on. Is that fair?
That is very fair, more than fair, as a matter of fact. And you know what, a lot of people they don't equate the serving National Guard and reserve component members in the same manner as a veteran who served in the active component for any number of years, whether it was 2, 3, 4, or a full career. My background, I used to work for a federal government program called ESGR, Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve, and a wonderful program. I miss the folks there. So if any of you are listening, guys, I do miss you. But then I retired from the federal government a few months ago, and George and I got together, and we've started Vetted Employers because we want to help companies be veteran ready, veteran thriving, veteran preferred. We want companies, employers in every type of industry and field that you can imagine to go out looking for new employees who are veterans and make their employees who are veterans recognized and feel like they're valued.
It's crucial. George, let me kind of ask you this, because I've known Bruce for a while, But talk to me a little bit about your own kind of background, your own story here, why this is an important issue to you. And then I've got some real kind of nitty-gritty practical questions. Talk to us a little bit about yourself and why this issue is so important. Because this is the kind of thing, when you start this kind of business, this is a passion project as much as it's anything else.
It definitely is. And I don't want to blow my own horn very much, but I served a combined total of 28 years. In the Army and the Army Reserve. About 14 of it was active, and then the other about 14 of it was in the reserve component. And when I switched off active duty, went into the Army Reserve, a couple different jobs I had, but one of them was with the United States Postal Service. And when deployments came up, as they did, the reserve component got tapped to support, Operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm back in the late 80s, early 90s. The reserve component has been continually called upon since then, and so I had a deployment come up for Operation Iraqi Freedom, and when my deployment was over, I had several other smaller periods of duty in addition to those weekend drills that we call them in the reserves. And my boss at the Postal Service at that time, this was up in the state of Washington, he grew reasonably frustrated with my frequent absences. And I always communicated them well in advance. But I understood his frustration and the frustration of my fellow management teammates and the frustration of the crew. So when you have somebody like me who has to go frequently for a period of time, couple of weeks, couple of months, and the last one I went home was actually almost 3 years. I understand where that frustration comes from. I will tell you that it got better when my very first interaction with ESGR came when I presented that postmaster with what we called my boss is a Patriot Award. And it was, a nice little document that said, hey, Ron, thank you for supporting me as a Army Reserve member. And it was signed by the Secretary of Defense. And I could tell you that his attitude immediately after that
by the
changed.
way, and this is something important too, George, that I'd like you to kind of talk about this as well. It's important too that we have to honor not just the men and women who served, but the men and women who work with them to make sure that they can. Because often, especially when the business is smaller, look, the USPS, that's got some scope, but I get it. There's a lot of people who depend upon that kind of stuff. But to make sure that we honor the people who are actually honoring those who serve. George, we'd like a little bit of your background as well, too, my friend. How are you doing over there?
Yes, I'm doing great. Happy to give you a little background. Bruce's experience in this area comes from personal experience. Nothing better prepares you to help other reservists deal with challenges at their civilian employers, like personal experiences Bruce had experiencing these sorts of challenges himself. For me, I actually didn't serve in the military. I ended up here, really it started at military times, Army times, Navy times, Marine Corps times, Air Force times. I was their veteran transition reporter for some time. Just kind of writing articles.
I'm sorry, George. When were you there? When were you doing that? By the way, I'm an old reporter too. I've done a little bit of military coverage myself, so we probably walked a lot of the same terra firma. When were you there?
I bet we did. It was about 2012 to about 2020, I should say. I'm doing this off the top of my head, which, as an old journalist, makes me nervous. I like to have the dates right in front of me.
Let me tell you how old I am, brother. I'm getting out of it right as you're getting into it. So if you're getting into it at 12, I'm starting to kind of like, I got to do other things with my life. That's enough of these guys.
There you go. There you go.
So, but you have firsthand experience. You know stories. You know the stories of these men, don't you, and these women?
I do. I got to cover so much of, kind of starts with policy, lawmakers, both federal and state level, even localities, kind of setting what the rules or hopes or goals or expectations are, and then that kind of filters on down. So I had kind of that top-down view, but also very much the bottom-up view. How are all of these policies, plans actually impacting individual service members, veterans, Guard and Reserve members, military spouses even on the ground. So did that with Military Times for a number of years, and as part of that, I ran Military Times Best for Vets series, Best for Vets Employers, Best for Vets Colleges.
I know that series. I
which-
just realized where I know your name from. That's how I know your name. That's how I know your name. I know that series. Well done. Well
yes,
done.
sir. Yes, sir. So, I was at the helm of that for several years, and, that really gave me a very good ground level understanding of what employers can do, what some are doing, where some fall short in meeting transitioning service members, kind of where they need to be met to be a standout veteran-ready employer. So I did that with Military Times for several years, had a similar kind of project evaluating and awarding top veteran employers with a financial services company called Vets Indexes for a few years. And just now, Bruce and I are just starting Vetted Employers, where, we kind of have two main missions. One is something very similar to what I did at Military Times and later Vets Indexes, asking employers in a survey a bunch of questions about their policies, practices, and most important, outcomes, what actually happens to their veteran employees once they get hired, and awarding the best organizations with awards kind of commensurate with their level of commitment to veterans. But that's kind of just the first component. The second component, which I think makes vetted employers very different from the organizations I worked with in the past. Those organizations would do a really good job evaluating how well organizations' policies, were set up to help veterans. But when it came to actually helping them implement improvements, neither organization was really structured to provide that sort of direct support. And part of our thinking...
George, I want to see if I can get this right. You tell me if I get this right. Evaluation.
Please.
There's other people who do the evaluation work. It's evaluation and implementation is what you guys are talking about here. You take the next step.
That is exactly right.
That's
exactly.
what the vet is. You vet it so that you can take the next step. That's
exactly
really what it kind of comes down to. That's ingenious, by the way, because you're right. There's a lot of people, including you, who have done a great job following outcomes. But the fact of the matter is, and tell me what I get wrong here, you guys are looking at the outcomes from the most positive standpoint and seeing if you can apply the positive outcomes to other people who are getting ready to do this and help them avoid the pitfalls of the negative ones. You're trying to lay out a blueprint for your potential customers and clients to show them this is the way to succeed best. How did I do?
You know what, George, I'm going to take this. You did pretty well. There's one other aspect to it, though, and a lot of that, some companies don't measure that outcome at all. They're not measuring their ROI.
They're just feeling good about themselves.
Exactly. They say, hey, we have a veterans, we're veteran ready. We have a veteran support group. And to them, that's checking the box. And that's wonderful in and of itself. But what are you doing to make yourself, more attractive to the prospective veteran employee? What are you doing to make yourself more attractive to that veteran who's already on your payroll, who might be looking for something else, looking for some advancement? What are you doing to make that veteran want to stay with you and help your company grow? That's what Vetted Employers is going to be about, is helping you get that next step.
That's the third component to anything about that is the fact that we're not just talking. Because here's the thing. There could be a company that's like, we're not hiring any more veterans. Why? We don't need to hire anybody else. We have 3 veterans on staff. Are we doing all we can do to make sure that they can be all they can be? Notice I slipped that in for you. You're in the Army, just like my dad, so I thought I would get that over the fence for you. But are we helping people be all they can be? Like I said, so somebody could come to you and say, Bruce, I'm not hiring anytime soon, but I do have 2 guys and a gal on my staff that are all veterans. I don't feel like I'm doing enough. What can I do? That you guys can actually help them with that.
Precisely.
That's outstanding. Go ahead, George.
Let me just jump in to say I really appreciate the example that you just pulled out because what you're focusing on is what happens after we hire that veteran. And I think too often, especially companies, employers that are new to the veteran employment space, they view hiring the veteran as the finish line. Okay, I hired a veteran. I'm all done. I don't have anything else to do. Mission accomplished. I don't have to think about anything veteran related again. That's not the finish line. In many ways, that's the starting line, especially for veterans in their first careers after separating from the military. That non-retention rate is very, very high. Too many organizations build veteran hiring pipelines and don't put a lot of thought into actually retaining and supporting the veterans after they bring them on board. So these great pipelines they build actually just turn into revolving doors where a whole bunch of veterans come into their organization, and then within 3, 6, 9, 12 months after, they're coming right back out. And, that's a huge expense for the organization. So where your head is at is very much aligned with where our heads are at. It's not just about helping you hire veterans, but also helping you set up your organization so that veterans decide this is a place that they want to stay and build their careers, and you don't find yourself a few months down the road looking to, again, fill a position that you just hired for a few months ago.
I'm actually going to take it one step further. I know you guys have thought about this, but this is something that doesn't get talked about a lot. Look, we talk about the idea of the benefits for the company of bringing in a veteran, what the veteran's skills are, what their leadership skills are, what their ability to follow orders is, what their ability in regards to be trainable. That's one of the biggest benefits. Everybody's heard that. This is what we haven't talked about, the benefit to the company. Because if you, and I'd love to hear both of you, we'll start with Bruce on this and then go to George. Look, we're here at the Vet Ready Summit. We got a lot of friends, Bruce, a lot of people we've known for many years, and a lot of great associations. The company doesn't realize that if it does this properly, and by the way, sometimes doing the right thing can be a very profitable enterprise if you know exactly what you're doing. Because you're opening yourself up to associations and organizations that are going to have monies available, that are going to have networking opportunities available, that somebody who directly embraces what it means to be vet ready and to set this up properly. Look, there's some heavy lifting that has to be done, and there are pains in the ass like Bruce who are going to drive the people over at the USPS absolutely crazy. But they're also going to have associations and networks of people you can meet, of potential clients that you can get down the line, of all of this stuff. It makes sense from a good business standpoint to do this, not just for making sure the veteran has a proper transition and has all he or she needs, but I think it sets you up business-wise for contacts, associations, organizations that are going to put you in a better place business-wise down the line if you have the patience to see it through at its maximum version.
That's I really, I don't know how to add on to everything that you just said there, but I can expand a little bit. When you do that, when you hire the veteran, you treat the veteran well, you retain that veteran in your workforce. Veterans attract other veterans, and another aspect of this, another side of the die, is that veteran attracts veteran spouses, and veteran spouses attract other veteran spouses, and that's a really strong and growing part of the job market too. And a lot of companies will sort of lump together, veterans and veteran spouses and Guard and Reserve members all sort of in the same bucket. So you really are investing when you hire that veteran and those veterans. You're investing your company's future by treating them well. And I want to make this very, very clear. I can speak as myself. I don't want special treatment just because I'm a veteran. I want to be recognized that I did serve my country, and unlike other,
I want all that I've earned.
All that I've earned. Unlike other, categories that in the workforce, a veteran actually stepped up and did something to earn that status. Nobody is born a veteran. Okay, right. That's that. So.
It's a genuine entitlement. You are actually entitled to it.
You've earned it. It's an earned entitlement is what it is. And thank you for clarifying that. So, the company, hiring veterans, retaining veterans, it's all to the good. It is all long-term profitability, and it will do nothing but enhance your image when you make yourself known as a veteran-friendly, veteran-ready organization.
You go in for a bid for a company, and you're going against another company. And the guy who runs the company you're making your bid to is a veteran. at some point, the person who runs the other company knows how you treat the veterans in. It is a hair-thin decision. It is a coin-toss decision. At the end of the day, those kind of associations and those kind of networks, it's, by the way, enlightened self-interest. It's not a bad thing, guys, by the way. Sometimes doing the right things is good politics. Sometimes doing the right thing is good business. And you should celebrate those moments when it shows up, not run away from them. George, I'd like to get your thoughts on all what we're talking about here.
Absolutely, and I think it's so important to focus on the business case for hiring veterans. I think too often the focus is on veterans kind of as charity cases, as people who need help from a company. They need to get hired. They need a job. Maybe that was the case, say, 10, 15 years ago, in the 2012, 2013 range. There was really high veteran unemployment, and, veterans were very much in need of jobs. Now that dynamic is kind of flipped, where veteran unemployment is actually in a much better place than overall unemployment. And I think companies, the smart companies, have figured out hiring veterans isn't something I do because it makes the company look good. Hiring veterans is something I do because it helps the company's bottom line. And there's a number of ways that, veteran employees, your average veteran employee, is going to make a big impact and noticeable difference in your organization in a way that a civilian employee won't. You guys were talking earlier about, veteran status is something that you earn, unlike, many other kind of demographic markers of various employees. That is 100% true. And it's also, if you think about it a little more deeply, you earn it by being trained by, one of the greatest, perhaps the greatest, large organization in the entire world, the United States military. You get really great both technical training in a lot of areas that are very relevant to, civilian roles. So great hard skills, IT, logistics, cyber, the list goes on and on. But maybe even more importantly, soft skills, leadership, teamwork, problem solving, and tenacity. The things that, time and again, survey after survey, separate your really good, difference-making, high-performing employees from folks who are just kind of there sitting on the clock. You are getting highly trained, very dependable workers by hiring veterans. So this is something that, a company, when you're talking to an executive about we need to spend some money on this big major initiative, they're going to want to hear the business case. They're going to want to see, how does this make a difference for the overall organization? How does this budget expenditure lead to more revenue, more possibilities for the organization going forward? And this is how, because you're getting uniquely trained, uniquely skilled employees.
Permission to speak freely. That's one of the biggest things. I think you get initiative, too. I think you get somebody who understands the difference between going out above their skis and actually being like, I think maybe I think you get people who will analyze a situation and understand the difference between the objective and simply executing a series of events one after the other. I think that's one of the most important things. Veterans tend to read websites. Veterans tend to actually ask the question, what is the mission? What is the purpose? What is the point? What direction are we headed in? And how can we all get there together? It's a really crucial thing, and I can't emphasize that enough. It's so important. It is so important. Let me ask you in regards to, and by the way, guys, before we go any further, why don't we I didn't do the bureaucracy of this. The website, for those who are interested in finding out what these guys do, is vetted, VETTED, employers.com, vettedemployers.com, talking with George and Bruce, my good friend Bruce, about this company. How long you guys have been going with this? How long is this going?
The ink on that business card that you just read that off of, Jimmy, it's probably still wet.
I love it.
We have
well, you just got out of the game. I mean, you just made a decision to kind of move back into the private sector again.
That's true. October 31st. I'm sorry, September 30th was my official
Congratulations
retirement
on
date.
that. I remember
Appreciate
when you
it very
were
much.
thinking about that and talking about that. I mean, you've done your bit. You've done your bit. You've served your country. It's time to kind of, serve those who help serve their country, but in many ways it's time for you to kind of bring that expertise into the private sector.
Well, and it to me, it's another way to continue to give back to the veterans community.
I think so, too.
And I can't think of a better person to do it with than George. You could hear the passion in his voice there.
Well, yeah, and the idea that, and George, I'm going to give you a compliment here, so, this is what's crucial. And by the way, I'm going to tell Bruce something. Bruce, I'm going to have a message for you to deliver to George afterwards. But I'm going to say this, too, is that so much of this, though, is about the importance of understanding. One of the best ways I think you can be vet ready is by doing exactly what George used to do, which is figuring out how to tell these men and women stories. Because if you actually understand one of things that employers don't do, I think when they're hiring people, and this isn't just with veterans, it's with everybody, they don't really ask them their bios. They want to know, they get the perfunctory, tell me a little bit about yourself kind of thing. But they really don't take the time to ask the question of what's most important to you. What is really important to you? And to ask it a couple of times. People say, well, I want to have a job, I want to go home. But it's like, what is really important to you? And I think that, telling these people stories, when people tell you their stories, you actually learn what's important because what they choose to tell you tells you what's important. And so it makes a lot of sense to have somebody like George to be involved in this process. George, I was wondering, last question before you run out of time here, if there are any stories of transition that you told over your time as a journalist that really to this day have stuck with you, and any that you'd like to share with our listeners.
Gosh, it is hard to
it's not fair, is it?
Down
not fair.
to to that of just kind of a single case or a single service member. And in a lot of the work that I've been doing, in recent years, it's been focusing really not even on the veterans themselves so much as the organizations that they're working for. And I can tell you there are so many organizations where, when they first came across me, they stumbled across maybe one of the awards programs I was running, and, maybe their boss said, oh, hey, I saw our competitor got this award. What do we have to do to get it? And, a lot of times this is an organization that doesn't have anyone who is kind of dedicated to recruiting veterans or trying to support veteran employees, doesn't have a veteran employee resource group, doesn't have training set up to either onboard veteran new hires or to help, say, recruiters, employee support personnel better understand, reading military resumes, for example. So many organizations come to us kind of brand new, not knowing what to do, but with their hearts in the right place, wanting to find ways to, help veterans, not just because it's a good thing to do, but also because they recognize the positive impact that can have on their organizations. And I have been amazed at how organizations can just go from zero, we know nothing about this, we have zero expertise in this space, we need a whole lot of help, to being one of the very best employers out there. And I think, the key is knowing your strengths, but also importantly, knowing your weaknesses, knowing the areas you need to improve, and then having an idea of exactly what you need to do to improve it. And I think, we kind of built vetted employers with exactly that in mind, exactly helping organizations figure out through our surveys exactly where here's an area where you're doing a lot better than everyone else, here's an area where you have a lot of room to improve, and then we'll take that extra step and actually help you put in place the training programs, the policies, the follow-up communications that are key to being a top veteran employer. So I would encourage anyone who's listening to go to that website that we mentioned a few minutes ago, vettedemployers.com, check out our main initiatives, sign up for our survey, and reach out if you would like to learn more about the ways we can help you kind of directly build a strong veteran employment program. We can help from soup to nuts, and we are eager to do it. So, look forward to hearing from everyone.
Bruce, George, thank you. Bear with me here. Dre's going to play some exit music. Road Gang Radio, of course, was produced by Andre Thibodeau over in the city of New Orleans. Its executive producer was me, Jimmy Mack. Don't forget, our good friend Lindsay Lawler is going to have a replay of her We Should Write with Chris Roberts next. And then Tara Lynn Pfister is going to be live on the show with her absolutely immediately after that. Andre, thank you so much, brother. We love you, and we will talk to you on the other side.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org. Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Why are you already ruining it and talking over my beautifully produced intro? You've already ruined the whole episode.
It's beautiful and the candles smell good, but now I'm worried about them because Seamus came in and said it's carcinogenic.
Oh, carcinogenic.
What if we die of candle poisoning?
You know what this episode already has in common with Larry Gatlin?
What's that?
You two both just came in like
Chitty chatty bang bang?
crazy psychopaths.
Can I say
yes?
The ad before the Reads Across America, I forget how wonderful that organization is, and all the times that we spend in D.C. in the cold with the Pietà and the U and the tombstones and the wreaths is beautiful. This time of year, especially.
This time of year,
I miss that. We should go. Let's just go.
We got to sing, you and I got to sing. By the way, this is Chris Roberts. I'll talk about him in a minute.
Hi, Lindsay Lawler.
You and I got to sing. Do you remember? It was one of the most beautiful moments in the world. And then quickly, I was so mad at you.
Oh.
Because we got to
That
sing.
sounds right.
But yeah, that's basically sums up our relationship.
Yeah.
We got to sing in the amphitheater back when you could do that.
Oh, yes.
And we did God Bless America. And you start playing the guitar. And you heard the rumble of the Black Hawk helicopter about to come over. And you looked at me and you said, "Don't cry. I don't know the words." And we sang the song in front of like all the Gold Star mothers and
I mean, I knew half of the words. They get jumbled. All the patriotic songs kind of fall together for me.
But then we had this epic moment.
Yeah.
And then you disappeared. You left because you had to
I
drive
had to
home.
catch a flight.
You caught a flight. You
Yeah.
left.
I had to sing at church.
It was so rude of you.
It was. Yeah, but then you wandered the grounds without me and took pictures and right. Was that that time?
Well, no. Debbie Sparks threw me the keys to a van. I was in a white gown, and she said, "Can you drive these volunteers around?" So I was
Nice.
driving around in a white gown, and they're like, "You take your volunteer driving job real seriously, ma'am."
That sounds right. Yeah. And you do. You take all your volunteer jobs seriously.
I also take this show seriously, but
I
also not.
loved everything that I heard you say leading in. It was beautiful. And you're right. Yeah.
Right?
It's great, right?
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a guy, this is one of my best friends in the world. And by the way, if you've been, a lot of our listeners have been at a lot of the events we've sung out over the years, so you've gotten to hear or see this fabulous human perform either with me or on his own. And today we're going to get to know him a little bit better. So this week, I get to sit down with one of my all-time favorite humans, one of my longest, truest co-writing partners, Chris Roberts. He's a Grammy-nominated.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Broadway bred. That's the New York Broadway, the
Broadway
legit
bred.
the legit Broadway, not the
The acting, the singing, the dancing.
yes,
Yeah.
not the Bachelorette train wreck one that I sang at.
Well, listen, they're both good. One, you have to sing louder notes.
Yes.
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain. Oklahoma, where the...
Okay.
You went to school there, right?
I did go to school there.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell he could sing that. He's also the bluegrass singing, harmony stacking.
Look at me go.
Look at you.
Woo!
He's also a unicorn, guys, because he can casually sing opera, which is an oxymoron. But that's what makes you a
Casual
unicorn.
opera?
Casual opera.
That's
makes
a good
you a
idea.
unicorn.
Yeah. Like opera and sweatpants.
Opera and sweatpants. We've written together for almost 20 Now, let me finish talking about you. Be quiet for a minute.
Go ahead.
We've written together for almost 20 years. We've traveled the country together, from truck stops to the lighting of the Christmas tree in D.C., the blue field in Boise, the ocean, the mountains, and everything in between.
Woo.
Chris, we have written through heartbreak. We have written through celebration.
Mm-hmm.
We have written through some very dark chapters, probably of each of our lives. I know mine.
Mm-hmm.
You are family to me. And you've been a big part of my growing up. I've watched you grow up too, even though you're older than me. Thank you, and you will always be.
Happy birthday tomorrow.
Thank you.
FYI.
Thank you. And I think this is going to be both the easiest and the hardest episode I've ever prepped, because how do you interview somebody who you know each other's souls really well, and who knows all your stories and your ghosts and your chapters, the good ones and the bad ones? So, where do you even start? So today felt like a moment to ask Chris the things I've never actually got to ask him.
I love it.
Yeah.
Put me on the stand.
I'm going to, because when we're together, we just either laugh or we're creating. And you and I do get deep, but there's stuff I've wanted to know that I probably haven't dug deep enough on. So, Chris, we're going to talk about songwriting as a disguise, a weapon, an escape, a redemption, revenge, a catharsis, and, of course, healing. Yeah.
You lost me after the first three.
I
I
know.
really work in threes, as most songwriters do.
Oh, that means you
I'm
only
going
get
to need that list written down for me. But
disguise, weapon, and escape. You don't get the good ones.
I don't
then.
get the good ones. Okay, that's fine.
All right, this is going to be a different episode I'm very excited about. Please make welcome to the show one of my best friends in the world, most talented people I know, my favorite voice in all of Nashville, Chris Roberts.
Thanks, Lindsay Lawler, for having me.
I'm really glad you're here. Dre's excited too. aren't
Hi,
you,
Dre. What's up, buddy? Woo! It's really, really good to be with you the day before your birthday.
Oh, thank you.
And I was kidding about the candle thing. I don't think we're going to die from the carcinogen.
I don't think so. What's up, Dre?
It smells very good.
Oh, he's going away.
Okay.
Dre just pointed. You decide which finger.
Oh.
So, Chris, I always start the show with a big, deep breath, because people listening, a lot of people are listening in their truck, in their office, wherever they may be.
Yep.
We start with a deep breath for us, for them, for everybody. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Did you feel the booger in your nose that you picked on the way here?
Hey, come on. That was between us.
Oh, sorry.
Jeez.
I forget what's
It's
on here.
nothing sacred? Yes, I picked my nose on the way down here. It's an old person thing to do. Although, I was really happy that well, first off, congratulations on your radio show.
Oh, thanks.
And everything, all the radio shows. It seems like you've got many radio shows, and I'm sure they're all fantastic.
They're wonderful.
Yeah, and I'll start listening right when I get home and get a radio. The radio's broken in my truck with the backup camera, so
You
a problem.
listen on your phone, actually. So yeah.
There's a phone thing. Okay, good.
iHeart app, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, my point is, I'm glad it's not a TV show, because before I left my house, I happened to look in the mirror and I had a Cocoa Pebble, and it was stuck like on my lower lip.
Really?
Yeah.
First of all, why are you eating Cocoa
why am I
Pebbles?
eating Cocoa Pebbles, and why was one stuck on my lower lip?
I don't know.
I was very embarrassed. And then, you know how those get a little crunchy when they get stuck? And I had to really peel it off. It was
Chris, I'm not
it
going to
was
lie.
embarrassing.
This feels like a cry for help.
It is.
Between
It's
the
a Cocoa Pebble problem.
It's Cocoa Pebble and the booger. Things are
Things
hard.
They're
Things are a little sharp.
unraveling quickly.
They're a little sharp right now.
Hey, the breath thing is amazing, and you know, I told you my daughter, Emily, is currently in California talking about her school. They do something called True North at their charter school,
Okay.
which is basically a deep breath. They get the kids together in these groups. And they do that and call it a True North, and it sort of helps them focus their energies and their spirits, and it's really nice.
That's beautiful.
I love it. Well, I'm glad that you start your show like that.
It's, you know what? It's so basic,
Mm-hmm.
and yet this keeps coming up in my life. The most basic things are also the most profound.
Yeah.
And we're gonna that probably relates to writing. Like when I don't overthink it.
Mm-hmm.
You've in writing have had helped me not overthink it, and also I'll say things and you'll be like, no one talks like that. Like I'll try to make something work in a song, and I love when you say to me, no one talks like that. So it's been helpful. All right, so we took our deep breath, and then I also I say, Chris, in this moment, what are you, take a little gratitude journal. Let's see. Oh, he's taking it. Oh, yours has a heart on it.
Oh.
So cute. Oh, and a unicorn.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
In your gratitude journal.
It's a butterfly.
And a butterfly. What are you grateful for in this moment, this time of life?
This time of life or this particular moment?
Both.
Okay, both. This moment, I'm very grateful that I'm with you the day before your birthday,
Same.
and I get to see your beautiful studio that you've designed and are working out of. I love your office. It's great.
Thank you.
And I'm just proud of my friend. So I'm grateful that I get to see you. And in my life, it's a weird season for me. I'll be honest. I have 2 kids, 2 daughters, 2 amazing daughters, and our oldest is at Vanderbilt, sophomore. Go Anchor Down.
Should be in the playoffs.
Should be in the playoffs. That's a whole other show we're going to have. The quarterback, though, Diego Pavia, he does a thing where he takes his shoes off and stands on the field before games just to ground himself. That's
Love
another
that.
great centering grounding feature.
It's probably why they did as
just
well.
getting the earth on you. Yeah. Our other daughter is a senior in high school, and so we're in the college thing and looking at that. But it's
By the way, she was in your wife Wendy's belly when I met you, so that is
18 years.
terrifying.
Yeah, it's 18 years we've known each other.
Yeah.
We've written a lot of songs in 18. A lot of my best favorite songs. My best favorites.
My best favorite.
It's weird, just that it's kind of painful, and you don't want to really explore that pain too much because we don't. I think we grew up in a generation where our parents were just like, okay, go. There was no real admission of that chapter where you're doing so much together and for and with these human beings, and then they're gone. So I mean, it's it's all those the questions of purpose, like what you do to fill that extra purpose area. I mean, there's a lot to celebrate about it too, like 2 healthy kids that I'm super proud of, and they're going to go off and do their thing. But it's a lot to miss.
Are you
Parenting
scared?
is beautiful. It's awesome. I pulled a lot of my writing energy from my favorite songs that I've ever written are lullabies for my kids.
Yeah.
They're probably the most honest on a lot of levels. So it's going to be really hard, man.
But are you scared? Because I mean this both jokingly and both seriously. You're not going to have any excuses anymore. Since I've known you, you've blamed your kids on a lot of reasons why you get out of shows or out of rights, and I get it now because I did not have kids when I met you, and now I do have a child, and I get it. I use her to get out of everything now, and it's amazing.
It's
by the way.
amazing.
Great, I get what you were doing.
Yeah.
But is that also it's interesting to me because you're at a place in your, correct me if I'm wrong, in your career where you've done a lot of the BS, and now you can kind of, what do I want to do? What's interesting? What can I prioritize? But also the kids are going to leave, so you can't be like you really have to sit with yourself alone now and be like, what do I want to be when I grow up?
Yeah, well, it's too late for that because I'm old and picking my nose with chocolate cocoa pebbles on my lip.
Lost it.
And you know what? It's not using them as an excuse either. It's it's that choice. It's like, do I spend the time here or there or there? And I think, I spent a lot of years, you're right, prioritizing kids. Probably early on, I remember conversations with my management in New York where they were like, if you want a career in music, you don't have kids. You
or you pretend.
You sacrifice that. That's going away. Your wife and your kids, that's not. Don't
Did
think
somebody
about that.
actually say that to you?
Yeah, 100%.
In those exact words.
In those exact words, I got that conversation thrown at me, which is on some level very, very true. I think if you want to be the very, very top of the music game, I think you have to find a way to be. Selfish is the wrong word. It's just so hyper focused on that task that you don't really have time to focus on some of the other things, and that becomes sort of the detritus of the goal, I think.
Detritus is a good word.
Isn't that? It's a military term, I think, that means like it's all the stuff left over after a battle. The detritus of war. Yeah.
The music business.
Yeah. So the music business.
But that's it. You know, it's something people don't. We actually have talked about on the show a lot about that idea. Jim and I have talked about. It's like because we're this show and everything. It's a startup, and there's places where you kind of have to say to your family. And I don't think you have to physically say it. It's sort of at least in our family, it's an unwritten, it's an understood thing that it's like, whether it's Seamus and I, whoever has the more quote unquote important opportunity, they get to go. And Wendy's had to deal with this. I mean, you had to leave a gig to like a CMA gig when when your daughter's being born, to pop over and say hi in the hospital and then go back to performing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's absolutely. Well, yeah, the day she was born, we were playing the CMA down by the river thing, and yeah, we had. I mean, the good news is the doctor was like, "Do you want this baby now, or do you want this baby in 5 hours?" I was like, "Now would be
You're like,
great."
my label said I need it in like 20 years.
Yeah.
So how long can you hold it in?
Records said not at all. Can you just make this go away, Doc? No.
Well, okay, so let's be real then. So you have perhaps to a fault prioritized your family and life and having all that richness while also making music. Like you never.
I wanted my cake and to eat it.
You wanted your cake and
the
eat it too.
The proverbial cake and eat it too.
I get that. I feel that.
That's its own version of selfishness, right?
It is. And I look at mine. I'm like, I would have never been able to do like, say, the Taylor Swift route, because I'm not saying like I chose to not be Taylor Swift. No, my point is like she does the same thing all day, every day. It's all she can have. She misses birthday parties. She misses whoever.
Yeah.
And did you ever consciously decide I'm gonna try to do both, or was it a conscious decision, or did you just fall into trying to manage everything?
I think I just fell into trying to manage everything. I'll say when I moved to Nashville from New York, my goal, I think, was getting out of New York City, sort of knowing I'd done theater in my 20s and I'd gotten to a Broadway show and I'd sort of seen the top of that mountain and thought, I don't think I can stay on this mountain for 30 years and live like the kind of life I wanted to live. Maybe have a family.
Yeah.
Maybe do other things. I think there was twofold. I didn't think I could have a family. I also didn't think I could do other people's work consistently and find gratification in it. I had to find a creative outlet. So I moved here. Larry Gatlin was really my only friend in town, and
it's a good one to have if you're going to have
well,
only
yeah,
one.
I mean, he was a good introduction to the music business. And then I started working with our good friend Marcus Hummin, who wrote "Bless the Broken Road" and "Cowboy Take Me Away" and a lot of other great songs. And he became a very good friend early and producer early. And I saw his successful marriage to his wife, who is also a very creative, outside the box thinker who's very busy in her own world. And there are 3 kids. And I thought, so you can do this. There's a world in which you can be hyper successful as a writer, artist, and also like a good, like you can have a family. And that felt really like a cool idea. Now, if my band at Decca Records had just like wildly taken off after we played Newport Folk Festival and been on tour for 3 years, would I have made it? I don't know. Probably, who knows?
Would you still be married? Who knows?
Would I still be married? Would I have 9 kids? I don't know. Who knows? Like the path that was thrown in front of me was what was thrown in front of me, and we have figured it out yearly.
Yeah.
Day to day, week to week, year to year. Like that to me, that's the mess of being an artist. I think you just have to take the super highs with the super lows and and navigate that space.
Do you think, with that being said, because I had to stop saying this actually because I was like, I love the highs and lows. I love that there's no just middle ground. One day I was like, why would you say that? Stop saying that. Just like smooth sailing could be nice, but it doesn't feel, I don't know. It didn't, at least years for me, feel like something that I want. I'm like, that's boring just to be smooth sailing.
Yeah.
But then I realized, I was getting a lot of highs and lows, and that's manic, and that made me bipolar, I think, for a little bit as well. So I don't know. Does the smooth sailing, I guess, let's from a writing perspective.
Okay.
Whether it's high, low, or smooth sailing, do you think you personally write from a different place? And I don't even mean professional writing. I mean just your creative output, or just your pen to paper journal at home, whatever. Do you feel like you write from different places based on if you're high flying or in the ditch, or just kind of wobbling along?
Most definitely, yes. I think my general basic preset as a writer is that I'm not really very good by myself. If you're just leaving me alone in a room like this where you're saying just go be creative, I don't know that I am always the most creative person.
What?
Really? If you have a guitar for me, or a piano, like a musical instrument, I could sit there and noodle around and find some melodies. But I definitely treat it as a job where I know I got to sit down and push something out creatively. But usually I don't really like my own stuff, which is why I love working with other people, because if somebody else brings me an idea that they love, that's so much easier for me to get into than my own ideas that I'm like, meh. Rarely do I have one of my own where I'm like, I've got to write that. That's so important to me. That is going to move me in a certain way. I just
See
don't
that, and
feel
that's
that
all
that
I have.
much.
That's why you and I work together well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I can't do what you do at all.
I love the skill set of the task of creating something out of that mystery space. That is the best. But the thing that makes you believe profoundly in something, I don't have it.
Really? This is blowing my mind that you're
not
saying
on the
this.
front end. That not very much, not very often. This is why I said lullabies mean so much to me, because the profundity of the making of human life, there's something so elemental and basic about that. That's just also very, very real, and it's so easy for me to attach super hyper meaning to it. It makes it easy to write that.
Huh.
I don't know if any of that makes sense.
It does.
That's the way it feels, and I think that's why I like to collaborate so much. It's if somebody else believes in something, I love to believe in it with them.
Ooh, I'll save that for a quote for the show. That'll be on social media. You said to me years ago, and he is, by the way, I think if I can convince him after the break, going to sing a song or two or 12 for us. Based on the conversation. But you said to me years ago, and I'm sure maybe somebody said this in some form to you, but I said, probably a year into us writing together, I remember saying to you, do you go to therapy? And by the way, I don't either. I talk like I do, but I don't. And I said, do you go to therapy? And you said, no, I write songs. And you said it so no, I write songs. Move on. What's next? And by the way, you did mean move on. Don't ask me about therapy. Move on.
I don't want to get too dark.
Push your Scandinavian emotions down.
Hey, I got plenty of French Cajun stuff I can dig into too. Those people are very emotional people now.
What do you mean? What do you mean now by that? If I say, do you go to therapy? And you say, no, I write songs. Because you're not necessarily, sometimes we're disguising things in songs, usually subconsciously. Sometimes we're writing somebody else's story. And for me, I a lot of times get confused whose story I'm writing. I'm like, is this something that happened to me or somebody I saw at the bar? That's most everything.
Yeah.
So when you say I write songs not instead of going to therapy, but you write songs is therapeutic for you, put it that way.
Is therapeutic.
Is therapeutic for you. Is that, do you think you're consciously working stuff out when you write?
Well, to be clear, again, and this goes back to whether I do it well alone or with others. If I'm by myself sitting and writing, that doesn't feel like therapy. That feels like
Really?
it's nightmarish and hard and difficult. and painful. But if you get in a room together with others and ideas, that space, that sanctity of the writing space, like everything comes out usually. Not in every occasion, but it's such a great space to wander through your emotions and just sort of lay it all out on the line if you can from time to time. I was just in New York 2 weeks ago with the Creative Vets organization, and I don't know how much work you've done with Richard and those guys, but
I'd love to have him on this show, actually.
they absolutely have figured the same thing out, that there's the sanctity of the writing room where we're creating and we're trying to find some true human emotion to express in a song. Like you throw that into the room with someone who maybe has never talked about the worst thing that's ever happened to them in their life in some military endeavor, and the rawness of it is incredible. That to me is the therapy side of it.
That's so interesting to me, because the therapy side to me is when I'm alone and put it on paper, and then when I come and give it to you, I get to release it, and it's not my problem anymore, or it's not my story. I'm like, it's just funny how it's fascinating how we all work through our stuff differently.
Different process.
You're my favorite process, Chris. We have to take a quick break here. We're talking with Chris Roberts. It's We Should Write. It's a show about the healing power of writer.
It's Lindsay's birthday tomorrow.
Stop.
What?
Nobody
You say
cares.
it's your birthday?
Nobody cares. Nobody cares, including me.
Your friend Chris cares.
I care about you.
I
We'll
care
be back
about
more.
you.
Hey, will you sing for us on the other side?
Come on. I love this song.
You wrote this with me. Hey, guys, it's We Should Write. We'll be right back, right?
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Right? Hey, Chris, we should write.
We haven't written in a long time, and we need to.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I mean, we were usually good for at least like one or two a month or quarterly writes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We really should, though. I realized how I have not been practicing what I preach. I do this show called We Should Write, and I'm like, when's the last time I wrote something? I don't even mean a song. I mean in my journal.
You have several records of music that you've written, so it's not like you don't have a body of work.
Was that a fat joke?
No.
Okay, sorry. It kind of felt like it.
That's the other thing about writing is it comes in waves. I think there are this just times in life where it's like it just overcomes everything. Like you got to get a lot of stuff out, and then other times it's like I could probably settle on nothing for 3 months. Just Cocoa Pebbles at home,
Just Cocoa Pebbles in my beard and losing my mind.
Yeah, losing my mind.
I'm in that. And I did see somebody post the other day, or somebody sent it to me, I don't know, that said, "You've had a really strong year. Finish resting." And I took that as a permission to not do anything for the rest of the year.
Oh.
And I feel good about that. I mean, outside of everything that I have to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
nothing addition. This isn't a time for me to, but I would like to get together with you and write, because there's a lot. I do that. I get to say a bunch of stuff to you, and you help me put it to song, which I can't do on my own, because I do not play like you, and I have a different musical mind than you do. So
Yeah, we're a good team.
We're a good team.
Good writing team.
Let's get the band back together. Is what I'm trying to say.
I miss your volumes of song titles.
Yeah, well, they're still there and growing.
Yeah.
So several years ago, Chris is going to play something for us, but I want you to understand that the outside of you and I have written a song called Trainwreck, which is the most fun song we've ever written. Everybody loves it. Every girl likes to sing it. Everyone likes to pretend like it's about them. The song's about me.
It's about me.
Yeah, girl. Yeah, girl. But then also years ago, you and I were at a writing retreat in Florida, and I said to you the night we were at, like, all the writers were at dinner the night before, and you and I were going to be the first to write on the schedule together the next morning. I said, hey, make me write the song I have to write tomorrow. And you're like, okay. And, like, had a beer, and they were like, oh, it'll be fun. And then you came to get me the next morning, and I remember you handed me a coffee, and you said, all right, what are we going to write? And I was like, ugh. And we walked down to the ocean. We were in Florida, and it's oddly, one of my most favorite moments about you and writing with you, because it was a hard thing, but walked down to the water and just, like, put my toes in the water and just started talking to you, telling you about something I'd gone through, and you just started underscoring it with guitar, and you just sat there and listened, and I don't even know what I said, which is usually the case. You listen and I talk and I don't know what I say. That's kind of our relationship. And we wrote a song called I'm Okay about it. And I honestly, in that moment, again, Chris, I feel like I said everything to you. We wrote it, and then I was okay. I'm like, oh, cool. I got it out.
Yeah.
But you were there, and you just listened. And I know that listening to you that sounds, again, basic but profound. It's the most important thing as a writer and as a human.
Mm-hmm.
What is something that you can think of, whether it be with me or anyone else that you've worked with, where you listened hard enough to actually hear what they were saying that was not what they thought they were saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, 100%. I think that's the job. I mean, I think songwriters, and I learned part of this from Gatlin. Larry Gatlin loves to say that first you read. If you're not a great reader, it's really hard to be a great writer. You got to have some kind of foundation. And so I read Steinbeck, I read Hemingway, I fell in love with all these a lot of classical literature. I wanted to figure out how that writing worked, why it exposed human emotions so effectively, different functions of, the writing styles. But then I think listening is the next thing. Like, if you are not a good listener, it's really hard to co-write, to collaborate with somebody. You got to be a sponge. You got to just sit with people's stories and ideas. And somebody sent me a Christmas song idea a couple weeks ago. He's a good friend, a more recent good friend, a great piano player, new to songwriting, sent me this idea, and I think he recognized it was like halfway there. Like, he knew there was something in the idea. Mm-hmm. And I could hear exactly what he was trying to say. And, we discussed it. And so then I took it and sort of crafted a different version of the same song around it, just using sort of his emotional space and landscape. And I think that's that's definitely the deal, is you want to really try and understand what somebody's trying to get across.
You're like ChatGPT for somebody's creativity or writer's block. I'm like, I'm going to give you everything. Now I need you to organize it and make it musical and magical for me.
Right. Except I don't have the entire human existence at my availability. I only have my own human existence, which is its own.
It's quite a bit.
It has a lot of limitations, right? I mean, musically, like, all I have to fall back on is like a love of Prince albums and in the mid to late 80s.
Though. It's a great foundation.
Yeah, and then some old 8 tracks of Willie Nelson and a lot of classical music. You just mix that in a pot and figure out.
See what comes out.
And
what comes out is Chris Roberts.
That's correct.
You believe writing is therapeutic and healing. We've established that. There's so many. I could sit here and request songs from you, of course, all day. But per everything we've been talking about, what makes sense to play and talk about here?
Oh, I pulled this up, but only because I wanted to talk about I wanted to plug my musical.
Which is fine, of course.
It's the newest song I wrote for this show. So I wrote this show called The Way, Way West with some friends that are also Broadway veterans. And we're going to do a read-through of the music, January 30th.
A read-through of the music. That doesn't make sense to me.
A sing-through of the music.
Okay.
So we're going to have a narrator that sort of narrates what the show is, what's happening in the show,
Okay.
and then we're going to sing the music with a band.
Got
so
it.
you're gonna see, like, you'll be like, oh, this is a musical. It's a new musical, and I can kind of see the story, but we're not acting it out.
You don't have to hear all the dialogue yet.
Yeah, or costumes or lights.
Great.
And none of that. It's an hour and 25, 30 minutes worth of just new music for this musical called The Way West. The Way, Way West.
And where and when is that?
Well, it's January 30th at the CCJ, which is right behind the Thistle Stop Cafe, Thistle Farms Cafe.
In Nashville, everybody.
In Nashville on Charlotte Avenue.
Okay.
But now I'm looking at it and I'm realizing I wrote this sort of the end of the summer when the show was last performed, and I haven't I haven't played it since then. So I don't really remember it that well.
That's you with everything, and it'll still be great. No one will know.
But I'm going to try it and remember how it goes.
Okay.
And not tell you the story of the musical or like get you lost in the character arc or any of that. Just know it's a family of pioneers heading west.
That old chestnut.
That old chestnut. And this is a father talking to his son.
No more
who's
backstory.
Having a hard time falling asleep. I hear the ocean sounds like coming home, like singing some old song that you somehow always known, like the perfect melody. I hear it sounds a lot like being free. Yeah, and all I want to do is hear that song with you. I hear it looks like something from a dream. Big bright blue and maybe blue-green. They say you float right on the top. It goes on and on and on and never stops. Yes, and all I want to do is hear that song with you. And when we get there, we'll know it's right where we were always meant to be. Oh, you put a little verb on there. It's nice. Yeah, when it's all done, we'll find that bright sun. Oh, and we'll have all we ever need. It moves to that chord for a while, and then it goes, won't you sing that song with me? Yeah, won't you sing that song with me? And then there's some dobro solo and a little theater magic. And then the kid starts to fall asleep, and then it goes back to, well, I hear the ocean sounds like coming home, like singing some old song that you somehow always know. You throw that D minor in there because now you realize, oh no, this family might not make it all the way.
I think their
like
wagon's
the
going to
perfect
fall over.
melody. No, they're being attacked.
Okay. Great.
I hear it sounds a lot like being free. Yes, and all I want to do. Now you're starting to get sad for them. They're not going to make it. Yes, hear that song with you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Dre was over there.
I remembered half of it.
Having a moment.
Oh, good.
Don't
call me out.
I like when you put verb on right in the middle of it. It was
Yeah,
like,
sorry.
oh, I'm all of a sudden in the studio.
Yeah,
We're going to
that's-
cut a record.
You don't do it to them in the middle of the song. That was my bad.
No, it's
Sorry.
good. Well, like you said, neither one of us knows how to engineer before the lick.
Which is really stupid. We've both done music our whole life and can't.
Well, again, like everybody's got their own gifts, right? And now there's a whole generation of kids who are being trained on AI and Suno and like how to use that to make their songs and their tracks better and different, and it's just a brave new world, man.
That song is
Still
beautiful.
creativity.
Back to your song.
Thank you.
I haven't
appreciate
heard you.
that.
I've heard a lot of your music. I've never heard that.
Well, no, I just wrote it that. We had a performance in Montana of this show, like fully staged, costumed, lights, the whole deal. So the creatives could sort of get a sense of where we are and what the show needs.
Mhm.
And so I wrote that song one night. I went back to my where I was sleeping, and I was like, God, it really, like, for emotional sake. So this wagon train is going to be attacked by this group of Mormons.
Sure.
This is a true story, 1857, the Mountain Meadow Massacre. And they didn't want them to cross the Utah Territory. And so they dressed up as Indians, and they killed 150 people. It's an incredible story. So you know they're not going to make it. But we didn't have a moment where this family that we're following is like, you're like rooting for them even harder.
Oh my God.
So now you've got this moment right before it happens where the father has this thing with the son, and it's really
Good Lord.
super sweet.
And also really sad.
Oh, it's hard. Yes,
That's
dark.
what good
It's
music
dark.
or good writing does. It's a couple things. First of all, the fact that that song could play in that scene, in that time period, and this period piece, but also can land right now, whether it's a father, son, a mother, daughter, a Dre over there thinking about his, who knows
what Dre's here.
his dad. He said he's thinking about his
Aw.
dad, or whatever it is, and that's what I don't know. I
Music is a powerful dang thing. We
It's-
still don't understand half of it, do we?
well, and I think the best music is stuff that we don't think about. Like when I walk outside and a song's in my head, I'm like, oh, that's the good one because I had nothing to do with it. When I write something or you write something, anyone writes something where it's like, if I like, which is what you're saying, by not giving people backstory, then everyone gets to put their own spin on it. But I don't, everyone can drop themselves in on it, and it's a little, it's like the more, I don't know, the more detailed we get, the more general it also gets because people can create their own little movie in their head about it.
Yeah.
But I don't think you, Chris, or ever sit down and be like, I want to write something that will resonate with everybody. Like you just.
No, I gave up on that a long time ago, I think.
Good.
I think, the most honest approach is usually the best. And that's like you said, that thing that I always say about conversational.
And no one talks like that.
Which, of course, I got from, what's her name? Amy Foster, David Foster's daughter, the famous writer from Chicago, the band Chicago. And, we were writing one day, and she's like, would you really say that? And I was trying to be poetic, overly poetic, and make something land. And I'm like, no, you're right. All my favorite songs are super conversational songs. I mean, why is Chris Christopherson so great? It's because he found a way to be both poetic and wildly conversational so everybody can understand what he's saying, And I don't think when we write, this is what I love about musical theater too. It just gave me an emotional landscape. Like I knew what I want, like how I wanted something to feel.
Right.
So there was kind of a target, but also it was just so broad and general, like, okay, I can just feel my way through this. And that conversation is so natural to have. Like, I wish I could see the ocean when you see it.
Oh, good Lord. Is that, because it's funny because you started out, not started in musical theater, but a big chunk of your sort of music industry success at the time was it sort of bookending right now. Not that your life is ending right now.
Yeah, no, it might be.
I don't know. The Cocoa Pebbles in
yeah,
the beard is a
it
little
worries
troublesome.
me.
But at least bookended to this moment, to from New York to Nashville, and then to be now going back to musical theater. There is an emotional piece about it, and I'm just curious where you feel like you're at in your faith. I've never asked you. I'm going to sidestep a second. I've never asked you about your faith specifically. Like I know you sing. You're the music leader at your church. You've been saying you're going to quit that since I met you 18
Forever.
years ago.
Yeah.
So well done. And but I'm so glad you haven't because you bring such a genuine, beautiful storytelling thing to that church. But I'm not even talking about the religious side. But how do you see your faith, whatever that is?
Mm-hmm.
You've got some kind of faith. I don't know what it is, but you got some kind of faith. How do you see that playing
If it
into
helps, I don't know what it is either.
Okay, then that's the answer. But do you believe in something, and does that play into your writing?
Yes, I believe in something.
Okay.
Exactly what it is, I'm not sure. I mean, you know, my history, I grew up in the Catholic faith, and that's where I learned to make music. That's where I first learned to love music. So music and faith are probably like wound up in all the same thing.
Okay.
Part of the reason I go and sing songs at this Episcopal church on Vanderbilt's campus is...
Still not in the playoffs,
still not in the playoffs. Dang it. Thank you. Maybe if I believed a little bit more
this might be your fault.
profoundly. Oh man, yeah, I have no answer for what my spiritual compass is, other than that I just think, you know, love has got to be the center of whatever we believe in. I think religion messes so much up and it gets so much right, and gosh, the history of humankind on the planet is like just different variations of the same theme, and the more we love each other, the better things get. I know that's just super hippy dippy, but
Again, the most basic.
my
is the most
email is
profound.
Disco Hiker. I mean,
His email is, and that is his handle on Instagram if you want to go find him at Disco Hiker.
nature obviously is sort of that's the foundational center of, like, I totally buy Emerson, Thoreau. I can see why Joseph Smith came out of the Enlightenment period in the early 19th century and started the Mormon church. Like, being in nature, there's something profound and spiritual about that connection. And, you know, who knows what that is. Probably it's also ancient and ancestral. But
I think the best thing to say is, I don't know what it is, but I know it's something, and leave it at that. Then we don't have to debate.
Yeah.
That means what I believe is true and what you believe is true, and leave it at that. Right?
yeah. Right, or I could say I don't know what it is, but it's nothing. Which I have several relatives that will fall into that category. And that sort of absolutism is always really difficult for me too. So I can't say that. I will say singing in church remains my most comfortable place. Now we go where I make music is not, I would say, a traditional kind of church music. We
Definitely not.
play guitars and sing Bob Dylan songs, and there's, you know, songwriters all around, and so if something moves us on any given moment, it might be played or sung, and I think that is the closest thing to spirituality I can find. When it's really well rehearsed and practiced, I have a hard time with it.
In the moment. Faith to you is in the moment, perhaps.
Maybe so.
Maybe
yeah.
presence, maybe nature.
Right.
What's something I don't
Back
know?
to the breath.
What's something I don't know about you?
Sorry, I was doing my breath thing. Something you don't know about me. Gosh, I don't know, because we've spent 18 years writing songs, so I'm sure I've said things in the writing room that I don't even remember that you know about me. You know a lot.
I know a lot
about
about
me.
you that you don't know about you, probably.
That's right. You know a lot about me that I don't know about myself. That's probably true.
Is there anything you can think of?
Something specific? Well, let's see. I wrote another musical
I know that.
called Three-Way Stop.
Oh, no, I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Oh, you don't know about that? It's really good. It's got your favorite song in it.
Which one?
Want me to play another song?
Yes, please.
This is the only song from back catalog in my musical called Three-Way Stop.
Tell people
It's
what
being
back catalog
performed.
means.
Oh, just songs that I have written not specifically for this show. But most everything else I've written for this show is brand new material. And it was a play in the 90s written by Vincent Cardinal, the head of Yale's theater department, and he wanted music for it. And so I've written a whole bunch of Americana bluegrass music with a couple of friends, but they loved this song for the show. Yeah, and you love this song too.
I love this song so much.
Before the sun's even up, I pour some coffee in my cup. I gonna start that old truck and head downtown. a bunch of time clock. Wave good morning to the boss. I gon' sweat all day out on those docks till that same sun goes down. And I know I'm alive, 'cause I'm breathing just fine. So someone tell me, why do I let her always come creeping back in to kill me again? I know that whiskey won't work. And tequila just makes it worse. So I've learned to live with the hurt. I call some friends of mine, go out tonight, laugh a little, that's how I know I'm alive. And I'm breathing just fine. So someone tell me, why do I let her always come creeping back in to kill me again? Well, someday I'll find someone who makes me forget about you. But baby, till then, go on and kill me again.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Dre's over there crying. Seamus is my husband's inside texting me saying I always tear up when Chris sings.
Oh, come on now.
Come on. People over in the comments are tearing up, loving it. Actually, too, by the way, Trucker Bosun over here said, music is the language of the universe. That's why angels are usually depicted with harps and trumpets.
There it is. Yeah.
There it is, buddy.
I agree 100%. I just... There's also like just the mystery of music to me is mind-blowing. Like what part of the brain that is, we still don't. I know scientists can like actually go in there and go, oh, this is the brain center, but or the music, where this is where music happens. But still, like what's happening in there? I know chemicals are released that make us happy or sad when you hear music. It's just great.
Our time is almost up, which makes me sad, so you'll have to come back. But I have a Kill Me Again. Like, you're happily married. You've been married a long time. And that's not, like, when you write songs like that, I always think about, you know, when you're in a relationship, but you're still able to pull the emotions of heartbreak and break. I mean, we even have heartbreak in when you're in a happy relationship, of course. Mm-hmm. Are you thinking about, like, what are you thinking about when you sing something like that?
It depends on the time. That time I was specifically thinking about the character in the play.
Well, yeah, okay.
Which is actually generally where I go with super emotional songs. I get into that whatever that actor space is that I used to use when I was acting songs, which is both real emotion and also like just the craft of acting, I think.
That's interesting because I was going to say to you, I've heard you sing that song no less than 100 times, and I heard it very differently that time. You sang, it felt like it was a different place that time, and it was because you were thinking of something different than I heard you sing it.
Yeah, I put it somewhere else probably. Huh. Still all based in my own real world, but I do think I don't know any musician, singer, songwriter that doesn't have some sort of acting skill with their songs. Like, there's a piece of it that is removed, I think, from real experience.
Right.
If that makes sense. But then again, I mean, there are, like, I don't know that Kurt Cobain was acting when he sang, but maybe, I mean, that's probably a character. Character's maybe not the right word, but it's like a place you go in your head that's not quite who you are when you're like just walking around Costco.
Well, that's why I believe there's something else going on out there, because I believe writing is, for me at least, I believe writing is channeling when it's good. And when, like I said, I walked outside the other day and all of a sudden had a whole song dumped in my head. And by the other day, I mean 2 years ago when the last time you and I wrote.
Yeah.
And
do you know where it's being channeled from?
I mean, I call it my higher self.
I thought you were going to have like a real specific geographic name, like Makahalo.
Yeah, the island of myself. No, I don't. But I do know the book. Author Elizabeth Gilbert has a book called Big Magic, and she says that kind of thing when it's dropped in our brain, that's a gift, and if we don't do something with it, the universe will take it out of your brain and put it on, and give it to
somewhere else. Yeah.
So either do something with it or don't, and then don't complain when you see your song on the Grammys and you didn't write it. It's your fault. You didn't write it.
Right.
Right.
Wasn't your experience.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know where it comes from. So we only have like 3 minutes left. As you know, a lot of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers, and originally people are like, why would we have a show about the healing power of writing to talk to truck drivers? They don't write. Well, by the way, they do.
They sure do.
They see a lot. They spend a lot of time alone. They have a lot of time with their thoughts and look out the window. You love to drive, so you resonate with that.
One of my very favorite songwriters of all time, John Prine, was a truck driver for the United States Post Office. He was a postal worker. That's where he did all of his great writing. Yeah, 100%.
I didn't know that, and you knew him well.
I did know him pretty well. Yeah.
I didn't know that. That makes a lot of sense, though. But so that's why, I mean, I get on a weekly basis, drivers will send me lyrics. And because of this show, I've had some drivers send me some very, very deep personal things that they're starting to unlock. Not in a song, but just say, hey, I thanks for giving me permission to do it. So
that's great.
If you can leave the audience with that, why is not as Chris, the professional songwriter, Chris as somebody who knows that you have to get your stuff out, or else it's in. Why is writing profoundly important to every single human?
I think exactly what you just said. I mean, I don't think there's anything good that can come from not finding someone to talk to or just help process your own emotions with. I mean, and I do think truck drivers specifically, that can be very solitary, that space, right? So, you absolutely have to, unless, I mean, you gotta get, you get it out.
Simple as that, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking now of my friend Royal Reed, who was in the One Flew South band with me, who is now a truck driver, and I'm going to make sure that he knows that this show is happening and was happening, this one that we just recorded.
Yeah.
But he is one who I think doesn't spend enough time writing his own. I think he would really love to spend more time writing music. He needs to find some places where he can do it. So, Royal, if you're listening, send me your idea.
Aww,
and we'll
Royal
write something
Reed.
together.
Y'all go check out One Flew South. That was the project he was in when I first met him. Beautiful music, 3-part harmony music that you can find online. That record, Last of the Good Guys, you guys did, was beautiful.
Thank you. It was really good.
It was really good. I love getting to, and then you've had
Harmony.
so many different duos and groups and bands and solo projects, and worked with me and so many other people in town in Nashville. I'm in all seriousness super, super honored to be your friend and a co-writer and have you in my life. And you
Thanks,
being
Lindsay
here today
Lawler.
having you here today is a comfort, my friend.
I'm very grateful for our friendship. And your genius, your level of genius is awesome. And just, you always brought out the very, very best in me as a songwriter. So I want to thank you for that.
We should write.
We should write, right?
The show is called We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. This has been Chris Roberts. Thank you so much for being here today, friend.
You're very, very welcome. Thanks for having me. I'll come back, yeah?
Please.
Okay, good.
Please. Next week, my guest, you know her as well, Tara Lynn Fisker, the pink-haired girl.
Heck yeah.
She'll be here next year live in studio.
dog.
Guys, this show is executive produced by, well, me, Lindsay Lawler. It's technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, and it's brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Head on over to radionemo.com/We Should Write. You can hear all the past episodes, hear what's coming up, and submit your ideas. Who do you want to hear? What do you want to write about? We'll help you with that. Don't go anywhere. More coming up. Chris, we should write.
We should write, right? Couple pebbles.
Turn the radio on, turn the radio on, and let the goodbye go. Oh, oh, have a blue eyes soul, turn the lights down low, let the goodbye go.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act. One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. 17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We should write, right?
Right?
Right.
My goodness.
I'm so happy you're here.
Thank you. I'm ecstatic to be in your presence once more.
Oh, that's very kind. Say that again. Oh, Dre's having a moment. Guys, welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm Lindsay Lawler, and I'm so excited about this episode. What's so cool is that every week has blown my mind because it's so different, whether it's somebody I know well, somebody I kind of know, somebody I respect and want to know. That's why I got a radio show, so I could kidnap people to my house that like I admire and be like, now you're stuck here.
Mm-hmm.
But every perspective has been so different, and I have no doubt that this one will be the same, yet different. It will have that same motif. So guys, today I'm sitting down with one of my very, very, very dear friends.
my favorite firecracker in Nashville, and somebody who I've loved and was drawn to from the very beginning. Now, what happened years ago? I'm gonna say, how many years ago? If you had to guess, how many years?
I was thinking about that this morning, and I really couldn't put a number to it. I've been in town for almost 13 years, so I want to say I've known you for at least, I'm going to say around 10. Would you say?
Let's say 12 because it sounds better.
Yeah.
So we've known each other for 2,000 years, and a long time ago.
We're only 17. It's crazy.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Magic is real, guys. One of my dear friends, a mutual friend of ours, Chris Griffith, said to me one day, he's like, I'm working with this chick. I don't know why, but I know you need to come see her.
Yeah.
Come check her out. Y'all need to know each other. When people say that kind of thing, I listen.
Mhm.
And so I went and I saw you play. And here's the thing. I don't remember exactly what it was that I was like. I don't remember the exact moment and what I was drawn to, but what I know is that something in me said she is both incredibly talented and also real, incredibly talented and also authentic, incredibly talented and also likable. And to me, if you don't have that second part, the talent doesn't mean shit. So it was very cool to me. I was in that moment like, oh my God, you're great and you're also great.
Thank you. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do. I feel exactly the same way whenever you get out and meet some people. It's like, especially in this town, you kind of look around and you go like, all right, where's the authentic? Where's the real? We can actually be friends.
Yes. That's why I liked her then. That's why I still like her now, guys. And on top of it, her single Born to Rock got a roll, hit a 7-day #1 streak on the Amazon Country Digital Sales Charts. Badass.
Mhm.
Let's go.
Yeah.
She's open for Thomas Rhett. She's headlined global festivals like Switzerland. I've been waiting to say this. Like Switzerland's Badenfahrt.
Yeah, nailed it, sister.
I did.
Nailed it.
Badenfahrt.
Uh-huh.
That's unfortunate. And she earned recognition from CMT, Cowboys and Indians, Forbes, and more and more and more. With her fiery, fierce red hair, her powerhouse vocals, and a sound, guys, that's influenced by, correct me if I'm wrong, Bonnie Raitt, Casey Musgraves, and the band.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of that stuff.
She brings soul. She's tongue-in-cheek. She's grit. She's heart. She's one of my favorite people. She's an artist who truly lives and breathes her craft. And if you want to know what it takes to make it in anything, I'm not even talking music today, anything, my friend Kimberly's here as well. Hey, Kimberly and
Hi,
Chris.
Kim.
Kimberly and Chris new to Nashville from California. If you want to know what's the roadmap on how to do something that you love and do it well, Tara Lynn is our person. Please make welcome to the show, my dear friend, soon to be yours, Tara Lynn Pfister. Good morning.
Good
friend.
morning, my love. That was an introduction and a half. I'm blushing. Thank
Well,
you.
You're an introduction and a
Thank
half. Okay, Tara. First of all, you're one of my dear friends, and I've yet to ask you what you want the people that know you and love you well to call you. I'm like, this is Tara Lynn Pfister. This is Tara Lynn. This is T-Dog. What does Daddy call you?
Well, my dad calls me T.
T. Okay.
But I always say Tara Lynn. I would say those who have known me since I was itty bitty call me Tara, but professionally it's Tara Lynn.
Yeah. Well, I've always called you Tara Lynn.
Yeah.
Because it feels like
It feels like one
naked.
word. Yeah, Tara Lynn. I feel like the people who call me Tara are people who have known me since I was, like in grade school. And even then I'm like, I don't even, your names take on personalities. And
Yes.
I'm like, I think I've grown out of, I love that girl, but I don't think I'm her anymore.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that. Like you, Kimberly. It's like, don't call me Kim. I'm Kimberly. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
And now I know.
Now you know.
Now I know.
You can call me. I've been called way worse than Lindsay, so call me whatever. Okay, so I love to always start the show with a deep breath. This is as much for us as it is the people out there listening.
Yes.
As you know, Tara, we have a lot of truck drivers that listen to the show.
Mm-hmm.
So whether you're behind the wheel of your truck, whether you're behind a desk, or driving down the road, or about to go on stage somewhere, let's all take a deep breath together on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. God, that's good.
It's just
right?
lovely.
It's so easy. Why do we make life so hard?
Mm.
All right, now take out your gratitude journal. She brought it with her. It's real pretty. It's red and sparkly. I love it. I love it very much. Tara Lynn, in this moment, both in this moment and this time of life, if you're going to write in your gratitude journal, what are you grateful for right now?
What am I grateful for right now? I'm glad I've actually been doing this quite consistently. I've been going through a book called The Artist Way.
Yeah, dude.
I think it's Julia Campbell.
Julia Cameron.
Thank you.
I've started it 5 times and finished it none.
Okay. Well, listen, you should join. The reason I started doing it, similar story. I had it on my fireplace for probably, I'm going to say 3-4 years going like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And finally I was speaking with one of my fellow artists. His name's Garrett Thorne. I was like, hey, let's hold each other accountable.
Yeah.
Let's get together every Sunday and go through a chapter or a week, as Julia says it. And we brought on my other friend, Miranda, who's a painter. She does a lot of the murals in East Nashville and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
And so us three get together on Sundays, and we've been going through it week for week. But a huge part of that process is your morning journals, to the point where it's like she makes it very clear that if you get nothing else out of this, take your morning journals. If you get nothing else. And it has been eye-opening. It's just crazy. She says you have to do at least 3 pages, and it doesn't matter. Just get them done. Just if you have nothing to write, start with, I have nothing to write today.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
My
So-
grocery list is.
Yes, exactly. Just start free writing. And as of this year, I would say I'm grateful for the ability to take a breath. I think that's a learned habit as you get older.
Isn't that weird?
Be able to breathe.
Isn't that weird?
Yes. And I'm grateful that I started yoga. I started doing yoga really 3 to 4 times a week in the beginning. I would say probably around March or so. And I'd been to a handful, 10, 12 yoga classes, whatever, but doing it consistently, I was going for the physicality of it, but what it has done for me emotionally, spiritually, all those inner workings parts, I'm really grateful to have found it. I was kind of one of those people that was like, kind of eye rolled and like, yep, this is great and whatever. But when you do it consistently, you really do start to feel yourself. You kind of come out of your chrysalis a little bit.
Yeah, out of your chrysalis. I love that.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say the ability to take a deep breath, the ability that I found yoga, and I've also been working really hard. I've been conscious of.
Good choice of words.
Yes.
We say working hard. Our brain thinks that we have to work hard.
Yeah, no. I've been very conscious of being in my feminine. I think in this industry, it's very easy for us ladies who are in a very male-dominated world, and we're in charge of a lot of men. If you're an artist and you're a band leader and you're an independent artist and you're running all of your metrics and doing all of your things, you're in charge of a lot of guys. It's easy to meet them at their energy, or maybe easy is not the word, but it's
fall into it.
Yeah, second nature, I guess, to
Yeah.
fall into their energy. And I just found myself, I was like, I am just wore out and I don't know why. And that's something that yoga helped me find out. Is like, I am not in my body. Like I'm not swinging my hips when I walk. I'm not, letting people get doors for me. I'm like, I can do it. I don't need you. No, that's not how I want to be. That's not how I want to function. So it's been really lovely to be able to feel feminine again.
I love
and just let the world revolve around me.
I love that. That's really landing for me. I'm going to take a page out of your gratitude journal because I do the same thing. It's like, I'm the same as you. As I've run a band, and you want to be like, I'm one of, like, it's been a badge of honor.
You want to be one of the guys.
Yeah, it's been a badge of honor to be like, I'm one of the guys. But the reason we stand out in a group of guys is because we're not one of the guys.
Yeah, amen.
We have
sister.
to own the feminine side too. That's why they want us around.
Yeah, and it's an interesting energy. When it shifted, I started noticing, because just male female dynamics. If you're both, attracted to the opposite sex, it's like I started knowing I could look at them and be like, they're looking at me different, or like they're like treating me differently, and nothing had changed other than I had gone like, this is I'm just gonna be the woman. I'm just gonna, I can still be a badass and I can still run my business and I can still gallivant the world, but I can do it feeling like a woman and not feeling like I'm just foreheading through brick walls all the time.
Who runs the world?
Girls.
Who runs the world?
Girls.
Who doesn't run the world? No, just kidding.
Men.
Just
Who thinks they run the world?
kidding. It takes all kinds. It's a balance, guys. By the way, over in the chat right now, Trucker Bozen, listening, he just said, "Good afternoon, you lovely ladies. I'm ready for a therapy session to begin." See?
Welcome. Step into our office.
Welcome. Lay down, if you will. Okay, turn the page in that gratitude journal, and what? My friend Tara Lynn Pfister, you can find it taralynn.com or at I am Pfister. Come on.
Hey.
Speaking of badass. What is heavy on you right now?
What is heavy on me right now? I think what is heavy on me, we're going to be honest.
Please.
So I'm going to be 35 in March, and what's weighing heavy on me is the thought of family and children, having my own or not, or being married or not, or, I think 35 is just kind of bringing a reality of, this kind of stems back to the yoga thing. I beginning of last year, end of last year, beginning of this year, I was putting on weight like crazy for unbeknownst to myself. And it was like the healthiest I've ever been, the most sleep I'd ever gotten, the most hydrated I'd ever been, the most emotionally stable I'd been in a long time. Like, it did not add up. I was gaining weight. Went to the doctor, had my hormones checked, and my hormones were like plateaued. Like, I had no estrogen, no progesterone, my testosterone was through the roof. Like, which is also was a catalyst for me to being like, I need to find my feminine again.
Mm-hmm.
So,
was your cortisol off the chart?
Oh yeah, the whole 9 yards. And
which is your stress hormone, by the way, guys.
And so after getting my hormones regulated, but the scary part of this was that when the doctor read my chart, spoke with the nurse, and they were like, I know you're only 34, but technically all these levels, like, you're basically on like the verge of perimenopause.
Mm-hmm.
So, and automatically my brain was like, well, it's one thing to say I don't want to have kids. It's another thing to be told I can't have kids or that I'm past that point or anything. And I was like, okay. And it was just a reality. It was like, okay, well, I have all the information. I know how to move forward. I'm thankful that the doctor was able to help me get my body back to where I felt like myself and my levels back to where I felt not just plumb exhausted all the time for no reason. And it allowed me to kind of reevaluate some things where I was like, some measures have to be taken and some decisions have to be made. And I'm kind of in the thick of that right now. So.
Wow, that's the first you've talked about that.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah.
Well, you know that I can identify with everything you're saying. So anytime you want to talk about having kids, I'm your girl.
Yeah.
We could have a kid together. We could try. I don't
Look
know.
at us.
Who knows? Who knows? This is a safe space. Wow. No, well, thanks for sharing that, because that is something that a lot of people deal with. And I'm just going to, a quick note to anybody, because I went through that same thing, and would like ask questions to your doctors, men and women, men as well, because I found out too late. And it was something I found out when I was too late that it was going to be hard to have kids.
Yeah.
If somebody would have said something to me 10 or even 5 years earlier, we would have been on a different place. And I love that you said it's one thing to be like, I don't know if I want kids. It's another to be told that we can't do something we were put on this earth that we were supposed to be able to do.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's
Yeah.
really, really hard. And if you have somebody in your life who is going through that, I can't stress you enough, just ask them how they are. It's
Yeah.
not prying. Ask them how they are, because it's a very lonely place to be. It's a lonely place that so many people go through, and we don't have to hold that alone. So
Yeah.
ask somebody, don't ask people like my daughter does when they have a belly. Don't ask them if they're pregnant, though. That's a different conversation.
Okay, well, that's hilarious, because one of the reasons, like one of my final straws where I was like, something is wrong, and it's not just like I need to be in a calorie deficit and sweat more. Like, I just knew something was wrong. I had never gained weight like that before. But one of the things that happened is I went to go get my nails and toes, like a manicure and pedicure.
Mhm.
And I sat down, and the woman, who's gracious as all get out and kind, but she looked at me and she's like, when are you due?
Oh, God.
And I was like,
oh, dear God.
So that was like a real.
That's fun.
Oh yeah, it was.
That's fun.
I like went home and looked in the mirror. I was like, and we're done. Whatever is going on is officially done. We're going to figure this out and be an adult and take some measures. And I feel much better now.
Good. Well, you look great. That happened to me at Home Depot. I was shopping with Seamus, and Seamus had already been giving me shit because I was wearing this, as he calls my boob crusher, like dresses that smush you down, but they're muumuu. It's a muumuu, dude.
Yeah.
And a man working at Home Depot came up to me and he said, same thing, when are you due when you have a baby? And I said, excuse me? He said, when are you due? I said, no, I heard you. I said, excuse me? And Seamus was just around the corner. He's like, I told you that dress is not good.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've been saying this about you leading up to this conversation. I've been talking about you on air. All good. And I admire probably the thing that I admire most about you, the very top of the list, is that you were so all in on music. It's your North Star, it's your compass, sometimes to the detriment of other things in your life.
Yeah.
i.e. what you just talked about.
Family, yeah.
And I don't have that the same way that you have that. I scatter myself in different areas. You were so in on, what you want to do, and there's no backup plan. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is amazing.
I still go when I think about it, but I'm like, yeah.
Well,
right.
It's the only, I had a incredible hit songwriter on the show, David Malloy, a while back. And he's incredible.
He is.
And he was like, I never had a plan B. And he said, any of the artists that ever walk in my door, if they have a plan B, I don't work with them.
Yeah.
And I was like, blah. So anyway, talk to me about that a little bit, because I want to know from a writing perspective as too, from an artistry perspective, of course. Whether you're an artist or something else, talk to people out there, because here's the thing. There's somebody listening right now that's like, oh, that must be nice to be able just to do what you love all the time, but I have to work. You know who you are listening. You do work. Like, this is a 24/7 job.
Yeah, this is entrepreneurial at its best.
So why continue to keep choosing it day after day?
I'm going to get a little hippy dippy on here
Please.
because I don't know how else to answer it. But the only thing I can say is that I've known since I had conscious thought that music is what moves me. It's what saves. Sounds dramatic, but I do think it saves people. And I have always felt an overwhelming sense that I was someone who was supposed to keep it sacred. Wow. And I think there's a lot of people in music that's not their mentality, that it's not a sacred thing, that's a gift that's powerful and meaningful, and used to, when you're putting frequencies out into the world, you're literally affecting everything around you. It's, music moves through inanimate objects, through bodies, through time, through space. And that's science. That's not even just me being like, and everything's great, like peace and love. But it's, I just feel that I've been put here to be a keeper of that flame, that I know who I am at this, I woke up this morning and I know who I am. I may be different tomorrow, but I know who I am today. And I know that what I can do is make sure that music is still made reverent. And that's what I want to do. That's why I'm here. So, and I have a whole conspiracy theory. I don't even want to use the word conspiracy theory, but I have this entire, so many songs on the radio that get force-fed to us, to our kids, to everyone, truckers listening. But it's all about, drinking too much. It's all about going home with somebody you shouldn't be going home with. It's all about calling that person you shouldn't call. And yes, there are the few songs on there that are still good and beautiful, but I feel like we are force-fed this agenda into our systems that has us all functioning at a low vibration. And then we all look around and go like, man, the world's a really screwed up place. Like, well, yeah, look at what we consume on the daily, whether it's the pharmacy ads on the television telling you why you're messed up and what you should take to fix it, or it's an alcohol ad telling you that the best thing you can do is crack one open with your friends on the weekend and forget about the week, or it's music telling you that, leave your lady at home and go find whoever's on the dance floor. It's just like, well, yeah, of course, are we allowed to cuss?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like, of course the world's a little fucked up. It's like, that's what we're consuming as a humanity on the whole, so that's how we function. And I want to be someone who can help reverse that as best I can.
Wow. That really landed when you said you're supposed to keep it sacred.
Yeah. Music is sacred.
It is. And, I had someone on the show last week talking about music as frequencies, and he was way, way, way out there. And there are people in the chat like, oh, you guys what have you been smoking? I'm like, no. It is. It literally is. It is a frequency.
Yeah.
And you think about, like, when I listened to that, did it make me feel good, or did it fill me with rage?
Yeah.
If you're listening to something and right after that you want to kill somebody, maybe listen to something else. Like, it can do that. It can move even the things that move us to cry and make us sad. That's a good thing too. Being sad, guys, watch Inside Out. You need all the emotions.
You do. We are full circle here.
Not rage though. Notice rage is not on Inside Out 1 or 2, by the way.
Yeah.
Not yet. Wow, that's beautiful. Okay, so, I think that, and you are going to sing a couple songs for us here. I think that, personally, as somebody seeing you, knowing a lot of your different sides, I think that you're way more mature than people would notice, and when they would understand if they just come to a Tara Lynn Pfister show. I say that as a compliment to both sides, to stage Tara, performer Tara, and stage Tara Lynn and to Tara,
Yeah.
who she's not anymore, but who she
Yeah.
loves and respects. Because you are this powerhouse, these big vocals you put on, like, you know that people will have a choice, and when they come to see you, you're going to leave them with something. But you are also very, very deep, very insightful, very, very emotional, very empathetic,
Introspective.
You are, but you carry a lot of people's emotions around you. I've seen you do that with family and with friends and with former bandmates that you finally found boundaries. So that's fine. So I want to talk about how carrying other people's emotions informs your writing, your personal writing, whether that be your flow pages in the morning
Yeah.
or what makes it into a song. Because we're going to talk later about what's allowed to make it in a song and what's maybe shouldn't go in a song.
Okay.
But how does carrying other people's emotions around you, when you're an empath, when you take on other people's emotions, how does that affect or inform your writing? Are you able to say, like, oh, that was mine or that was somebody else's, if that makes sense?
Sometimes, yeah. And I would say there is also the moment where you're like, wow, I have no idea where that came from. Like, I'm not sure if that was mine or not. But as far as being a songwriter, I think it's a wicked tool to have in the belt. It allows you to write from different perspectives. It allows you to write for people outside of yourself. And it allows me to dig into something that maybe I haven't experienced yet, but I could feel what they were feeling as they were telling me about it. And it allows me to just be more well-informed on the emotion that I'm trying to grasp and have my audience experience. So it's kind of like being, not to make it weird, but like you can kind of like get in their skin for a minute, and kind of go like, ooh, that didn't feel good here, or that makes me cry, or that enrages me, or that, that was an injustice, or whatever I'm trying to convey. Being able to be empathetic to someone else and feel what they're feeling is one of the best tools in my tool belt. But on a personal level, it's definitely something to be honed in when you're just walking around open to everybody. And maybe I think growing up, you don't realize that you're taking everybody's emotion and feeling and thoughts and reading a room. You don't realize that you're actually taking it all in and feeling it yourself. But I feel like as I've gotten older, I've learned like, okay, one, being able to feel things, something that I have found incredibly helpful is when I feel something, instead of just feeling it, instead of going like, oh, I'm feeling it and I'm going to react, being able to give things a name and go, oh, I'm angry, or like, oh, I'm sad, or oh, that hurt my feelings, or oh, that's weird, I don't feel welcomed, but being able to put a name to the emotion that I'm feeling has allowed me so much grace and not moving forward with my first reaction. Instead of being, someone hurting my feelings, and be like reacting and yelling back, or reacting and slamming a door and, evading it, like whatever, avoiding, excuse me. But like being able to go, wow, I'm angry. And then go, okay, where do I feel it? All right, it's in my stomach. Why is it in my stomach? What made me angry? Who am I around? Did they say something to me, or did I watch something happen that just made me angry? Like that person didn't treat that person well, or, did they lie to me? Do I feel like they're lying to me? Like it allows me to analyze it in a way where instead of just being like, I'm hurt and now I'm going to go home and I'm just going to be hurt and I'm going to puddle up. Like I'm allowed to go, hey, first of all, whatever boundary's been crossed, something's been crossed because I'm angry and I'm feeling it. And I think it's you, and I know it's you. And why did you feel so comfortable making me feel that way? And when you approach people with calm, direct eye contact and brutal truth, it's very interesting to watch them go, oh, because it's not reactive. It's not emotions flying at each other. You're not just like, who can scream louder? It's not I can, who's ever loudest wins, or whoever says the more hurtful thing wins. It's not like that. It's like they're kind of, when you hold them responsible plainly, people don't know how to handle it sometimes.
I like naming
the majority
the
of the time.
I like the idea of naming it, being like, oh, that, because then it's not you.
Yeah.
You're not naming it Tara Lynn. You're naming it something else.
Well, another thing I've learned is like anger is not a bad, I felt like I was raised that like anger's bad. Anger's bad. You don't want to feel anger. Anger is your body telling you that your boundaries have been crossed. That's all that is. And that was mind-blowing for me to learn that I'm allowed to feel this, and it's actually really healthy, and it's taught me where my boundaries are and if I'm going to allow somebody to step on them or not. So
Ain't no one gonna step on Tara Lynn's boundaries anymore.
I hope not. I hope I'm sure I will succumb to it at some point, but right today we're doing well.
Today we're doing great. Hey Dre, can we go over the commercial time? Because I'd love for her to sing before the break. The answer is yes, he says. That was going to be yes, regardless.
Dre's got the power.
Dre runs the world, but he usually says yes when a room full of ladies ask for something, right? Okay.
What a man.
What a man. So we talked about. I know that you've thought about what you're going to play today. Has it shifted based on what we talked to, or are you still feeling
a little bit? I kind of wanted you to give me a little bit of a guiding light. I have an idea, but.
What's your idea?
Well, we've been speaking of a lot of emotional stuff. We've been speaking of how I like to keep songwriting sacred. And I think I have a song that brings those things together.
Okay.
This song is called Big Picture. It's not out yet. It is finished, but it hasn't been released. I wrote this with a gentleman named Eric Erdman and another gentleman named Jess Gromit, and one of my favorite ladies, who's my Switzerland connection, Ms. Beth Behe. Beth, if you're listening, I love you. We wrote this at my songwriters retreat that I host down in Port St. Joe. It's called Hooked. And it's, here we go. Big Picture, y'all.
Not released. You heard it here first.
Yes, Lindsay Lawler special.
Yeah, girl.
Dark night, moonlight, stardust in my soul. And how'd we get here? Is this really home? Are we all just a tear from a cosmic eye? Do the trees know the difference between when and why? How do the words in a song make you cry, cry, cry? Hard as I try, still learning that I can't put a frame on the big picture. Big bang heartbeat lit the flame for us. And how I found you, I can't believe my luck. Is it all just as simple as rhythm and rhyme? Is our love complex? Was it made by design? Feeling infinite hope in a finite time. Hard as I try, still learning that I can't put a frame on the big picture. It's larger than life, and even if I tried, can't put a frame on the big picture. I can't put a frame on the big picture.
That's so, yeah. Dre was over there up on all his smiles, just like, rock fingers. I can't put a frame on the big picture. How's nobody ever written that? That's brilliant.
And it wasn't my idea. That was Eric Erdman. He came in and we were having other worldly discussions, talking about the ether and whatnot. And he was like, listen, y'all, he's from Alabama. And he's got swag for days, Lindsay. The man is swag in a person. He was like, I've had this idea for a long time. He's like, I've brought it up a couple times, but never stuck. He's like, I think this is the group of people to write this song. And he's like, hear me out. He's like, it's gonna sound corny, but just the idea that like the big picture of life, we just can't wrap our arms around it. No, nobody really has any of the answers. We're all just making this up, and some say it confidently, so we believe them, but nobody really fucking knows. And I was like, he's like, so I want to write about you can't put a frame on the big picture, and I was like, sit
You
down,
have
Eric.
come to the right place,
Come to
Eric.
the right woman. Let's go.
Swaggin' of human. We have to take a quick break. We are joined with Tara Lynn Pfister. You can head over to TaraLynn.com. That's Tera, TaraLynn.com. She's also at I Am Pfister on all social media. She's a badass. Download her music. Download it. Don't just stream it. Download it. It's so good. The new album, Flowers from the Ground, is such a vibe. We'll talk more about that in a minute. We'll be right back. This is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Tara Lynn, we should write.
We should write, girl. Come on.
We'll be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Yeah, the Artist Way is sitting over there. Actually, I reached out to her people about her being on the show, and they came back and they did not say no.
I will
poop my
be
pants.
on
Yeah.
your driveway.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I'll let you know. Guys, we are joined still with Tara Lynn Pfister. You can find her at TaraLynn.com. And it was really cool. After she told me on the commercial break that the guitar she was playing in that song, she just bought from the buddy who introduced us.
Yeah,
Chris Griffith.
He's in the room.
Chris Griffith, shout out to a good man who I love dearly, even though his Detroit Lions beat my Cowboys on my birthday. So he's not that good of a friend, but whatever.
We love him regardless, right?
We love him still. Okay, so I have this, I don't know why I have, this is complete sidebar, but I have this note in all caps over on my screen, and it's because some song I listened to of yours this morning, but I just typed in all caps, "Are you a good liar? Are you a good liar, Tara Lynn?"
I don't think I'm a good liar. No, I think for a second I thought I was a good liar. I was kind of like, oh, I've got this under wraps, and I don't. I definitely do not.
It's probably a compliment. I am unfortunately a good liar, which is not.
I mean, but it serves
I don't
you
lie
well in
anymore
some
though.
situations.
It does.
Yeah.
I don't. I use it discretionary though.
Yeah.
I use it as long as no one gets hurt.
You have to use it for good.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
I use my magic wand of line for good. Yeah,
Yes.
fair. Okay, so you're going to sing another song for us in a little bit, perhaps maybe a Christmas song, but you might shift as well, which is also fine.
We'll follow we'll segue with the water here. See where we go.
Perfect. So, you lost your beautiful, wonderful mother.
I did.
Several years ago. How long has it been now?
She passed in 2019.
Okay, 2019.
I'm not good at math.
I'm not either. That's 6 years ago.
Yeah, something like that.
6 years ago. Only reason I know that because my daughter's 7 and she was born in 2018. So we lost your beautiful mother, whose name is
Lisa.
6 years ago. So I the reason I bring her up because I know you have. First of all, you've written a song about her.
I have, yeah.
Perhaps multiple.
Yeah, I would say once very specifically and one kind of in honor.
Okay. I was thinking about this last night. Like, how do you bring up something like that? I have not lost a parent yet, and I can't imagine what it'll be like. My husband lost both of his parents this year.
Oh my goodness, I remember.
Which is
devastating.
Yeah, that's a bummer to and I was close with them as well. But then to watch your partner go through that, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to prepare for it, and you don't know what it's like till you're in it, and then you're in the club, and it is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did losing your mom crack open inside of you? As in, who is Tara Lynn, the writer, before your mom passed and after your mom passed?
Ooh, Lindsay. I don't know if I've ever taken stock on that notion. Let me think for a second. I would say, well, one, your first question of like, what did it kind of do? Let's say for me.
Yeah, sure.
Losing my mom, what did it do for me? I would say it definitely, I had never really felt mortality. I never felt it. I mean, you know the word, I understand the definition, you see movies, people die, dogs pass, horses, your friend's cousin, you experience loss in whatever capacity growing up. But I had never lost someone directly to me. I still had all my grandparents at the time. I just hadn't experienced loss like that. That loss that was real. How about that?
Yeah.
So her passing really just, I was like, wow, we really are gonna die. Like it made your mortality is just all of a sudden it was like visceral, like tangible in the room. I could like grab it and hang on to it. And so it made me realize that you really do just, my mom was young. She was only, I'm bad at that too. She was either 53 or 54. I don't remember. But she was young. And she passed from pancreatic cancer. It came out of nowhere. My mom was healthy. My mom had never smoked a cigarette, drank a drink in her life. Like she was the queen of outside, around horses. She, built like a brick shit house. She just, it came out of nowhere. And it took her from like diagnosis to passing was a year and a half. And so it was just a real slap in the face of like, I think at that time I was 29, 28, something like that. And it was like, if I live till, I only have, let's say, maybe 20, 30 more years, if I go the way she did, it's like, and that's not a long time. So it really just brought forward to me that I had one life to live, and whatever I wanted to do, I need to get to business. So my mom passing was really the catalyst for me going, I don't want to sing in a cover band for my entire life, and I don't want to be in bars my entire life. And if my purpose here is to make music and make music that can help people heal, it's time. Like now or never. It really catalyzed my now or never button, which is very strong these days. I have a very strong now or never, or how hard can it be? I have a healthy dose of both of those. And as far as a songwriting goes, prior to my mom, I think I was writing, I was younger also, but I was writing a bit more party, a bit more sexy, sassy, which is still in my music today, but maybe the direction of the songs were just not as introspective or not as emotional. Maybe they were, just after my mom, I just deep dove into, because I could still feel my mom sometimes. So many things are answered when you experience death, and so many things are left unanswered. It's crazy. It's such a weird dichotomy to experience losing your mom at a younger age, because part of me went like, oh, I have one life to live, and I've got to get to it, and what do I want to do, and how am I going to do it, and who's going to help me, and I can't do it by myself, but can I? And then there's another part of me is like, oh, take a deep breath, and you better experience this because you don't know how long it'll be, so maybe you should just live. So there's finding that happy medium of being like the go-getter, digging out the mud, being in the trenches, force, keep going. I don't care if I'm tired. Wake up, go, bus, train, stage, bus, train, you know, like, and the other part of me is like, and I should also do a silent retreat in Bali for 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, sure. Of
you
course.
know, like,
no, but what's so cool about all those things, of course, I will go with you.
Yeah.
No, but what's cool about it is what I think, what I just took from that, which is inspiring, hopefully to anyone listening. You know, I'm sort of obsessed with near-death experiences.
Yeah.
I don't want to have one. I feel like I've already, in my own like awakening.
Yeah.
I feel like I've already sort of had it. And I would like to stress to people, like, you don't, hopefully you don't have to get to a place where something rocks your, things are going to rock
like
your world.
catastrophically turns you upside down. Yeah.
Right. Hopefully you don't have to get to that to be like, oh,
Wake up.
it up, wake up, look around. We're here to experience joy and live a life.
Amen.
But you did. That's what your mom passing did for you.
Yes.
I say for everything's, you know. And so I think that's a good reminder that we can take things into your own hands. You want, if something is lighting you up, it's lighting you up for a reason. You're supposed to follow it. That's a compass that God gives us to be like, follow that path, follow that yellow brick road, dummy. Like, there's a reason you're interested in it. There's a reason it sparks some joy. The reason you sit and study and want to dive deep at home at night, reading or Googling or whatever it is. Why are you obsessed with that thing? Follow that thing.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's positive and makes you feel good and doesn't, not the same as frequency. What was Christmas like when your mom was alive?
I was just thinking about this the other day. I went home this last weekend. I had a corporate Christmas gig in St. Louis, and I stayed with my aunt and my uncle, and she had gotten a little Christmas tree out in their back porch, and she was like, "Oh, you want to help me put the ornaments up?" I was like, and I thought about it, I was like, I have not done that. I don't know, and how long it's been since
You haven't put ornaments on a tree?
No.
What's at your house?
Lindsay, I'm in the point where all of my money goes into my project. Like, I'm not going to go spend $300 on Christmas.
Yeah, but do you
decorations.
not have any ornaments or anything from growing up?
I do, and they're in a
You could
very
have a Charlie Brown
They're in a
tree.
very cute bag in a very cute place. But one day they will be on a tree.
Okay.
But it was my favorite day was we would put on Mariah Carey's Christmas.
Of
This
course.
is in my head. I'm sure my siblings would say something different. Yes, exactly. She's defrosting as we speak. But my mom had a box she would bring up, and we had garland, and we had lights, and we had, our little stocking holders and our stockings, and I'm sure there was some type of Christmas candle burning, and we would just decorate the house.
Yeah.
And my dad and brother would put up Christmas lights on the house, and I'm still a sucker for Christmas lights on a house. I just think every neighborhood should require them. It should be part of your HOA that you have to put up Christmas lights.
Agree. It reminds us to follow light.
Yeah, and it is the season, and it just gives you that cozy feeling. My mom,
But you don't do
my
it.
God, you want to hear a silly story?
Yeah.
Here's a silly story about Christmas, and this is I was little, and my mom, got all the Christmas things. This is from Santa. This is from Mom and Dad. I'm one of three. I'm the youngest.
By the way, I hate that because sometimes I'm like, why does Santa get to give the good gift
Well,
and not me?
This is the exact avenue we're going down. Are
Okay.
you ready for this? So anyways, we all open our presents. I get whatever thing I wanted. I do remember that Christmas, there was some type of like diary thing that came in like this plastic lockbox that you had to have like a secret passcode to open it to get to the diary. I was very excited. So I got this diary, and at the end of all the present opening, I realized that all of my presents were from Santa. So whatever happened, and my mom tagging all of the Christmas presents for all of us kids, she just forgot to give me a present from Mom and Dad. All of my tags said Santa. So I went to like this deep depression that my parents hadn't got me anything for Christmas.
Oh my God.
And I still full-heartedly believed in Santa. Like I was in the sauce. And my mom, I just remember I like drifted off into like a corner of the room very dramatically. My mom came over and was like, "What is wrong? Like what? Like I don't understand." And I was like, and I was like, you didn't get me anything. And she was like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, "None of my presents were from you. They're all from Santa." I was like, "Santa's the only person who got me anything for Christmas."
No one loves me but Santa.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
God.
I just remember
the irony.
Yes, and her face was just like, what is she to do? How in the world do you navigate that?
Well, you're sad about that. Let me tell you this: Santa isn't real.
Yeah,
You wanna
Santa's
get
not real, and I
sad?
paid for all those.
Well, it hit you twice.
Yeah, I just remember that is something that I don't know. I don't want to say every Christmas, but every once in a while it'll pop into my head, and it's just one of those like, it's so endearing and it's so silly, but it was so traumatic at the time.
No, it's as a parent to a 7-year-old who's right in the thick of the magic of Christmas. I'm consciously like, Santa gets to bring one gift, and Santa can put some stuff in the stocking, but
Sure.
Santa brings the bike.
Yeah.
Santa bring whatever. That's cool, but like you need to understand that mom and dad worked their ass off to make this happen.
Yeah.
That's funny. It's a good reminder.
It
So
was.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I think about things like that. I'm like, oh, Lisa, I really did put you through some things sometimes, didn't I?
Lisa. Seamus's mom, and Seamus has now adopted this from his mom. She would write on presents. She would be like, from Mrs. Claus or from Reindeer, from Frosty.
Yeah,
she would
my
name it
grandma
for the
did that
people.
too.
I think that's sweet.
Yeah, my grandma on my dad's side she would give him like from the dogs. She'd be like, this is from Angus, this is from Ava, this is from like whatever our dogs were. It was cute.
Is there a Christmas song that you'd be willing to play? Because this is our, it's December. If you're hearing this live, you know that it's December. If you're hearing this back on a playback, we're 2 weeks before Christmas. Is there something because I feel like now it's on me. Speaking of taking on people's feelings, to get you in the Christmas spirit, I might need to come to your house and just decorate it when you're out of town next week.
I have the Christmas joy in my heart. I'm
Okay.
a walking Christmas light.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
I
not
just
worried
don't have
about
it-
you.
I just don't have a Christmas tree in my house this time.
I might send you home with one. There you go. Thanks, Trey. Hey. Are you feeling it?
Yeah, I can feel it. Can't you see it in my eyes? Look at the glim.
Do you feel like blessing us with a Christmas
I
song?
do. So you brought up Casey Musgraves earlier.
Yes.
So I'm gonna segue a little bit. But so Casey put out a Christmas album. She's one of my even like business wise, I love the way that she has handled her career and the moves that she has made, whether in her marketing, her branding, the products that she sells, all of those things. Her entire business model, I think, is wonderful for an independent artist. And but she put out a Christmas album, I don't know, a couple years ago. It was great, but it has a song on it that I think is, and I think the truckers will really relate to it because they're gone, just like musicians are.
Yeah, and actually, by the way, speaking of that, somebody over in the chat just said Santa is real, and he's driving a truck somewhere in the Midwest at this very moment.
Amen.
So
Yes, he is.
he ain't wrong about that. Okay, so what is it?
So it's a little bit of a Debbie Downer, but it's right on the nose for songwriters, artists, musicians, anyone who travels for work and you don't live near your family, and every time you see them, you're just a little bit reminded of time past. But it's gorgeous.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
So this is not mine, y'all. I wish it was, but this is called Christmas Makes Me Cry.
Do you know if Casey wrote this?
I don't. We should look it up.
Okay, I will while you're playing, because Christmas Makes Me Cry is a little too spot on around this time, but in the best of ways. Listen, sad writing is also important.
Yeah, you got it. It's cathartic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's all red and gold and acting cold and tinsel on the tree. It's twinkle lights and snowy nights and kids still believe. And I know that they say have a happy holiday. And every year I sincerely try. Oh, but Christmas, it always makes me cry. It's the ones we miss, no one to kiss under the mistletoe. Another year gone by, just one more I couldn't make it home. And I know that they say have a happy holiday. Every year I sincerely try. Oh, but Christmas, it always makes me cry. Seems like everybody else is having fun. I wonder if I'm the only one whose broken heart still has broken parts, just wrapped in pretty paper. And it's always sad seeing mom and dad getting a little grayer. And they always say, have a happy holiday. Every year I sincerely try. Oh, but Christmas, it always makes me cry.
Queen.
Yes. Yes. Casey who?
Thanks, Dre.
To not be shocked, Casey did write it with, of course, Shane McAnally and Brandy
Oh,
Clark.
There it is.
Of course.
The
trifecta.
I was going to say the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, if you will.
Yeah, listen, that might be sacrilegious, but it's true. Those three are a powerhouse. I saw when I first moved to town, the first person, one of the first people I saw perform, and this was before Shane McAnally, who's written almost everything you hear on the radio, and Brandy Clark as well. I saw them perform together over at Mad Donna's in East Nashville, like just a songwriting night that I was at. Just them.
Lore.
Oh, it's so great. If you don't know their work, check them out.
When I first moved to town, Brandy Clark was one of my, like we talked about North Stars earlier. She was one of my, she had that album 12 Stories.
Oh my God, so good.
And
my
that-
God.
Yeah, and that album was one of my like, oh, this is what I'm going to do. Like,
Mhm.
this is it. This is the blueprint of what I want to do and who I want to be.
Truth telling.
Yeah.
Truth
telling. And, great singer. But she uses her voice. She's kind of got that Jamie Johnson thing where it's like, yes, they're singing. Yes, they're good singers. But they're talking.
She's conversational. Yeah.
Conversational, yes. It's like there's just something about it where you're like, you can't not sit down and go, she's saying something. Everyone be quiet.
Yeah.
Like by myself in my own room. Who am I talking to?
Yeah, for sure. She definitely has that. And and her coming up is actually appropriate timing because I wanted to talk to you about being yes, put that guitar down. Being we only have a few minutes left, which is sad. I know, it means you have to come back. But
an extended version.
That can happen. So being a not only a female in the music business, and I don't mean this in a cliche way, but also stepping into your feminine side when you run your camp, because being an independent artist means you run your camp. There's so many beautiful things about being independent. There's so many hard things about being independent, and you just weigh them out and which feels better. But you've been able to really, because you're independent, make your own choices and then lean on people, correct me if I'm wrong, that feel like, oh, this person actually sees me and supports me. Let's see where that goes, right?
Yeah.
But how, you haven't had to, because of that, some people don't understand that when you are on a major label or beholden to some sort of entity, that also informs your writing. You don't get to write about what you want and who you want. You're more writing about like, okay, what is working on the radio right now? Now go write that. That's not real. That's not authentic. It might pay the bills more, but if it's somebody here that's like you that's supposed to bring the sacred side of music to the world, that doesn't work. So
it's an interesting line to walk. That's for certain.
Break that down a little bit for people listening and why. I mean, I'd be willing to guess that if somebody showed up tomorrow and said, here's the biggest record deal in the world, you would take it. But also it would change who you are. It would change your music. So talk about walking that line and how much you do it consciously or not, I guess.
Yeah. This is the last, I want to say year and a half, 2 years of my life have been the most that I've ever really been indulging in the business side of things. I've been working with a marketing strategist for about a year and a half now. I've got.
Is it helping?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got some distribution. What would you call? I guess like what would you call it? Like an analyst or I don't know, strategist as well. But
Sure.
And they've been my power duo here for about a year and a half. But they've really made me conscious of, we're speaking of my branding, my person, my artistry, and how that business is involved. But like. Nowadays, you're not just selling your music. You're not selling just the song. You're selling an entire experience of who is Tara, what does she do, what is she about, where does she go, what does she like, what does she dislike. And it's navigating those waters of, I think a lot of times artists, we are very focused on, we just want to talk about the song, or we just want to perform, or we just want to create. And being and understanding that business is business, and this is music business as well. Like, I'm not too far in the clouds that I'm like, I'm just gonna do what I do and it'll happen. I have an ounce of that for certain. There is a part of me in there that's like, yep, that part could be very true, but two things have been true at once. And I've really thoroughly enjoyed learning how to play the game a little bit more, and learning that my network is monumental in helping me move my dial forward. Because I was thinking about John Mayer. When you speak of like John Mayer, you watch interviews, he's like, oh no, when I was making those pop albums, when I wrote My Body Was a Wonderland, or Your Body's a Wonderland, he's like,
he might have written it as My Body's a Wonderland.
Yeah. But he said in this interview, he was saying, he's like, no, I knew what I was doing. I knew that they wanted a pop album. I knew that I was writing commercial. He's like, but I had the forethought that I knew that if I could make this work for the next 10 years of my career, and I can solidify my spot in that pop world, and I can solidify myself as an artist, as a musician, that when I have the financial backing and I'm settled in my audience is there, I'm going to be able to make whatever I want for the rest of my life. So being able to stay true to yourself while still serving the business side, and knowing that you're playing the game a little bit. There's got to be give and take. People are, yes, they want to make money. Yes, I want to make money. But to have the forethought of like, if I can jump this hurdle and, 50-50, 60-40 with those who believe in me and give me direction, I'm going to make music forever. My music will not run dry. If I can play a game for 10 years and get me in a good spot in a honey hole, I'll do whatever I want for the rest of my life.
I believe I'll be in your honey hole, girl.
Yeah,
I believe in you,
sister.
I believe in you
You're welcome.
wholeheartedly. I mean that I do. I don't have a lot of bandwidth anymore to surround myself with anything other than somebody that I believe in, that inspires me, and that makes me want to do and be better. And you do that for me.
Thank you.
For what it's worth. So,
yeah. And I think at this point in my career, it's been nice. I'm thankful that it didn't really start popping off till my mid-30s, because I'm grounded enough in who I am that I can see those around me and go like, you actually know what you're talking about, and you do seem genuine in your being. Maybe I don't know you very well, but I think you're someone I would like to work with. Because what did they always say? Like, water seeks its level?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I am trusting my gut that I'll make good decisions for that.
Light recognizes light.
Yeah.
Like that,
Yeah.
too. I
Okay.
like that. As we wrap up, we should have about a minute left. What would Lisa, your mom, say about the artist and the person you've become right now, sitting in this moment?
I think she would be ridiculously proud and wildly impressed. And I think I can hear her saying, like, I just don't know how you do it.
I love that.
Yeah.
How does she do it?
Yeah, that. Yeah. How does she do it?
I don't know how you do it, but I want a little piece of it. I want a little piece of your honey hole, friends. Guys, I have so loved introducing you to Tara Lynn Pfister. If you didn't already know who she is, you can head over to taralynn.com to find out more, TERA-Lynn.com to find out more, or find her at I am Pfister. I love you. I adore you.
I love you too. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
And congratulations on this success. This is wonderful.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Join us next week when my guest will be Colin Stowe from American Idol. He's a Southern rock, kind of meets Americana, badass vibe. You're going to love that, guys. This show has been executive produced by, me, and technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, keeping us on the ones and the twos, and brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Head on over to radionemo.com/We Should Write. Hear all the past episodes and hear what's coming up next. Tara Lynn, thank you for joining me. We should write.
We should write, honey. Let's do it.
We should write.
We should write, right?
Right.
Right.
Here it is. You guys have the best day. Get home safe.